Hello, hello. Mic check.
Well,
good morning, one and all present here. It's all set for the second day of the international conference. We already have distinguished resource person of the session. I would like to call upon Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav from Reserve Bank of India to come on dais, and I request Professor Shakuntala Madam to escort him. It's indeed a great pleasure to have such a eminent and distinguished resource person of the day, Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav from Reserve Bank of India. On behalf of the organizing committee as well, the institution, a very warm welcome to him, sir. I request the organizing convener of the conference, Professor Shakuntala, to florally welcome Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav, Assistant General Manager in the FinTech Department of Reserve Bank of India, currently posted at RBI Regional Office, Bandaru. Mr. Bhargav is deeply involved in shaping India's policy and operational framework for central bank digital currency, that is CBDC, and has played a key role in the conceptualization and large-scale rollout of retail CBDC pilot, placing India among a select group of countries globally to implement a live CBDC pilot at scale. Prior to this, he was closely associated with the financial inclusion initiatives of Reserve Bank of India and has served as the lead researcher representing RBI in SARC Finance collaborative studies on financial inclusion and digital currencies. His work uniquely bridges policy, technology, and grassroots impact. Notably, his current efforts extend beyond retail CBDC to integrating programmable CBDC with direct benefit transfer schemes, enhancing trust, accountability, and inclusion, as well as pioneering pilots for lending to tenant farmers using programmable CBDC at a first of its kind initiatives in India. Mr. Bhargav is a BTech graduate from IIT Kharagpur and brings valuable industry experience from an agri-tech venture, which gives him a strong practical perspective on rural livelihoods and technology-driven inclusion. With his rich experience at the intersection of digital payments, fintech innovation, and sustainable rural development, Mr. Bhargav is exceptionally well placed to share his insights on today's topic, the role of digital payments and fintech for sustainable rural livelihood. The stage is over to you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. A very good morning, all of you. Thank you, Dr. Shetty, for those kind words and a more than generous introduction. It is entirely my privilege to be present here, to be present with you. And I would like to thank the college administration, the faculties, for having invited RBI, and I also thank my organization for having deputing me so that I got the chance to be in this holy place and also, to be with the young minds and the engaging faculties over here. So the topic is pretty interesting, and it is about technology and inclusion. So 2 days back when I was talking to Dr. Shetty, so he was mentioning, do you have a presentation? So I told no, I don't have a presentation. I would like to keep it more interactive. The next 1 hour, I would want all of you to be with me. We are starting at level 0, right? You don't know anything what I'm doing. I also don't know where you are, what your queries are. And I would want to keep it interactive since the beginning so that both of us, me and you, reach from level 0 to some place so that I am able to share my learnings, share my experiences. At the same time, I am able to understand your point of view, your expectations, and how you view that what role technology can play in sustainable rural livelihoods and inclusion space. So, before I come to the topic, just to give you a brief that after my engineering in IIT Kharagpur, I joined a startup. The startup is called DEHAT, DEHAAT. So we worked for 2 years. I stayed in villages. We tried to create a sustainable model for the farming community. So this was in the state of Bihar, right? So therein, have you all heard about the fruit called lychee? You've heard the fruit called lychee, right? So that was our first product. We made lychee flavored honey. So the bees, when they used to visit the orchards of lychee, so the honey which those bees used to produce, that was naturally flavored with lychee, right? So those farmers, they were not getting any, actual money out of the honey which they were selecting. So we branded it. This is a unique, naturally formulated honey. And now that startup is almost a unicorn. So their valuation is right now close to 5,000 crores in the country. So what we started in 2011 and 12, that has become a gigantic company. So I still regret I should have continued with that entity. But I think, fate always has different plans rather than what you plan for yourself. So 2 years I was with them. And I'm very happy to see that that startup has now completely adopted technology. Okay. So now this question is for the house. And I want all of you not to feel bored and to answer whatever is coming into your mind. Okay. Give me 3 points. Give me 3 points how technology can help farmers. Give me 3 points, because all of you must be seeing the farming community around you, where you live, where you study. How technology can help farmers. Yes, ma'am? Weather forecasting. Anyone else from the students? Anything which is coming to your mind. Don't be bothered that your faculties are sitting in the front. Even if it is not, right, but I want you to answer. How technology can help farmers? Yeah. Right. So it is like, let's say, so ma'am told about the weather forecasting. It was also told that if you technologically produce better quality seeds, then the yield may increase. What more? What more? What is the first step of farming?
Online marketing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So after the harvest has been done, you market it so that, farmers are able to get better returns. Let's come to the first step. What is the first step of farming? You prepare the soil, right? You prepare the soil. Tractors, they prepare the soil. You create the beds. Then you put fertilizers. Now, how much fertilizer to put? Can anyone just touch and say that this soil is deficient in nitrogen? You need a soil testing thing. You need to undertake soil testing. That what ingredients are deficient in this soil, in the soil of this region. So the soil in Dharmasthala may be very different from the soil in Maharashtra or the soil in Bihar, right? So you need to undertake an analysis that what components it is lacking, what it is not lacking. Then you scientifically determine that fine, I will put more urea, I will put less potassium. So instead of just assuming that, okay, fine, this is how my grandfather was doing, I will also keep doing it that way. So technology is something which can help you in a way which you also cannot imagine. But there are also certain counter views that technology also creates digital divide. Does it create digital divide? It does, right? It does. Technology also creates digital divide because let's say you are going to a merchant shop. On the counter there is a UPI QR. All of you are having smartphones. You can pay through your Google Pay and all, right? But what if a person who does not have a smartphone? And now the merchants have also stopped accepting cash because they don't have the change. Because everyone makes digital payment. So people, if you want to make a 20 rupee payment and if you give someone a 500 rupees note, they will say, no, I don't have the required change to give you back to you. You better do Google Pay. You better make a digital payment, right? So then that person who is not there on technology is getting excluded. Correct? So technology has both functions. It enables, but it also disables. But the benefits and gains are so high that it is the duty of public sector organizations like the government, like the RBI, to ensure that the digital divide is minimized. Right? Just like how now AI is reshaping things, right? People are doing good from AI. People are also misusing AI. The solution is not that you ban AI because it has come. You can't make it go back. Similarly, technology is going to be there. What is the role of RBI is to regulate the technology so that it is being used for the right purpose. Now, I will give you an example. All of you are familiar with the term AI, artificial intelligence, right? So, how does AI become intelligent? Now, this question, whosoever answers, once I go back to regional office, I will give a voucher from RBI to you. This is a prize question, right? How does AI become intelligent? See, we become strong because we eat food, right? I am awake because I had coffee. In a similar manner, how AI became intelligent? AI is artificial intelligence, right? What did it eat that it became intelligent? Perfect. So it ate data. AI ate data and became intelligent. Now, who created data? Who created data? Me and you, right? So I will give you an example that let's say after this session, there is a survey conducted that what did you like about Mr. Bhargav, what you did not like about Mr. Bhargav. And then based on your responses, we create a model which evaluates any resource person. That our students want this. Now from the next session, even if student is not there, we run that model. The model will tell that whether students will like this session or not, based on this data which has been generated out of this session, right? So the data which me and you generate, it becomes the food for AI to itself become intelligent, right? Now let's say that none of you like the surname Bhargav. None of you like. You say ki it should have been Mr. Shetty. I don't like Mr. Bhargav, right? So you were having some bias in you, for example. So the intelligence of AI will remain biased because it is not intelligent on its own. It just replicates the data what it has been fed. Are you able to understand? So AI will have a bias if the data was also biased in the first place. For example, let's say in the first 50 years of after India became independent, let's say the number of female borrowers who took loans was 5%. And 95% of the loans were taken by male borrowers. Right? Now, if the data is fed, the AI can understand that 95% of the loans were sanctioned to male. It means that we should not sanction loans to female. So the AI will understand it in that manner. Okay? So if there was, because earlier women were not coming out, right? Women were not studying like how all of you are studying. There were some restrictions. Now everyone is equal. Everyone is having the chance. Everyone is having that opportunity, right? So the data which was not pretty liberal in that manner, that will create a bias in the AI model, and then AI will determine that let's not give loans to females. Because 90% of the loans, 95% of the loans in last 50 years were not given to females. That is where the role of RBI or the regulator comes. That fine, we cannot stop the adoption of AI. But if any bank is using AI, then we need to ensure that the model and the data which they are using is free of any kind of bias, any kind of historical bias. Right? So it's a very delicate interplay that if you regulate too much, they will say that technology itself is of no use because you are setting all the rules. What will AI do? If you do not regulate at all, then what will happen? The biases will come in and the free market play, the forces which are playing freely, they will have a hand and things may not be fair. So this was a very, a very contemporary thing which we are currently dealing. That we are trying to understand what artificial intelligence is, because everyone wants to use artificial intelligence. I'm sure you are not using it for submitting your assignments, right? But generally in the institutions, everyone is trying to use AI. So RBI is trying to create those rules and regulations which removes the biases out of AI so that whenever banks are using AI models, they are not used to the disadvantage of, of any segment of the society or not. Coming to the next example, my presentation is not very linear. I'm, just trying to give you real-world examples, and then we will try to conclude. Which segment of the society does not get credit? If I think about the farmer segment, let's say, think about the agriculture community, right? Those who are engaged in agriculture. And sir also mentioned it about in the introduction, a project on which RBI has been working on. Which segment which is involved in agriculture generally does not get credit, or they find it very hard to get bank loans? Any guesses? Anyone? You have heard about KCC, Kisan Credit Card, right? So that is linked to land ownership. If you have land, you can get a loan, right? But in India, almost 70% of the land is cultivated by tenant farmers who do not own that land. So let's say I am staying in Bangalore. I have a land here. I have a 2-acre land here. I am the owner. But the land is being cultivated by someone who is living in the village. But the land ownership is not in his name. The land ownership is in my name. So technically, I can get the loan, but he is unable to get the loan. Even though he is actually doing the agriculture activity, I am not doing the agriculture activity, but this is the rule, that the loan should be given to someone who is the owner of the land, not who is cultivating the land. And there are a lot of social reasons that we are not able to document this part, that yes, I am giving him the power to cultivate my land. This is not a documented thing. Nobody does signs the agreement. It is all a oral and verbal arrangement in the villages and in the rural areas. So what we did, and banks were not giving loans at all to tenant farmers. And if any of you are aware, you will appreciate this part. Now comes the concept of programmable CBDC. Now programmable, any of you have heard about CBDC? Central Bank Digital Currency? Anyone? CBDC? Central Bank Digital Currency? Okay. Any of you have heard about cryptos? Wow. So, both are cousins, both are brothers. One is not liked by the father, other is the favorite of the father, right? So crypto is something which RBI does not like, which everyone knows. CBDC is our own son, which nobody knows. So that is how it generally happens. Okay, fine. Tell me, what do you know about cryptos? Generally, the rebellious kid is more popular, and the compliant kid is lesser known in the society. So all of you know about the rebellious kid. So tell me, what do you know about cryptos? Everyone told they know about cryptos, right? So I need to hear from you. Don't be shy. Please answer, because that is like how data was the food for AI, your response is the food for my session to continue. Because that is when I know that, yes, we are on the same wavelength. What do you know about cryptos from the students? Anyone? You can raise your hand and speak out. Otherwise, I will have to tell that, yes, you told yes, so please now tell. Anyone, what do you know about cryptos? Yeah, thank you.
The currency which has no physical existence. The
Okay.
digital currency.
So any one of you have invested in cryptos? There will not be any income tax notice on you, don't worry. Something more, because fair number of people nodded that they knew. Anyone else? Because see, this is an interactive session, I want to keep it interactive. That's how it should be. Anyone? Anyone from the faculties and the resource person, would you like to say about the cryptos? Right, borderless, perfect. Yeah. Virtual currency, correct. Great, wonderful. Okay, now we will go into some kind of history and mythology. When did India come into existence? India as a nation, when did it come into existence? This to everyone knows, right? 15th August 1947. That the India as a nation state was born, right? Now, if you go 500 years back, every single region was ruled by a king. There were different kingdoms across the India. There was no common nation as such, that there was a central government. It was not like that. It was a deregulated set of kingdoms. And every kingdom was having its own currency system, right? Which you used to call as mudra. So every king used to, issue their own currency system. Only when we became a nation, then the job was given to the central bank. That only central bank is authorized to issue currency. So all of you are having currency notes with you? You must be having, right? So this is a general knowledge question. Currency note, without seeing one, you have to say it is issued by which entity, it is guaranteed by which entity. What is written on the note? Without seeing. On the currency note, there are two terms. In fact, there are three languages. One is, I promise to pay the bearer, which is a promissory clause, which is signed by the governor, right? Then it is also written, it is guaranteed by, issued by. What is written? And this is a general knowledge question which anyone should know, not just because you are students. Anyone should know this part. Issued by Reserve Bank of India, guaranteed by Government of India, right? So central banks got this role that they would issue the currency. Now, what is the guarantee that this currency will always hold the value what it is claiming to be? That guarantee was given by the Government of India. And this is called as monetary sovereignty, right? For example, there are certain functions which we do not want to outsource. Let's say the function of the army, right? Even though we will have very privately abled individuals, the job of defending the country will always be a state subject. It will always be the government-controlled army which is responsible for the defense of the country. Similarly, in the modern world, it is always the central bank which issues the currency. There is no concept of private currencies in the modern nations. Now, let's say if some very entrepreneurial student, he starts issuing a voucher. He starts issuing pieces of paper, and that person is the most famous person. The one you answered, what is your name? Akshay. Huh? Abhishek, right. So let's say Abhishek is the most popular student in the entire college, and everyone wants to be his friend. He told that from today it is my given pieces of paper that will work in this campus. And everyone trusts him. Because everyone trusts him that he will value what he's telling. And let's say there are no banknotes circulating here inside the college. It is only pieces of paper written by Akshay. He only has his unique stamp paper. He stamps and gives it to people. And people are transacting. So the entire thing is based on what? Trust. That you trust him, hence you are trusting the currency which has been issued by him. But it is a privately issued currency. Akshay is an individual. Akshay is not government. He is not a sovereign entity, right? So cryptos are a privately issued currency. It is not issued by the government. And since they are privately issued, so let's say Akshay has a friend in Dubai and he also has friends in US. He gives one piece of paper to his friend in Dubai, he gives another piece of paper to his friend in US. And everyone is transacting. Now, whatever regulations were applicable on rupee and dollar, they are not applicable to the chits what he is issuing. Because his friends in India, his friends in Dubai, his friends in US, all of them are trusting just Akshay. They are not operating within the framework of the nation state. So that is something which is extremely scary for any country. It is as good as that you are giving away the control of the monetary defense of your country. So I just wanted you to be aware about this term, monetary sovereignty, right? That why issuing currency is such a critical function. Because we control that what is going to be the value of currency. Because let's say 10 days later, everyone starts using Akshay's currency, right? And Akshay suddenly flies away. He goes to Mauritius to have a vacation. And all the chits of paper are having no value. Then what will happen? Everyone will start making a noise. Everyone will start blaming the government. See, I had invested in that currency, but this piece of paper is having no value. Because you will not be having any recourse to it, right? So the trust that whatever notes which you are holding will always be that much valuable as per the value which is written on that. And in some of the countries we have also seen that there is so much of inflation. There is hyperinflation, which means that there is so much of inflation that something which is a 10 rupee note will become a 1 rupee note next year. Which, then even though it is valid, but it is of no use. right? So let's say if you were buying 1 kg of apple from a 10 rupee note, and next year you are able to buy just 1 apple from 10 rupee note, that is also not desirable, even though that 10 rupee note is valid. So there are two things. One is that the currency should always be valid, and second thing, the currency should be stable. So whatever you feel that this is 100 rupees, at max it can become, let's say, 90 rupees. It should not become that 100 has become 10 in next year. The inflation should not rise that much. So that is the another role of central bank, that you maintain the inflation levels. So our mandate is that we have to maintain the inflation levels at 4%. 4% plus minus 2. So minimum 2%, it should not come below 2%, and it should not go beyond 6%. That is the mandate of RBI. That's a legal mandate of RBI. And let's say if for any year we breach that threshold, we have to give an explanation to the government that why we could not perform the duty what we were assigned. Now the cryptos, they are beyond any of this. If you have invested in Bitcoin, due to some news, suddenly the Bitcoin will become 10 times in value. If Trump is endorsing it, suddenly it will have a 10x value. And let's say if there is a change in policy, it will become 1/10 of it. So that is why, our stance has been that, be away from cryptos. It is not yet legal, neither it is illegal, but it is taxed. It is, we have not legalized it, but the government taxes the cryptos. If you are trading in cryptos, you have to pay taxes, right? Now comes the concept of central bank digital currency. None of you have heard about it, right? So I should start from the basic concept. When you are having a physical note, right, it is mentioned that issued by RBI, guaranteed by Government of India. Is there any other equivalent form of that instrument in digital nature right now? So is there any possibility for you to hold the currency note in digital form? This is a question for you. Let's say you are having 100 rupees in your State Bank of India bank account, right? All of you would be having your money in your bank accounts, right? So that money is called as commercial bank money. I have made it an economics lesson, but still I would take that liberty. What is commercial bank money? Commercial bank money is something which is on the balance sheet of the bank, which means that banks take deposits from you, and against that they use it to give loans to someone else, right? Now, in the worst situation, if the bank goes down, let's say if a bank fails, so the money which you were holding in your bank account, that will be of no value. It's another thing that our job is also financial stability, right? So RBI does not allow any bank to fail. In cooperative sector, sometimes those things happen, but at least in commercial sector, banks do not fail in India. And that is a very unique position we have. We have banks failing in the West, we have banks failing in US, we have banks failing in European Union, but I'm pretty sure that none of you would remember that any commercial bank has ever failed in India. That does not happen, right? So we are not able to understand the difference in the currency which you are holding in physical form versus the money which is there in your bank account. You cannot understand the difference because you have never seen a bank fail, right? But what if a bank fails? What if a bank fails? Then your money in the bank account will not be there, right? So RBI always has to work for the negative scenarios, even though that negative scenario may never come, right? So the central bank digital currency is just like cash. The currency which is issued in physical form, we have converted it into digital form. So, whenever you get time during the day, I would request that those who are using Android phones, you can download the Digital Rupee app, right? So wherever you are having a bank, let's say you are having a bank with SBI, you are having a Canara Bank, you are having Karnataka Bank. So almost 19 banks are offering the Digital Rupee apps. So you type your bank name and digital rupee, you download the app, and you can debit your bank account and keep some money. Like just like how you keep 200 rupees in your pocket, always some cash you keep with you. Similarly, you can keep that digital cash in your digital wallet. That wallet is maintained by bank, but it is not on the back. Hello. Yeah. So I would request all of you to do that. Then you will be one of the few people who would be holding currency notes in digital form. And that is a project what we have been working on, because our intention is that everyone should have access to currency in digital form. That on that note also you will see that issued by RBI, guaranteed by Government of India, and the promissory clause that I promise to pay the bearer this much amount of money. Now coming to the concept of programmability. Let's say you are having 5 notes of 500 rupees in your wallet, right? In your purse, you are having 5 notes of 500 rupees. On one note, you write with your pen that this note can be used only for having food. Okay? On one note, you write that this note can be transacted only in, let's say, Dakshin Kannada district. On one note, you write that this note, if not used within 6 months, it will self-destruct. On one note, you write that this note can be used to buy anything but not liquor. On one note, you write that this note can be transacted only at the college canteen. Let's say you have written these conditions with pen on the banknotes, and the notes start behaving that way. So the note wherein it was written that this note can be used only in Dakshin Kannada district, if you try to give that note to someone in Bengaluru, he will get an electric current. That note he won't be able to receive. On the note which you had written, that this note can be used everywhere but not in liquor shop, if you want to give it to a liquor shop owner, he will get an electric current and he will give it back to you. Now imagine this scenario in digital form, that you can write the code on digital notes, and those digital notes will start behaving the way what you have written the code for. And that is the innovation which is going to change a lot of things. The first thing it is going to change is the direct benefit transfer schemes. So government these days, they give a subsidy or benefit transfer of around 2 lakh crores on an annual basis. 2 lakh crore of funds are being given to beneficiaries on an annual basis, which is for different purposes. So we are working with the government where they say that, whatever 2,000 rupees were being given to women beneficiaries in a state government. But the women were claiming that the funds are being taken away by the male members and they are using it to buy liquor. So the programming what is being done is that it will be given in form of digital cash, digital currency, but you will not be able to scan the QR of the liquor shops, of any liquor shops in the country, right? So just imagine that till date, whatever money was coming in the bank account, which one could withdraw in cash and then use for whatever purpose, that money can be programmed for the right purpose. I'm not telling for the wrong purpose, I'm telling for the right purpose. For example, so one thing which is standing for disruption is the government benefits. If government is giving you money to buy medicines, there is no reason that why you should go and watch a movie, right? It is for medicines, it should be used for at the pharmacy shops. If a farmer in Karnataka is getting funds and he is having land in Karnataka, there is no reason why the transaction should happen in Punjab. Because if the transaction is happening in Punjab, it is definitely not related to agriculture, right? So all the government funds And I can tell you that these funds is my money. It is your money. The taxes which we are paying, these are public money. This is not like, a private person's funds. Public gives taxes. That taxes go to government. So, and government is accountable to ensure that funds are used only for the right purpose and there is no diversion of the funds. The second such segment where this technology can have a lasting impact is the lending sector. Anyone is having any ideas that how programmability can bring innovation and changes in the loans which are being given, and how it can enable sustainable rural livelihood? So all of this background was to come to this particular theme, and I will now wait for responses from you. I have given you enough context, I have given you enough masala, I have given you all of the fodder, I have given you enough data. Now I need to hear from you for the next 2 minutes. That leveraging the programmability part, I have given you the ideas that what programmability can achieve. Now imagine that you were handling a bank and you came to know about this instrument. Okay, fine, I can make money the work this way, right? How will you use it to achieve sustainable rural livelihood? I will ask all of you to apply your mind and share whatever comes. Can anyone give him the mic, please? Meanwhile, I would request all of you to think through, because this is important. I do not want it to be a one-way session. I want to give you pointers so that you can think, because you are the future of the country.
For reduce the purpose of what the loan is given for. For example, if we go give loan for any entrepreneurship purpose, but it will be used for the personal purpose like that. So to reduce the diversion of the amount, means the loan given for the any rural people or anyone.
Great answer, great answer. Anyone else who wants to add on to this? I think he has already shown the path. You need to add to it. How programmability can enable inclusion? Anyone? Just one more answer and then I will proceed. Think about the problems around you which you would have seen in the society. That this person is not getting loan. If this was available, we would be able to convince the bank, see, I am proving that I will use the loan for this purpose. Technology can quantify trust. See, whenever you are approaching a bank, you are basically making a request that I want loan for this purpose, right? Then bank makes an assessment based on what you have. That whether, if at all you are not able to pay the loan, whether you would be able to repay something, you have any asset, you have any collateral. But bank is not able to understand that whether you are saying a truth or you are telling a lie, that you want to use the money for this purpose. It can assess what you have, but it cannot assess what you are going to do. What you are going to do, it can do some manual inspection. You are telling that I want to set up a factory or I want it for studies. They can go and visit that whether they're actually doing, but that is a very inefficient way, right? You can always, create a bypass around it. So here technology is lending value to the request which you are making. Now imagine the case of tenant farmer, which I was mentioning. The farmer who was not having any land, but he goes to the bank that I want loan because I cultivate 2 acres of the land. The banker asks, do you own the land? He tells, no, I do not own the land. Then how do I believe that you are going to use the fund for agriculture purpose? What if you buy a motorcycle? What if you buy an iPhone out of this? Fine, you program the money. You program the money so that I can use the money only for buying seeds and fertilizers. So bank will ask, that, okay, you are living in this, let's say, Dharmasthala town. How many merchants over there sell seeds and fertilizers, right? So they will do an assessment. They will find there are 5 merchants in that location, and they will program the loan amount that fund can be used only for buying seeds and fertilizers. And he will say that right now I need it for the Kharif season, which is going to come soon. So he will say that if you do not use the money by the next 6 months, the money will come back to the bank. They don't need to do anything. The technology, it is like that, which will automatically make it happen. Then the banker will get convinced. Okay, fine. He doesn't need to believe what he's telling. He doesn't need to conduct a lie detector test. He doesn't need to do a polygraph test. The claim what he is making can be translated through technology into something concrete. And that is where, because the disadvantaged sections of the society, they are genuine. They are bona fide people who want things for the right purpose. But they are unable to prove the authenticity of the claims, because our financial system, we focus on the stock part, that what do you have? If the loan goes bad, whether you are having a house, whether you are having a land, which I can sell. But that is the worst possible outcome. Why should the loan go bad? Why not ensure that the loan is being used for the right purpose and he will repay? So what we are trying to do, we are trying to change how loans are being sanctioned. Instead of trying to make an assessment of what you have, we are trying to change it to what you are going to do with the money which I am going to give you. And if I am assured that the money which I am going to give you will be used for the right purpose, then I am going to shut my eye on 1 or 2 or 3 things which you are not fulfilling. As per my checklist. Let's say you don't own land, but you are ready to program the money which I am going to give you. The example which you gave, the startup wala part, right? If a banker had given a loan to startup, and instead of using it for the company purpose, he was buying a Harley Davidson motorcycle, right? So the bank has burnt his hands. So now he will be doubly cautious. Okay, I will not give money to any startup founder, anyone. So now he can do that. Now he can give the funds again, because he will say that this money is being given and it will definitely be used for this purpose. If not, otherwise it will come back to me. So this is a pilot wherein we started in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, wherein State Bank of India, they gave loans to around 500 farmers, and those were tenant farmers who have never received formal credit from a bank since independence, because all loans were being given to the land owners, right? Similarly, let's come to the example of the micro enterprise. Let's say the grocery shop owner. It is very difficult for him to go to a bank and get a loan, right? Because he does not have anything, any stock to show. So there are many government schemes where there is a mandate. There is a Mudra loan, there are so many loans. But we do not want to go into the mandate zone. That government is giving a mandate, hence you should give loan. Because that will remain only till there is a pressure. It will not be a sustainable model. And I think the key word over here is that sustainability. Rural livelihood, it is easy to create. If I am having 1,000 rupees, I will give to you, that person will create livelihood. But how to make it sustainable? Sustainability can only come if the funds are being used for productive activities and not for consumption. Someone who is very poor, at the first round, he will need money for consumption, he or she, right? Because the basic needs need to be met. But once the consumption needs are met, then they have to graduate to livelihood generation. I will give you another example. There is a pilot which is going on in Gujarat, G-Safal pilot. You can note it down. You can also Google it, GSAFAL. So it was in March that Honorable Prime Minister, he had launched the scheme in Gujarat. It was for giving livelihood component to the SHG women, self-help group women in Gujarat. So Prime Minister only told that now since you are giving money for livelihood, why don't you give it through programmable money? because it is for livelihood, then please ensure that the money is used by these women for creating some economic activity. Then only the money will give them returns. And now that scheme is being entirely implemented through programmable CBDC. Okay? So the technology over here is kind of enabling such borrowers who were never able to access the formal financial system. So I would just pause here. I will just check with sir, how much time I have remaining? Okay, great. So if there are any queries, any clarifications, any additional pointers, I would love to hear. Yes, sir, please.
Kindly let us know how it is possible for the RBI to see that the money is used only for that purpose, or will you be linking it through GST? The person who is selling fertilizer, only there we have to go and spend the money for fertilizer, or for example for health purpose, if a person is diabetic, the medication is only given for the diabetic medicine purpose, like that.
So, very interesting question. So how we are able to ensure that? See, the CBDC, we have made it interoperable with UPI, which means that from your CBDC app, you can scan any UPI QR in the country and the transaction will go through. So that is for normal transactions. I'm not talking about programmability. Now, programmability is having 4 parameters. One is that any QR which you see, which is kept on the counter of any shop, that QR has a merchant category code in the backend. So let's say any QR on a pharmacy shop will have an identifier that this QR belongs to a pharmacy shop. This QR belongs to a restaurant. This QR belongs to a liquor shop. So there are 1500 categories that all QRs are classified. So I can either whitelist some category or I can blacklist certain category, right? So that is as per the merchant category. Second thing is that let's say you want to create any closed loop solution, that in this scheme there are only 10 impaneled vendors. So I will create the address of those 10 QRs and then the money can be transacted only at those 10 QRs. This money can also function as per the longitude and latitude. So if I say that this money can be used only in Dakshin Kannada, so the moment you step out of Dakshin Kannada, the money will not work, right? And fourth and most important part is the expiry part. That if the money is not used by this due date, the money will come back to the sender. Right? So when I was taking this session in IIT Delhi, so this was the most, and this is not possible only for the government. Even you as an individual can give programmable money to the other person. So there was a very interesting thing which one of the students told over there, that this person never returns me the money what he takes me from on loan. So you can make it programmable, right? That after 30 days, the money will come back to you if you had not used it. So, you can play with it. There are few applications, where, like you can even give programmable money to each other. It is not just the government part. And I would request the college administration that, sir, we can also have, one online session in coming days, whenever everyone is comfortable, if they want a deep dive on this topic, because I have just introduced the concept to them. If they want any deep dive, so we can have a online session with the students as well, if they have any more queries, because most of them have understood about the concept for the first time, and I would not want them to just hear it once and forget. I would want them to understand it fully, and if at all it sounds useful, so we can have another deep dive session virtually as well, going ahead.
I'm Nalini, I'm from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So one benefit I just imagine through this programmable system, for an example, this microcredit or any other loans, some cases women can easily access to the loan. What the counterpart, like husband, does, pushing these women to get that loan for their purpose. So I think this would be the beneficial to monitor how and where the money goes. Second, is a question to me. if you are giving loan to the farmers, landless farmers, a female and a male. Male does only the farming work, but female, they have to look after children, cooking, cleaning. Maybe she doesn't have any male counterpart, and she has an elderly person also, sick person. But she want to take a loan and invest in farming activity. Do you program any repayment time period for her, especially affirmative actions, and also the interest rate? Because she's not doing only this, she's doing a lot of unpaid care work, which is not valued in our system. So do you have anything to show difference? It's not favorism, it's an affirmative action to looking at her context, her need, her issue, her plight, how many hours she spent on the farming activities. Do we have any facilities, like I'm looking at the rural communities, marginalized communities, especially women?
Yeah, so from the central bank side, we kind of give the lending targets to the banks. And giving loans to women is one of the targets that you have to give loan to them. So that is the only affirmative action which we have done. On the interest rate part, we do not prioritize, because then we are playing with the market forces. Because if we say that you give loan to this person at this particular interest, so therein RBI does not come into play, but there are certain government schemes which give subsidized loans to the women borrowers. So that is for women and also for senior citizens. So senior citizens, banks themselves give, but for women borrowers, there are government schemes. But RBI's policy as a central bank is that we want to give credit to certain segments, but we do not want to prescribe the interest rate, at what interest rate the bank should give, because then we are kind of meddling with the bank's economics. Because if banks is having any financial issue, they will say that since you asked us to give us the loan at this particular interest rate, so it created problem for us. Yeah. So that is there. So that kind of moratorium, or that kind of the cooling off period, that once the loan has been disbursed, so then you have an extended repayment period. That is there.
Sir, with respect to the NPA in banks, if a common person or a normal citizen, he does loan in rupees or thousands something, if it becomes NPA at bank, then bank pressurizes more to get back their amount. At the same time, when it comes to the corporate level, the big business tycoons, the bank liberalizes the same. What about your answer regarding this?
Yeah, so I hope there is no media here, right? And nothing to be quoted here. But see, even before, 10 years before, even opening a small scale bank account was not possible for a normal individual, before the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana came, right? So a banker will always want to deal with bigger entities, because with one loan, 1,000 crore loan, their entire targets are met, whatever targets they have. But here, if 1,000 crore loan is being given at a small scale, at let's say 1 lakh loan, so then you will need to deal with so many people, right? So operationally, it is always convenient that make more effort where you can fulfill your targets as compared to increasing your operational burden. And that is where, because banks are mostly profit-oriented institution, and that is how they should be. But it is the mandate of the government and RBI that they need to take care of the interest of the disadvantaged sections. And I'm very happy to say that the recovery practices, banks, we are tightening the rules for them. What we have found is that out of greed, when people take loans from the unauthorized fintech apps, right, which are not regulated by RBI at all, and then the kind of recovery practices those fintech apps undertake, that is beyond our imagination. They will find access to your contact list. They will start, calling your family members that this person has not repaid the loan. So those are completely, so that is a greater concern for us. Banks still we can control and we are controlling. But if someone is in need of a loan, they would download some app from the Play Store, which is not even an authorized entity, and they behave like a traditional money lenders. That if you don't pay the loan, they will call you 1,000 times a day. They will start calling your family members. They will post something on social media. They will blackmail you. They will do what not, right? So that is a greater concern which we are trying to deal with. And that is where technology is having a negative effect. That people can download an app, they can take loan from anywhere. But, law enforcement and RBI, we are working together on that.
Swapnil Sahu Bhargavji, good presentation. Just one maybe out of syllabus question. Before joining this teaching field, I was working as a research fellow, chair in rural banking and management. During that time, when I was visiting some farmers, I saw that some very serious farmers, whatever loan they have taken, they are seriously investing on agriculture. But some portion of farmer, particularly in Indian context, I mean this region, the loan taken by them were using some household expenditure or some marriages like this. See, we have seen over the years increasing number of suicides. And these suicides and, inefficient use of loan and their direct relationship with these two. So, just my, is it possible to educate the farming community while taking the loan? How efficiently utilize that loan and what is the actual rate of interest? See, many politicians, they say that, okay, we will give, so loan will be waived like that. So blindly they go and they harass and they force through the MLAs, MPs, they take the loan. So from bank side, as a, you're holding good position in bank. So is it to educate the bankers, particularly this nationalized bankers, to educate the farming community about the efficient utilization of these loans taken by them?
Right. That's a very valid point that ultimately they end up, even though they do not aware, they use it for consumption because consumption needs are always very urgent and productive needs are long term. Right? So if there is any health emergency, they will spend there and they will not be able to repay because they have already spent it for wedding, they have spent it for any health emergency. So what I feel that education is important, but if you program the money in the beginning itself, the possibility of misuse may stop. And the interest rate is, because for KCC loans, it is almost 4%. Because normal loans are at 12% or so. If you're taking a loan through KCC, it is 7%. If you do a prompt repayment, the actual interest rate comes down to 4%. So interest rate is of a lesser concern. In fact, it is the reverse. That these politicians, they say that you take loan and do not need to repay. Because I will get a loan waiver before the next election. So they take loan with the intention that I do not need to repay from a public sector bank because my politicians will take care of this repayment wala part. Which is not right. Which is not right because that kind of completely breaks the good faith between the bank and the farmer. So I think we have to work in that way. Right.
Can I ask one question? Sir, what you said that Indian banks never failed and Western countries banks failed, but which is not right because in Western countries, banks are in private sector. In India, all major banks are nationalized by the government. So in the past, many banks also faced crisis and they also incurred huge losses. Because of the government support, they survived. So that's why it's not proper to compare our system, which is extensively controlled by the government, with the banking system in the Western countries.
Correct. In fact, my point was that we do not allow the banks to fail. If we do not intervene, banks will fail. Banks may fail because they follow the normal market cycle, right? But we prioritize the depositor interest and we make those interventions. So if you are aware that when Yes Bank was in a very bad shape, which is a private bank, then SBI took ownership. They invested in Yes Bank. So they kind of nurtured Yes Bank for a few years. And now Yes Bank has got its own private investor. And now SBI is taking an exit. So you are completely right. Because we do not, because see, if one bank fails, notion will go that bank can fail. People will stop putting in money in the banks, right? So the greater trust is of preserving that trust is of much greater importance that we play an active role And that role is actively not played by the central banks in the West, because there they let the market forces act how it is supposed to be. Point very, very well noted. Completely correct.
Okay, sir,
Hello,
I had
sir.
a question.
My question is, if there is a NPR, repayment is not done,
Right.
whether while providing the loan, is there any collateral securities expected? Because you said that for the land, those who are not having the land, even for them also there is a provision to provide the fund.
Yeah, yeah.
So in that case, if there is a failure on the part of the farmer to pay the loan, how the recovery will be done? Because if there is no collateral security, then it will be the problem to the bank, no, sir?
Yeah, yeah. So, see, ultimately, it is about that once you are able to ensure that the fund has been used for a productive activity. Let's say he's actually started a business and that business failed, let's say in case of agriculture, then you have to also need to take those, if it is a known factor, then you should have known. If it is an unknown factor, like there is a natural calamity, right? There was a flood, there was a drought, and then the whole produce has failed. Then it has to be backed up by the insurance as well. So only programmability cannot help. It has to be backed up with the insurance component as well, so that you can take care of the unknowns. Known parts, the banker needs to take care. But the unknown part, this programmability has to be clubbed with insurance, so that unknown part we can take care.
Removing the physical form of currency.
No, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all. Not at all. In fact, we are trying to replicate whatever is there in physical currency, we want to replicate, but we have seen that physical currency by itself is going down. No merchant wants to do the change management. Nobody is having any chutta, right? Nobody is want to deal in the coins. So since everyone is now preferring to deal in digital, we also want to make cash digital. It's another thing that, you know, the concept of black money and all those things, that will also be unintended consequences, but those would be positive consequences only. Matlab, at least for the law-abiding people. For those who don't want to abide by the law, everything is a problem for them. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so the first thing what we are trying to do is that, we are trying to make it offline, which means that we started with a smartphone, but in my digital currencies app, I do not need internet. So let's say I'm on a hill, there is no internet coming. If there is just even the telecom connectivity, still the transaction would go through, right? So we are working on technologies that how even if the connectivity is not there in the rural and far-field areas, the transaction should go through, then only you will have the confidence कि जैसे मैं cash I can give anywhere. I don't need to seek internet आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है. Similarly, I should not bother that whether internet is coming or not. I should be able to make the transaction. Smartphone is still a requirement that we understand. So I think we are exceeding time. So, yeah.
If the digital currency are programmable and the transactions can be controllable, don't you think that our money is being under control by someone else, and it is they are deciding where we should spend it? And like at the point, if the upcoming government wants to control us, then they can easily control our finance, and by that they can control us, right?
When we are talking about programmability, one thing we need to understand is that it is going to come only in such places where both parties are already giving a consent. So let's say if you have enrolled for a government scheme, you say that I want this money, I want to apply for this scheme, and that money is public money. Then yes, government wants to control that this money should not be used to buy liquor. This money should be used for health, because you have applied for the scheme. Similarly, when you are applying for a bank loan, then you are already giving a commitment that I want to use this to set up a factory. And if the bank gives you a loan which can be used only for setting a factory, that is not controlling. But whatever salary you are getting from your company, that is not programmable, because that is your money. So what is your money, that will always remain purpose-free. What is public money and what is a money which is coming out of a loan, that they already have the right to make it programmable. We are just converting that through technology.
Yes, sir. We just felt transacting with the RBI rather with Swapnil, sir. Thank you for your great and insightful session. I would like to call upon the beloved principal of the institution, Professor Vishwanatha P., to honor Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav, AGM, Regional Office, RBI Bangalore. On behalf of the institution as well the conference organizing committee, a very great thanks to Mr. Swapnil Shanu Bhargav for gracing the occasion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, all of you. Now we are moving to the next second technical session of the day. May I now request Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty to escort Professor Ramesh Salyan onto the dais.
ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಇದೆ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ.
Om Shri Manjunataya Namaha. Distinguished guests and participants, we are now proceeding to the second technical session of the day 2 of our international conference on rural livelihoods and sustainability, a global perspective. For this session, we are honored to have our resource person, Professor Ramesh Salyan, Professor of Economics at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Before I hand over the session to him, I would like to briefly introduce about Professor Ramesh Salyan. Born and raised in Hirebandadi, a place in Uppinangadi, Dakshina Kannada district, Professor Salyan earned his Masters, MPhil and PhD in Economics from Mangalore University. He began his career as a research fellow at Mangalore University and served as an assistant professor at this very college for 6 years. Driven by his strong academic accomplishments, he was appointed as assistant professor at Tumkur University, where he served in various prestigious capacities, including Director of Research and Deputy Registrar. For the past 3 years, he has been serving as the Professor of Economics at one of the prestigious universities of our nation, JNU, New Delhi. Professor Salyan has completed 14 faculty development programs, served as the principal investigator for 2 research projects funded by ICSSR and UGC. He has successfully guided several doctoral candidates, published over 60 articles in reputed journals, and shared his expertise as a resource person at numerous national and international conferences. He also serves as an academic mentor to several prestigious universities such as Arun Jaitley National Institute of Financial Management, Faridabad, National Academy of Audits and Accounts, Shimla, Institute for Studies in Industrial Development, Institutional Area, New Delhi, across the country, and in several other institutions across the country. Sir, we are truly proud of your achievements. We pray for your continued good health and further success in all your academic endeavors. On behalf of everyone gathered here, I feel extremely happy to extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. May I now request Professor Sharath Chandra to welcome him florally with a bouquet. Professor Ramesh Salyan is going to deliver a topic on ICT-driven transformation, bridging digital divides for rural livelihoods in India. The session is now over to you, sir.
Hello. Namaste. Good morning. From last 2 days, from yesterday onwards, we started the conference with happiness economics. It's a very interesting topic because I was at the State University system, professor, we are fixed to only few subjects. So every 2 years we have to teach microeconomics, macroeconomics, international economics, public economics, keep on changing subjects. After joining JNU, now I am thinking about, okay, we are, finding new areas. I started to teach health economics. Then one more paper, evolution of Indian economy. When I started to teach health economics, then I realized the importance of happiness economics. Is the one thing. Psychology, happiness economics, okay? And many aspects that we can discuss later. So, I'm touching the core subject of the conference. This is about rural livelihood, okay? And for that, I'm giving some connection of technological advancement, technological transformation taken place over the years. It is totally Indian context and regional context also. Regional context. Because I belongs to this district, I know the very nature of this rural people of this district. I know the rural livelihoods, okay? So, why I am restricting my studies to my research to India? See, if you have gone through the W.W. Rosto's stages of economic development, there are 5 stages. Primitive stage, what we call traditional stage, followed by free condition for takeoff, then takeoff, drive to maturity, and 5th one, the age of high mass consumption. All these 5 stages you can see in India even today. All these 5 stages. That primitive stage, it appears. Condition for takeoff, that appears. Takeoff appears. See, if you come to Delhi, if 10 cars are moving on the road, out of 10 cars, 6 cars are cost more than 1 crore. 1 crore rupees. Out of 6 cars. Two idlis, I have to pay 200 rupees in Delhi. 1 masala dosa, 1 tuppa dosa, I have to pay 350 rupees. That too, I have to travel 10 kilometers from my hometown. I mean, my residence. To buy that. This is the condition in India. You could see the posh locality of California. You could see the the worst condition of, Cambodia or Zimbabwe or Nigeria or Somalia, even in India, some areas. Just last January 7th to 10th, I was in Jodhpur, Rajasthan for conference. Then next week, 16th to 20, I was in Bodh Gaya. Different parts, one is in Bihar, one is in Rajasthan. Again, today I'm in Karnataka, my home district. See, I could sense the gap, the development gap, the prosperity gap. Yeah, development gap. Okay, so now the question is, PPT ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಬರಲಿ. There is a paper, Evolution of Indian Economy. So I wanted to teach that paper in JNU. Already there is a well-structured syllabus to teach Evolution of Indian Economy. Then when I studied that syllabus, it is mentioned about the problems during the colonial period and post-colonial period. I discussed in the class, because I have the autonomy, I can teach, only we have to retain the title. I said, I requested my student, dear students, I don't want to teach 1947 onwards Indian economy. I don't want to teach colonial period Indian economy. Please let us go through that, back to that pre-colonial period Indian economy. For that, I gave them 2-3 references. The one very first references which I have started, 2024 Nobel laureates, Darren Acemoglu, Johnson and Robinson. They wrote one book, Why Nations Fail. It's available. Please go through that book. You must read that one. You must, every student of economics, sociology, commerce, or any person, you must read that book. Why Nations Fail. Nations fail, and they're asking, so if you're good in institutional economics, why some countries are rich, why some countries are poor? Their core question, why some countries are rich, why there is inequality exist? They proved wrong many theories. Inequality exists not because of geographical condition. Inequality exists not because of, culture, gender, regions. Okay? Inequality exists for the reason for that, institutions. Good institutions and bad institutions. Inclusive institutions and extractive institutions. Virtuous cycles into vicious cycles. It's a very beautiful concept. See, if any Indian says about this, okay, India's fast was very good, we are like that, we are like this. People say, I think he is Indian, he is biased. After 2014, everybody praising India. After Modi government came to India, everybody praising India. No. This statement given by Nobel laureate, 2004, is available. Go to www.nobel.org.in. You'll get beautiful, that I have that gist of that entire paper. If time permits, I can present. The second one, Angus Madison ka, 2002 and 2004, they published one book, World Economy. This is available, Google. You can Google it anytime, you can download. 2 volumes. One is statistical data about GDP and population over the years they have mentioned. Another one, GDP ka. In that, if time permits, I will discuss about that also. They have explained how beautiful the economic and the prosperity of India and China. Okay? 50% of GDP lies in India and China's hand. 50% of all GDP lies in India and China's hand. That we can discuss later. Okay? So, before discussing my core topic, let me introduce a few of key words of this conference, because there are many youngsters young students are there. Guys, keeping in mind you people, let us discuss some of the key topics. So one is information and communication technology that I'll come to later for rural prosperity and how we are also knowledge economy. We are also called as orange economy. Okay. Then I have given some statistics about that. Please go through that. Then rural population. This is very important. Why rural population, urban? Why this division? Rural and urban division. At world level, at global level, why this rural and urban division? What are the objective of this? Why they have to divide rural and urban? Because usual is a common sense. People say that urban areas are more developed, they have more infrastructure, hospitals, colleges, accessibility, everything. Rural areas, no approach roads, no facilities, no health, no sanitation, no basic physical infrastructure. It is a common sense. And majority of the people are working in the farm. Farming is the main occupation. Variety of occupations there. Agro-based, non-agro-based, agricultural, many. Forestry, fishing. That that why we divide rural and urban. Urban is they're more advanced, empowered. Rural is not empowered. Okay? Innocent people. That. So we have some statistics. Please go through that statistics. I can share the PPT later stage. Okay? So this is the statistics how in South Asia, 63.64% of the population resides in rural regions, whilst more than 57% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa lives in similar areas. Now, Africa and Asia. See this, I am very much concerned about African regions nowadays. Even Europeans are exploiting African regions. Even 90% of malaria cases reporting from African regions. Deaths reporting from malaria African regions. But even World Health Organization failed to meet their demand. During COVID-19, India helped them, not the global, not the developed American. When these poor nations approached American Joe Biden, he said, no, I want to produce 100 crore units of Covishield for my citizens. Then only I will distribute to others. But in India, Covaxin and Covishield we manufactured and distributed all African regions. Okay, these two are very poor regions. Okay, that again you can distinguish the economic, social, political condition of South Asian regions and African regions. African regions. I am asking my students to concentrate more and more on African regions, not in these regions, because this region is well off nowadays. Okay, then. Next one, rural population. The statistics we are having about rural population. So, yes. Then rural livelihood. What is rural livelihood? What is rural livelihood? Okay. So, rural livelihood forms foundation of human survival and well-being. Encompasses the diverse ways people secure their basic needs and maintain their quality of life. What is quality of life? What are the determinants of quality of life? That you have to study. I have no time to explain that. What is quality of life? What are the determinants of quality of life in urban area? What are the determinants of quality of life in a rural area? That you have to discuss, that you have to identify, answers for that. Then livelihood represents a comprehensive system of economic activities, resources and capabilities that individuals and community use to make a living. Individuals and community. Individual is part of the community. Okay? Individual and community. Now you have to connect community and livelihood, community and well-being. You have to connect. It is your responsibility. You can work on that. Okay? Then, again, a very important concept, sustainability. Sustainability. See, after World War II, 1945 onwards, the world concentrating more on establishing International Monetary Fund to promote the trade among the nations, establishing GATT, General Agreement, Trade and Tariff, again to promote the trade among the nations, World Bank, IIBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, okay? Then such organizations, international financial corporations, okay? Then no doubt they also started World Health Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization over the days. But nobody is seriously worried about sustainable development. Sustainable development. So only 1987, if you read Our Common Future, that book is available online. Please read that report, Bulletin report. You'll come to know about our common future. They explain the concept, sustainability development. Sustainability, the long-term visibility, okay? Sustainability is understood as a form of, that is intergenerational ethics, in which the environmental and economic actions taken by present persons. Note the point. The environmental and economic actions taken by present persons do not diminish the opportunities of future persons to enjoy similar levels of wealth, utility, and welfare. Now, majority of you youngsters belong to Dakshina Kannada district, Udupi district. Okay, so for a family, I think 1,000, 2,000 arecanut plants enough. 1 kg of arecanut cost 500, 450, 500 rupees. For a family, 1,000, 2,000, maximum 3,000 arecanut plants are okay. Why are you planting 10,000, 15,000 arecanut plants? Why are you deforestation is taking place? Mass deforestation taking place in this region. Mass deforestation taking place in this Dakshina Kannada, Udupi, Kodagu, Chikmagaluru district. For what? To grow commercial crop. Now, what are you going to save your future generation? Is there sustainability? What are you going to save your future generation? When I come to my district, I take a two-wheeler and around 20 kilometer villages I'll go to see how is the rural condition at present. Okay? Only arecanut plants. Wherever you know coconut, arecanut plants. Even people are destroying rubber and planting arecanut. When they realize that there's no value for rubber price has come down, they are going for arecanut. People are suffering from cancer in large scale, northern part. Okay, in Delhi, more than 3 crore people are there in Delhi. All Uber, Ola, all these gig workers, your Zepto workers, your Blinkit workers, your Amazon workers, all these big basket workers, okay, Insta boys, they consume this gudka, this large scale. Not we are not consuming, but we are manufacturing, we are producing, and the black market also they add something, some kind which will stimulate their activity. That, okay. So this is one region. So where is the sustainability? Where is sustainability? Okay, to enjoy the similar whatever wealth, utility, welfare you are enjoying here, that must be enjoyed by your future generation also. This you have to note the point. Okay? Then again sustainability is the sustainable yield. Sustainable yield. Sustainable yield. We apply chemicals. Within 2 years you have to produce 10 quintals, 15 quintals. In one coconut tree we should get 400 coconut number. The average capacity is 150. But by applying more and more chemical, okay, fertilizer, you are expecting it should produce 200 plants. One arecanut plant, it should produce not 10 kg, it should produce 20 kg of arecanut. This is our greed, okay? Sustainable yield, sustainable society, and sustainable development. Sustainable society. Sustainable society. Again, one more study in Dakshina Kannada, Udupi district. Again, one more study in Dakshina Kannada, Udupi district. Society is not sustainable because of increasing in income. No, when there is poverty, when there is agrarian, total agricultural economy, there were joint families in Dakshina Kannada, Udupi districts. Now, number of nuclear families increasing. The people, those who are having land in agricultural activities in Beltangadi, Putturu, Bantwala, they purchase apartments in Mangalore. From my hometown to Mangalore, 40-45 kilometers. Why can't I stay in my hometown? I am not staying in my hometown. I buy a flat at Mangalore. It's happening. Do some survey. Do some survey. Nobody is ready to travel from Uppinangadi to Mangalore, Guruvankere to Mangalore, Ujire to Mangalore. No, we need a flat. Okay? So you are investing 1 crore, 2 crore for a plant. Where is the sustainable community nowadays? Is it possible to find sustainable community in rural areas in coming days? Okay? Then, next, digital literacy. All these keywords I am giving to the younger generation. All the younger generation or student community, you should go deep into these subjects. Digital literacy. So, the ability of individuals and communities to understand and use digital technologies for meaningful actions. For meaningful actions. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. See, don't just read the definition. You should understand the definition. For meaningful actions. Okay? Within life situations. For meaningful actions within life situations. Okay? Any individual who can operate computer or laptop, tablets, or smartphone and use other IT related tools is being considered as a digital literate. Another one, digital divide. It's very important concept. Okay? So if you study more about digital divide, there is World Development Report particularly on digital divide. Maybe it is available, just you click digital divide, World Development Report. So you'll get enormous knowledge about what is digital divide. So they have provided the global picture about that. This is very important. You should understand these basic keywords, young generation, for you. Okay? So that describes the fact that the world can be divided into people who have and people who don't have access to, and the capability to use modern information technology such as the telephone, television or the internet and take advantage of their usage. It's a good definition, good meaningful definition. So that I have given some. So digital divide exists between those in cities and those in rural areas. It also exists between the educated and the uneducated, between economic classes and between the more and less industrially developed nations. Okay? That also you should study. Yeah, that term. You'll get all this information is not my original. I have taken by World Development Report and OECD report and Press Bureau of India, this publication, and Ministry of Information and Communication Technology that I have taken. Household business and that definite gap between individuals, households, business, and that please go through that. So such differences are more prominent among rural and urban population, poor and rich people, and among developing and developed countries across the world, globe. Okay, digital divide exists based on the race. Digital divide exists based on the race, gender, geography, economic status, and physical ability in skills, knowledge, and ability to use information and other technologies. Okay. That then Digital India. Let us come to the core issue of the core topic of the day. So Digital India initiation started after 2014 onwards. Actually not 14 onwards, when in 1999 onwards, I think in India was very serious. It established a Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. In the year 1999 in India, the government established one separate ministry for this, the Ministry for Information and Communication Technology, by keeping in mind to provide the digital literacy. Okay, this is one thing. Along with that, same year, the government has started Gramin Sadak Yojana. Gramin Sadak Yojana. The main objective of Gramin Sadak Yojana is building very strong approach roads to every villages. Not distributing some animals to the farmers, you develop. No. Construction of roads, you grow, sell it, go to the market and sell it. In that purpose, they constructed Gramina Sadak Yojana. Every village must get one sound road, one very good approach road to transport their produce. Okay, these two initiations, I think during that time it was Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, I think. Okay, so this digital India started in 2015. Then the progress thereafter. Then the technology-driven change has become this one. And 1981, with the establishment of one more 1981, NIC, National Informatics Center. National Informatics Center, it is working very seriously. Almost all agriculture-related websites designed by NIC. Almost all. If you go through a web page to download any information, everything is prepared by the National Informatics Center, and it comes under the Ministry of Communication Technology. And the very important development taken place in India after this one, computerization of land records. Computerization of land records. This has increased rural livelihood a lot. Okay? No farmers exploitation by the panchayats or taluk office or taluk level offices. So any farmer, he can download his land records sitting at home. Okay? Computerized land record, public grievance redress monitoring system. Okay? That is very interesting. Distance learning program, computation of taluka level, creation of statewide area network, video conferencing, training programs for creating awareness, etc. have been undertaken. All this, what I have mentioned here, are seriously implemented in India. Even the many agriculture universities, they are giving training to the farming community. They are giving training to the farming community about soil testing and the intercropping, okay, crop diversification, and application of fertilizers, pesticides, the side effect of applying pesticides and fertilizers. Precautions must be taken by a farmer before applying pesticides and chemicals. All these are available. Next one. So ICT draft development. This is this is a definition of information and communication technology. Okay. Radio, television, telephone, email, postal services, mobile phones, pagers, instant messaging platform, and the internet. ICT means, now a young generation, you say that ICT means, okay, all mobile phones or internet, World Wide Web, or 5G, 4G, Internet of Things. There are many things, okay? But penetration level, this is very important. 5.5 billion people, or 67.5% of the global population, use the internet. India has 81.3 million internet users. 1 million means 10 lakh. 81.3 million internet users, trailing only China. China has 1.1 billion, 110 crore people. In China, out of 140 people, 110 crore people are using internet. Okay? United States, 311.3 million people. I mean, but population is just 34 crores, USA, 34 crores. Global internet penetration stands 66.2%. Okay, super majority where 2/3 of the population is connected. An average individual spends 6 hours and 35 minutes daily online. On average, individuals spend 6 hours and 31 minutes daily online. It shows the dependency of the new technology. Okay? 95.9% of internet users use smartphones to browse the internet. Okay? Then social media engages 95% of internet users. Then, top 10 countries with the highest number of global internet users: China, India, US, Indonesia, Pakistan, Brazil, Nigeria, Russia, Bangladesh, Japan. So interesting fact that even this Pakistan or Nigeria, all these, Bangladesh are very backward economies, but when it comes to penetration, they stands good. Pakistan, Nigeria, and Bangladesh are very backward economies. See the percentage also, you could see the percentage. Then countries with the highest digital penetration, again, it starts from Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, United States, Emirates, Ireland, Sweden, Finland, United Kingdom, Malaysia, South Korea, Australia, Belgium, and Spain. Okay? And this is important, unconnected population. So in unconnected population, again, the rural people of India. Okay? So India, 47.60% people are unconnected. That too, India is in the first position, followed by China, Pakistan, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Bangladesh. Because of the huge population, it comes first. Okay. Then, yes, now, technology adoption. Okay. So I think same data I have given already. This is interesting. So India is a young country. The average age of Indians is 27.6 years. So we call India is a young nation. Okay? Average age, 27.6 years, the median age. So 95.7% aged 25 to 24 years use mobile phones, compared with 97% in urban areas. Okay? Rural area 95%, urban area 97%. 99.5% of the population rural area is covered by 4G. 4G. In urban areas, 99.8% of the population has a 4G. This is from Press Bureau of India. I have taken this data. The rural areas among those aged 15 to 24 years, 82.1% now have internet access. Okay? So, indicating a shift towards a more connected generation. Okay? Then likewise, there are many data is available. Please go through that. Then, these are some very important initiation taken by the Government of India. So, Digital India Initiative, various technology-led startups and innovation schemes such as technology incubation and development of entrepreneurs, GenNest support for innovative startups, domain-specific centers of excellence, and next generation incubation schemes. All these are the new initiation taken by the government: fiber cable, optical fiber cable, and Universal Service Obligation Fund. Okay? Then India BPO promotion scheme. There are many schemes initiated by the Government of India to promote Digital India scheme. Please go through this one, okay? Then government initiatives again, Aadhaar number. This is a very important. So Aadhaar number. So Aadhaar number is digitally connected. Your income tax payers, it is connected. Bank account, it is connected. Direct transfer benefit, it is connected. Now there is one new scheme, Narega. Narega is replaced by VB Ram scheme. The main objective of Narega, VB Ram scheme, even I know the weakness of the Narega scheme. I conducted many study and I cannot disclose all these things here. VB Ram scheme, okay? So I think you have to provide proof for every work. You have to provide proof for every work carried out under VB Ram, Narega scheme. Earlier you need not provide. Simply you should upload a photograph. You can bring 5 JCBs. You can ask 20 people to stay, not JCBs. You can bring in a tempo 10 workers. You can ask them to dig the, dig for planting arecanet, and you can upload a photograph. That's all. Now it is not like that. To prevent corruption, to prevent large-scale corruption. So decentralization of power, not decentralization of corruption. So we have to stop decentralization of corruption. So to establish, to strengthen the decentralization of power, the government has changed the name Narega into VB. In that features, because I've just had a glance on that, I had to go through that, the benefits of that and the advantages of VB scheme. Okay, that's very important. People adopt internet and PM Kisan, money directly transferred to bank account. And when Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, he openly said that if we give 100 rupees to one panchayat, only 15 rupees will reach to panchayat. Again, 85 rupees will be, misused by that. So now direct transfer benefit from central fund is directly transferred to the panchayat office. That money is controlled by the PDOs. That's why there is always fight between PDO and the panchayat members and the president. Why the panchayat member, they fight? Because the money is controlled by whom? PDOs. He is the main authority. But okay, he may not, sometimes the sincere PDOs, they won't agree with this decision taken by the Panchayat Council meeting. Okay, so there are some other schemes, other numbers. Then, some of the very important initiatives taken by, I don't want to mention all the initiatives, there are plenty. The beautiful examples, one I have studied in the year 2001. When I was pursuing my PhD, I visited Varna Wired village of Maharashtra. It was an initiation started by National Informatics Center, Maharashtra government, Kolhapura Cooperative Society. In 70 villages, they established kiosk. Okay, by establishing that, the sugarcane cultivators, they're transporting sugarcane from field to the factory. Okay, there is automation. Okay, so the total quantity of sugarcane they supply to that factory, the price they received, so immediately they get the message through online messages. Okay. Then second one, in Dakshina Kannada district and Udupi district, and in entire Karnataka and entire India, Milk Producers Union. So you can, adulteration has reduced, the fat content in the milk, water content in the milk, quality of the milk, the price, everything is now digitalized. Everything is digitalized. The money directly goes to your bank account. This is the beauty in beauty, okay? Then there are many initiatives in India. Second one, I visited MS Swaminathan's Info Villages in Chennai. MS Swaminathan Info Villages, that too started in 1999-2000. So they were giving training to, warning to the fishermen community. Fishermen community. See, this is the beauty of this community, the use of technology. The one more very interesting technology adoption I observed, I visited some fishermen. In 2003, these fishermen were using 3 technologies. There were deep sea fishing and boat using. Boat means morning 2 a.m. they had to go for fishing. They'll come by 4-5 evening. And whatever fish comes, but fresh fish, they sell it. But deep sea fishing, they had to go for 9 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10 days. And fishermen were using one equipment called sonar. Sonar is what? It is called fish finder. Fish finder is what? It identifies school of fishing. School of fish. School of fish means different categories of fish. You know, bangude, butai, anjal anta ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗೆ different categories of fish. So what they do, they identify valued fish, for example, costly fish, and they catch that fish. Okay? So then they use GPS technology. Maximum they can go for 200 naughty mile for fishing. They were using GPS technology, they were using sonar, and by using mobile phone, they are identifying market, Gulf country market. Every day 3 flights are moving to Gulf. Fresh fish, even from Mangalore, even from Kerala, it's supplied to Delhi. It's supplied to Delhi. Okay? This is the beauty of that. And there are some other ENAM and World Agriculture Info. This is very important. This is very beautiful. World Agriculture Information Center. Okay? Then Farmer Portal, Ag Market, Kisan Call Centers, Kisan Raita, Kisan Suvidha. There are many schemes. Yam Kisan, National E-Governance. This National E-Governance Plan. Okay? Nincard, Revago, Gyandut and Bhumi project. So almost every farmer in Karnataka and India are using Gyandut and Bhumi project. And one more, www.raitamitra.com, that also available. eChoppal, Indian Tobacco Company, ITC ka eChoppal, very old initiation. Okay? Then now purpose of using technology in rural areas. Purpose, already I mentioned that 74.9% can now send basic messages, a key step towards embracing digital communication. So digital competence grows, rural youth are tackling more complex tasks. Okay? It's the youth, rural youth. Content creators. You can find more number of content creators in rural India. Okay? Content creators. About, there you got for new chefs and new way of plantation, new way of, new types of agricultural practices. All content creators are available. The use of internet information searches is also increases. Okay, some data that I will share the data with you. Then reskilling and future projection. So automation demands upskilling for rural workers, transition to digital roles. 63% of Indian workers need reskilling by 2030. It's very important. 63%. World Economic Forum predicts 170 million new jobs, offsetting 92 million losses. Okay, rural tech jobs offer higher median income. Then 30% of Indian business adopt skill-based hiring, up from global 19%, favoring rural talent in digital, agricultural, and services. Okay, then skill development and digital literacy, that one, entrepreneurship and market access, sustainability and resilience, and employment and job creation, that also. So India's workforce is shift towards digital and flexible roles. And 17 crore jobs over 6 years into 2025. Okay, then projected 1.28 crore new jobs in 2026. Okay, so AI and emerging tech potentially boosting rural tech employment. Rural unemployment fell to 4.5% for males in August 2025. It's very interesting point. Aided by self-employment rise to 58%. Then, high-speed internet, 5G rollout, and Internet of Things networks as enablers. There's one more concept, Internet of Good Things, that also you can study. Enablers for remote areas, reducing urban-rural divides. Technological applications, precision farming, drones, AI, like this. Financial inclusion and e-payments. Digital wallet, fintech solutions like UPI. So one of the very success story of India is digital payment for even rural areas, and more interestingly, education doesn't matter, qualification doesn't matter. Even I was in very backward district. I was working as an assistant professor in very backward district of Tumkur. In Nanjundappa committee report, Tumkur is a very backward district. But in that district, I saw, women vendors, they're doing business. Okay, even that district is rich in flower cultivation and vegetable cultivation. Women, okay, they were selling vegetables. Then they're taking loan from the bank with using QR codes. And it's a women empowerment. It's a beauty. Okay. Then, obstacles with the mitigation strategies. Again, there is digital divide, in India. Social cultural resistance. Then data privacy and equity. So these some of the challenges I have highlighted here. Okay. Then literacy rate, low literacy rate. So we claim that our literacy rate is good, but literacy means not just writing your name or you can reading and writing, but understanding the day-to-day happenings. Okay, whatever the new technologies have come. But one good thing I have seen from last 2-3 days by visiting some villages, because of labor shortage, severe labor shortage in this district. Okay, almost all Arecanut plants they had CCTVs, and almost Arecanut farmers are using remote control of sprinklers. Okay, for example, if I'm having a 12 acres of Arecanut plant, by sitting in Delhi, I can operate the sprinkler. By sitting at New Delhi, I can operate. I need not rely on that. And it will change the gate wall also. Not only awning sprinklers, pump set awning, it will change the gate wall of that. Gate wall means, giving direction to the water to flow. It can change that. This is the beauty of the technology adoption. So technology adoption, the beauty of Indians, I think you know that whatever 1943 Bengal famine happened, it was not happened, it created by Britishers. While 38 lakh people died in Bengal due to starvation, it is not because of our fault. That situation created by the Britishers or the colonizers, the way colonizers exploited our land, resources, how Britishers attained green industrial revolution because of the proper money, because of the resource taken by us. Why Muhammad Ghazni came 17 times to take away the resources, to take away the gold, not in love with Indians. To 17 times why he came. Okay, so Britishers, they made. That's why the Nobel laureate said, inclusive institutions and extractive institutions. Inclusive institutions, they always keep in mind to develop a nation. Okay, virtuous institutions we call. The vicious institutions which Britishers created in India, they damaged our very life. They created exploitation. Who started? Britishers, Jamindari system. By implementing Jamindari system, these Jamindars exploiting the farmers to extract revenue from them. Who created the capitalist in India? That too by the colonial forces. Okay, so that you'll get, I'll give you plenty of literature on that. The way that people, just read Angus Maddison and Why Nations Fail of Darren Acemoglu. That too is enough. See, 1941, I said 38 lakh people died due to starvation. Okay? 1951, our population was just 32 crores Indian population. Our food grain production was just 55 million tons. 1965, when Lal Bahadur Shastri said, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, he boosted the farmers' mentality. Okay? In 1966, we implemented Green Revolution, high yielding variety program. In 1969, our agricultural production came to 178 million tons. 178 million tons. Today, our agricultural production 230 million tons because of the rural participation. Because of the 230 million tons, our agriculture, maybe we are using genetically modified crops, that's secondary, but 230, today we are able to, India is able to give free food to the people. We have 140 crore people, we are able to give free food to the people. See, but people are highly receptive to the new technology. Only initiation needed taken by. Because already we developed a nation. We are poor because of Britishers. We are poor because of colonizers. We are a very happy nation in the world. We spoiled everything. We spoiled our rural livelihoods because of the Britishers. I mean, not Britishers, colonizers. Okay? That, I have no time, I can prove that also with my theories. Okay? So, these are some obstacles. Okay? This one, AI, speaking more about AI. But, okay? Then policy framework, I have given some policy frameworks, please go through that. Then that one, finally, this crisis forced us to fundamental question, yeah, why economic growth alone is sufficient to ensure prosperity? So, when you read Kautilya's Arthashastra, or I have some other literature about very old literature, Shukraniti Sara, a political economy test at the cusp of Indian kingdoms and colonial rules. This professor is teaching in Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, one of the prestigious B school in India. They teach, but we are not teaching all these things. We are not teaching, okay? And one more very interesting, by indigenous and colonial origins of comparative economic development, a case of colonial India and Africa. This is C.A. Bailey. This is the policy research working paper published by World Bank. Okay, policy research working paper. And more interestingly, one more paper from Taylor and Francis, about Vijayanagara Kingdom, the economy of Vijayanagara Kingdom. Okay, so almost all good literatures are published by not by Indians. Okay, so only one very good article you will find, India divided by Radhakrishna. He has mentioned that how the fertile soil of India, Bangladesh and Pakistan has taken over the fertile soil. Radhakrishna's India divide. So there are very good number of literatures to prove your thought about how India was, how the rural livelihood was beautiful. Okay, now again we have to revive that. So good thing is happening in these districts in the name of Bhutaradhana. The good thing is happening in the name of Nagaradhana. Nagaradhana is nothing but, this is a mitigation level, we need not speak about climate change, global warming. If you understand the Nagaradhana, if you understand the Bhutaradhana of this district, okay, then you need not find solutions for your global climate change or environmental degradation. Okay, so India is a beautiful country. So rural livelihood, only one thing that we have to build our theories, we have to build our development concept from studying the past, not during the colonial period and after colonial period. The biggest problem, the writers, the scholars, after independence, some people, they are in favor of colonial people. Some are praising the rulers of India after 1947, who are the prime ministers. And some have given some communal touch, caste touch to our development studies. Actually, you see, I am taking the daring step of teaching evolution of Indian economy at JNU. I am taking that. Even my students are accepting that. Whatever I teach about Vijayanagara Kingdom, or India's Kautilya's Arthashastra, that they are accepting this. Region-wise, students studying in Uttar Pradesh is very large. Uttar Pradesh, rural areas comes under Jamindari system. Rural areas comes under Raitwari system. The people, difference in people's happiness. How happy people are in Raitwari system, how people were happy in Jamindari system. Jamindari system is more exploitative. Jamindari system. Raitwari system is okay. Mahalwari system, one more. Okay? So, that's all about, I have time? If I have time, I can go for 10 more minutes. We can have a discussion. Okay. So, that I wanted to discuss this, but I changed my direction totally. After yesterday, listening Professor FNS of Economics, even I have changed my mindset. Now I am not teaching economics. I don't like to teach micro, macro, international economics, Professor. I am teaching health economics, psychological issues, mental issues, happiness. Happiness lies in what? not in material happiness. Not material happiness. Okay? So, in the happiness of the subject lies the happiness of the king. You will find it in the Arthashastra. Kautilya's Arthashastra. So, king means what? King. That king itself is inclusive growth, inclusive development. The king. Okay? So, this allies closely with the modern ideas of welfare economics. Long before Adam Smith and Keynes, we spoke about that. Indians, we spoke about that. Inclusive growth and livelihood security. That Indian economic thought places a strong emphasis on livelihood security. Livelihood security. See, in India, when I was in Tumkur, sir, they're generating income for our future generation. For another 10 generations, they have hoarded income. And marriages are happening within the family because property should not go to the third person. Third person. Okay? Then fair wages, adulteration, wrong weight, weighing, cheating in weighing. For that punishment also available in Arthashastra. You read Kautilya's Arthashastra. I have no time to speak all these things. I have literature about that. Okay? Then protection of farmers and artisans, regulation of markets. The village economy was designed to self-sufficient yet interconnected, reducing extreme dependence and vulnerability. From a modern perspective, this resembles sustainable development, decentralized economic planning, local value chains. Okay? Today's global world where supply chains are fragile, these ideas are again becoming relevant in India. So, this is my presentation. Actually, I don't give such kind of lectures because, I have changed my mindset totally. So now I want to concentrate when we speak about Vikasit Bharat. When there is 140 crore population, what Elon Musk says that in next 20 years there will be no poverty, he says that. I don't know. Elon Musk says that you don't save money. I don't agree with him. You don't save money. Why are you investing in insurance? But in 10, 20 years there is no poverty at all. He says, okay, that's different thing. But we do not know. In 2001, 2010, 2012, there is only one mobile, Nokia. Then 2013, Samsung came. Now see the development. There were no mobile shops in 2010, 11. Today, see the new way of employment created. Next 5 years, we do not know what type of employment will come. Even that, FMGs, they have entered rural areas also. Okay, like this. So, let India the Vishwaguru to the world. Okay, so if any questions, let us have some discussions. One, before that, any commerce students, economics students, business management students, you start your studies from 1,600 years back literature. Find some literature. Okay, 1,600 back literature you find, and colonial period literature you find, and post-colonial period literature you find. These two. Please don't concentrate only on post-colonial period literature and colonial period literature. Don't make judgment on the basis of colonial period literature and post-colonial period literature. Please go back to the pre-colonial period literature. On the pre-colonial period literature about Indian economy, Indian rural life, Indian rural livelihood is the foundation for your argument. Your argument for any economic theories. Yes, madam.
Thank you so much for enlightening, interesting presentation, which aligned with my presentation, and professors, is connecting. I have not suggestion, my comments, and one suggestion or two. And I would be very happy to listen to some statistics about disaggregated data when it's coming to digital divide, how many people are using connectivity. And because when we take disaggregated data, within that connectivity, we can see the marginalized group is not using the technology or mobile phone, one thing. And the second thing about, you were mentioning that we can water from Delhi to here. This digital platform, we get a device. And on that aspect, I want to say, this is in a way, is a good, but it will create poor become poorer and rich become richer, because this kind of facilities can't be used all the time by the poor locally. Rich will, buy the land, so farming the land somewhere from, and they will use. That's my comment. And the third thing about is here, it's not fair wage. We need to use the word a living wage. Fair wage is not can't be measured. People will change, but living wage is exactly what is the cost of living, what I need and what I get. To get a decent food and decent life, we need living wage, because we are using the term living wage in the meaning. And the digital divide is a huge issue now. When it's coming to, you explain, the infrastructure is we don't have, even though we are calling, and it's creating division, and it widening inequality within our society. And one more, it's not a comment, actually it's worth adding. One question you were asking, like, is economic growth is enough for the prosperity? No, we need to add a few more things. Economic growth itself, not only for prosperity, peace. We need peace. You can't have money and we are not sure about having peace within family or within the society. Few more terminology need to be added in the sustainable definition of sustainability, and they are also not only prosperity. We need to have peaceful environment, peaceful country, peaceful society and community. Why I'm saying that? Here we have so much of conflict and dispute. We know what's happening in India and Sri Lanka. So we need to have a peaceful life and peaceful environment. Having money or prosperity doesn't bring that to our life.
Three important observations. But one observation about mechanization of irrigation, I said you. Mechanization of irrigation, but I must mention you that in these three districts, I tell you, from my childhood I'm observing, Sri Kshetra Dharmasthala Gramina Abhiruddhi Yojana, SKDRDP, is a very popular program. They started. SKDRDP, I think 1982 or 80, they started. Because of that SKDRDP program, even a farmer who is having 1 acre of land, 2 acre of land, is well off in this region. Is well off at present condition. The farmers who is able to plant 200 acre plant, practicing animal husbandry with 2-3 cows and vegetables, is well off. I tell you the severity of labor shortage in this region. Severity of labor shortage. I am having a 15 acre of farmland just 30 kilometers away from here. I have to book laborers 1 month prior. I have to book the labor 1 month prior, and he won't come. Again drag me for 1 more month. Again he will drag me for 1 more month, and taking huge salary. Per day 750 Indian rupees plus food plus coffee and tea I have to provide. Along with that, evening after 6 o'clock, if I give some alcohol, this is the labor shortage. Other day, 6 months back, even I am very much interested in animal husbandry. So I had to travel from Delhi to my hometown to take care of the pregnant cow, expecting cow. I stayed for 15 days in the June month. See, the labor shortage, people are converting their traditional watering into mechanized watering because of labor shortage. Because of labor shortage. In my neighborhood, there are plenty of laborers are available. I am offering them more and more salary, but no one is ready to watering my plants. I said, see, every day I will give you 500 rupees. Your duty is what? Just to put on the switch. That's all. But he is not ready. So it is happening in the entire 2-3 districts. 2-3 districts. So that's why people are going back to this one. Even, sir, what I did, I brought one family from Gadag. northern part. Husband, wife and 3 kids. Only husband is working. Wife and kid are not working. They are not ready to work. So this is the changing mindset. See, if you come to Delhi, my son, he is 11-year-old, he will cook, he will wash the clothes, he will clean the grounds, floors, everything I will practice him. But if you come to rural areas, people are not ready to, sir, we are ready to work, but don't suggest my wife and my kids to work. I said, see, for your kids, I'll give extra remuneration. Your wife, extra, no, don't tell. So these are the mindset we are having, one thing. Then again, madam, okay, just I have given the gist of that prosperity, or just I have given the gist of my ideology. Yeah, then one thing I tell you, increasing consumerism in India. Yesterday, professor said, purchasing for consumption. Here, purchasing not for consumption. The present day condition, purchasing is a spread effect. Purchasing is a demonstration effect. Purchasing to show that my richness. Purchasing should increase our happiness, not happiness. We are purchasing not for increasing our happiness. We are purchasing not for, Professor rightly said that, efficiency in consumption. There is no efficiency in consumption. How could I find prosperity? There is no happiness in consumption. So okay, so I think you can understand that, all of you, right? Any other questions?
Sir, you spoke about colonization and how colonizers exploited us. But we have retained whatever the system established by the colonizers. And we have limited literature available about our system. And majority of our literature 2000 years ago or 1000 years ago, majority literature was destroyed during medieval period and even during British rule. So how to change the system? Because we actually translate independence as swatantra. Actually, in the swatantra meaning is actually different from what we commonly understand. Swatantra, that is our system. Okay, swatantra, paratantra, that is the meaning. So the tantra, that is the system, is still established by the colonizers. And that system, how can you advocate sustainable development?
I got your point. These colonizers, they constructed railway roads, rails, approach roads, bridges they constructed. They created many assets in India. They created asset in India. It is part of their extractive institution principle. From Assam, they constructed Assam approach road to transport laborers from Assam, from tea gardens, okay, to export tea to this one. And they constructed railway roads to all attaching ports, because they had to transport the resources from India to UK, to the sea route. Whatever they extracted, that is called extracting institutions, they exploited us. They didn't allow us to develop. There is no innovation. They didn't allow for any kind of innovations, inventions, or industrialization. And they didn't allow. They didn't allow at any cost. British.
India also witnessed famines during First World War and Second World War because they exported food from India.
Yes.
To provide food to their soldiers. That's why India witnessed famine. That is artificially created famines.
See, one British colonel, Hatekar, University of Mumbai professor, wrote an article. It's having in my WhatsApp. I can share with you. So he identified 69 types of skilled laborers in India in the Kandish region of Maharashtra. In one region, 69 skilled laborers. Okay, where are they now? See, such kind of laborers, these Britishers, they identified, they shifted them to England. They shifted them to UK. All these skilled laborers from India. Drain of wealth is the one thing. Drain of wealth, drain of manpower, drain of resources. So you'll get plenty of literature. I tell you, because at present from last year I'm teaching that, I'm collecting literature on that. I'm collecting serious literature on that to prove that how they exploited and why they exploited. Sir, even today, France is exploiting many African regions. Even today, why the world is allowing to exploit the France? Why the world is not speaking that? So what you said is right, but transformation, sir, for time being, transformation is very difficult. Because in India, the income level is increasing. India income level is increasing. People want to spend money. Because when there is shift from poverty to middle income to upper income, people's mindset will change. They want to buy, they want to consume, they want to enjoy that products. This is the mindset at present in India. So again, 10, 15, 20 years, I think the consumerism will remain. Okay, any other questions?
Sir, since we have time constraint, we cannot.
Question.
You may have a couple of questions that you may ask him during the lunch time. So, dear friends, I think the penetration level of the presentation of Professor Ramesh Salyan is very high, isn't it? I would like to quote a very old statement which was made in Philadelphia, ILO's statement. Poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. Therefore, the penetration level of poverty is also very high. So the entire world should focus on eradicating poverty, otherwise it will be spreaded over to the entire world. So with this, we would like to end the second technical session of this today's day 2 of international conference. I request Dr. Suvir Jain to honor Professor Ramesh Salyan on behalf of the organizing committee. Sir, please. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, coordinator of BVOC program in our college. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ramesh Salyan, Professor of Economics from JNU, New Delhi. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we end up this technical session. Thank you. Over to the MC desk.
Thank you, sir. We will now have a 5-minute tea break. Tea is arranged in the outside of auditorium. I request everyone to go there and assemble back in the auditorium within 5 minutes.
I ain't stopping me. Hey, hey, step aside, motherfucker. I said 23, going on a spree. You just set me free. VIP, walking easily, went so casually. Low PG, locked in mentally, that's a guarantee. Talk to me, numbers never lie. Add it up, that's me. I said 23. I said 23. Strive for greatness.
Today, I stand here as the proud first rank holder of Department of PG Studies in English, and I will always be proud of being a part of the STM family. This college has given me everything that I deserve. When I came here, I came with a lot of confusions and a lot of questions in my mind, but very soon I realized that STM is my best choice.
Damn, who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. Those were the days, hard work forever pays. Now I see you.
ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ ಗುರಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಗುರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗುರಿ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಗುರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ.
Without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Plaque there which was written 1969, the year when I was born. So this has started much before I was born, and today it is probably going to shortly this year or next year going to complete 60 years of existence.
Hey, so now you know the game. Are you ready?
I see dead people.
DBA department supports all the students to conduct very exciting tests and activities. I'm really happy to be a part of this.
Let's go. We can go back for back. Fuck that, we can go answer. Kashmiri Gujarat, Delhi, so that's You already know what it
I request everyone to assemble in the auditorium.
Hello?
We will shortly be beginning with session 6. I again request everyone to assemble in the auditorium after having your tea.
Good morning, everyone. Now I request Professor Ashwitz to escort today's speaker now, Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, on the dais. Yes, a warm welcome to third session of day 2 of the International Conference on Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective. It's my privilege to introduce today's distinguished resource person, Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, Professor of Commerce and Business Management and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack, Odisha. Professor Das holds an MCom, MBA in Finance, LLB, MPhil, and a PhD in Commerce. He is an Associate Fellow of the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He completed his MCom from Utkal University and his PhD from Fakir Mohan University, Balasore. Widely recognized as a distinguished academician and expert in finance and accounting. Has been associated with several Indian and foreign universities for academic and professional engagements. He began his professional career in 1996 as a deputy officer in finance with Mrs. J.K. Synthetic Limited and entered academia through the Odisha Education Service in 2001. He joined Ravenshaw University in 2010 as an assistant professor and has since served in several key academic and administrative roles, including registrar, controller of examination, professor in charge in development and legal affairs, dean of School of Commerce and Management, and head of the Department of Commerce and Business Administration. With over 30 years of experience in industry, academics, and research, Professor Das has made outstanding contributions to teaching, academic governance, and institutional development. He has served an important statutory and academic bodies such as Academic Council, Executive Council, Senate, University Research Committee, and Boards of Studies. His academic excellence has been recognized through several prestigious honors, including the IFERD Academic Excellence Award 2025, the Malay Mahanti Academic Leadership Award 2024 from the Orissa Commerce Association, and the Guru Vasishtha Award 2023 by DSBS Institution, Bangalore. He has also received several Best Paper Awards at national and international conferences. Currently, Professor Das is the president of Orissa Commerce Association. He serves as joint editor of reputed academic journals and is a life member of many professional bodies. He has authored more than 38 books and published over 190 research papers in reputed journals. Under his guidance, around 35 PhD scholars and 30 MPhil scholars have successfully completed their research. His doctoral work focused on long-term finance, and his current research interests include finance and human resource management. Additionally, he is associated with several universities and autonomous institutions as a subject expert, external member, and PhD thesis adjudicator. We are confident that his insights on rural livelihoods and sustainability global perspective will be highly valuable, especially in the context of agripreneurship and sustainable livelihoods. On behalf of everyone, I extend a warm welcome to Professor Kishore Kumar Das, and I now request Dr. Lakshmana to offer him a floral welcome. Sir, now I request Professor Kishore Kumar Das to take over the session. Sir, this is you.
Okay.
Change the slides,
Okay.
the pointer.
So this one forward, huh?
Change. Move. You can move the slides for front and back.
Okay.
Pointer.
So thank you so much. Good morning, one and all. So, Honorable President Professor Satish Chandra S., esteemed Professor Vishwanath P., Revered Professor Nalini, Professor Marino, Professor Ramesh, and very senior professors present here, and most importantly, the brilliant brains of this institute, great institute. So much discussions has already over in these 2 days, so much sustainability as regards the rural development is discussed, and still we have to achieve development. We have achieved the sustainability. So sustainability, the meaning is changing from time to time. We know that the entrepreneur who brings innovations, they are sustained, they bring profits. With this objective, in 1957, one innovation come in the form of ambassador car. Hindustan Motors proudly producing this brand, and it has a huge demand within and outside the country. And this innovation successfully, gloriously run its flag, proud flag, and everything is fine. Everyone using and believing this car, and one fine morning it found it has no demand. It became obsolete. Nothing wrong with that brand, nothing wrong with that innovation. And this innovation successfully run about 6 decades. And another innovation come in around 2000 in the form of Nokia mobiles. Having huge demand, capture the world market, gloriously run its business, and one fine morning it find it has a very little demand. It has
unable to compete with its competitors. In one innovation that is succeed for 6 decades or more, another innovation succeed about a decade, and now every alternative day there is a new mobiles comes to the market. So the sustainability of this innovation is questionable. So what to innovate, how to sustain. Now, the meaning of sustainability is changing. So when we say sustainability, if you continuously bring innovations, then only you sustain. With one innovation, you cannot stand still. You bring continuous innovation, then only survive. Over the years of 80 years independence, so many waters flown to the seas and oceans. Still we are struggling. Still we are dreaming that day will come, everyone have a happiness, everyone smile. So when we say the rural livelihood, rural India, in rural India, there are many different rural Indias are there. So those rural people are unable to get their bread and butter, even a square meal per day. We have around 10% of the populations, around 10 crores of population living in the forest. We call them Banbasi, the tribal peoples. So has the development reached to them? Have they earning their foods? Have they their sustainability? So we are in the digital India. We have spent so much money. Have the digital India reached them? Day after tomorrow, there is AI convention in Bharat Mandapam. One day there will be AI India will come. So AI will rule the nation. AI with everyone. Can the AI reach these tribal people, the tribal India? So this is still in doubt. But there is a hope. In 1775, in a literature, Charles Dickens, in his Tale of Two Cities, states it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. We had everything before us, we had nothing before us. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. We are in times of worst crisis, but also best time of fraud with opportunities. The two sides from the very early days are there. Still we hope we have the opportunity, we can succeed, we can achieve success. In the over the 8 years, what we achieved, how we spend the time. Have we judiciously spent our time? Once upon a time, Swami Vivekananda crossing a river, and one side waiting for the boat. The boatman has to come and reach this side, then only Swami Vivekananda crossed the river Ganga to the other side to go his destination. In between, one sadhu came and asking, "You are such a great person. Why you are waiting a boatman to cross the river? Can you see? I just walk on the water, cross the river." Then sadhu walked on the river, crossed the Ganga, again came back. In between, the boatman come, reached the side, and Vivekananda and sadhu both enter into boat and cross the river. After reaching other side, Swami paid 25 paisa as fees for the boatman, and then asked sadhu, "You have learned such a great knowledge, so great thing you have achieved in your life. Then tell me how much time you have spent to acquire this knowledge." Then sadhu says proudly, "I have spent more than 30 years of my life to walk on the river. I have spent 30 years of my life to walk on the river, walk on the water." Then Swami says politely, "If you spend these 30 years for some more productive work, then you can achieve so many things. You entire life you lost to learn how to walk on the water." Similarly, development. For last 80 years we are discussing. So can the development reach this poorest of the poor, bottom of the people? So last day when Professor presenting his happiness, so one thing touched my mind: there is more to life than money. This concept is outstanding. There is more to life than money. We are acquiring money, possessing our property. In the cost of happiness. But when we see the reality in this part of world, especially in our state, the reality is mindless mining. Wherever government wants, they give the lease to forest every land and immediately ask the police to replace these people, and they will be settled somewhere. A tribal people never settle anywhere. They only continue to live where they born. If someone want to ask you, leave your village, I can settle you in Bangalore, can you leave? It is not possible. Because they born and brought the water, the climate, the surrounding, the environment, with that they have born. So mindless mining at the cost of displacement and development taking place. Appeasement and acquisition. They create appeasement to the people and try to acquire their property. They create perceptions, get the power. With the perception, people giving the votes to the wrong people. Actually, no development take to their place. Borrowing and buying. The country spending and spending with endless spending without any income, without any savings, without any financial resilience, they go on spending. Can we do any research? What is the balance sheet of the poor people? What is the balance sheet of the household? What is their property? What is their liability? How much saving they had for the future? No one has researched these problems. But they make us as a consumer. The world considers 140 crores people here in this world are the consumers. They treat us as a consumer. So, with this full prey, we are fall, and someday we'll trap. So, in this way, the problem is continuing. So, if I say some uncomfortable questions, what protects poor household when income suddenly stops? If there will be no income after a certain time, then what will help the poor people? So then the question comes to my mind, is it bank account can protect a household when income suddenly stops? Is it government scheme help them to come out that problem? Is it mobile payment app will help them to come out such problem? So none of these three will help us. No digital India, no digital payment will help that people. Across the rural tribal India, millions of households now have access to formal financial system. Accounts have been opened. Subsidies are transferred. Digital transactions are increasing. On paper, inclusion looks successful. We are celebrating, we are achieving inclusion, financial inclusion. But let us imagine a crop fails, or on a medical emergency, or the wages work disappears for 3 months. Then who will help? At the moment, access is tested, systems are tested, stability is tested. What truly determines whether a household survives without selling land, without selling their livestock, or pulling their children out of the school. The answer is financial resilience. Have we achieved the financial resilience? The mindset in tribal society is not changed. Today, I will argue that financial inclusion is only beginning. Financial resilience is what makes it inclusion meaningful. Unless they are financial resilience, there will be no meaning to financial inclusion. The financial resilience, what we say, it is the ability to threshold So financial resilience.
In this amount, you can just change this.
Okay, I will change in time. Huh? Can you give some water? Okay. Financial resilience refers to the ability of a household withstand, adapt, and recover from the financial shocks without experiencing long-term economic damage. A financial shock may be crop failure, medical emergency, job loss, or natural calamity. Sudden income interruption. A resilient household does not collapse when such events occur. It absorbs the shock, adjusts spending, uses saving or insurance, gradually recover from those situations. So resilience is about stability under stress. It is not about wealth. Even low-income household can be financially resilient if it manages risk properly and plans ahead. The financial resilience different from the financial inclusion. So what we say financial resilience, that is completely different from the financial inclusion. A financial inclusion and financial resilience are not same. Financial inclusion focus on access to financial services such as bank accounts, your credit, your insurance, your digital payment. This is all about financial inclusion. It answers the question, are financial services available? Financial resilience answers the deeper questions, are the household financially strong enough to survive the uncertainty? If they are uncertainty, can they survive? Therefore, financial resilience goes beyond infrastructure. It reflects the financial strength and preparedness, adapt capacity. So financial resilience is dynamic in nature. So financial resilience from the foundation of sustainable development. Without resilience, financial inclusion remain incomplete. Access openness the door, resilience ensure survival and continuity. Why the financial resilience matters in development economies? It will help to come out of the debt trap, poverty trap. It smoothen the consumption, control the consumption, stable the consumption, improve the health, education, productivity that leads to long-term development and improvement. It also protects the asset during this adversity. So the dimension of financial resilience is saving buffer, creating saving buffer, risk transfer mechanism, developing how to overcome the risk which will occur from the uncertainty, and credit management capacity, how to manage our credit. So financial resilience in tribal context, a resilience becomes even more important when we analyze the tribal context. Tribal households operate in environments that structurally vulnerable. Their economic systems are deeply connected with the nature, seasonal cycles, and informal labor markets. Therefore, shocks are not rare events, they are frequently realistic. So in the tribal world, in the tribal society, during the rainy season, getting food is very difficult. Some part of our state, the tribal people even eating the mango seeds, and with that suffering the different kinds of disease and died of such disease. unknown disease. So, financial resilience is one of the important aspects so long there is no financial planning, so long there is no risk awareness, so long there is self-control and discipline, the financial resilience will not come. Even in the urban society, financial resilience is also not there. The role of financial capability, building resilience, is only achieved if we have a financial literacy. Because of absence of financial literacy, the average retail investors in the stock market, they are losing their money, and study shows hardly they get 2% of return. So without exercising our mind, we are go on investing in the stock market. So as we have mobile phone, as we have app, and we lose our hard-earned money. So financial literacy is very essential in all the populations. As we have to come forward, so financial resilience, the missing link, the primary purpose of study is to understand whether the financial inclusion truly promotes sustainable livelihood among the households. Many government programs focus on expanding banking access, but access alone does not guarantee livelihood. So the financial resilience, the missing links, what financial resilience? The ability to withstand, recover from the financial shocks, critical determinants, livelihoods, and sustainability in vulnerable settings. So financial access, entry into formal financial system, financial resilience, ability to observe, recover from the shocks. So financial capability, knowledge and skill to use services, sustainable livelihood, long-term economic security. So from the decision research we have conducted with the tribal people, so the data we find, so what the missing link is there. So this is like this. There will be a contributes existing literatures, so theoretical extension, there is empirical evidence also there. The practical insight shows that offers guided for policymakers and financial institutions to design inclusion mechanisms that enhance the long-term life with security. Thus, the primary purpose of this study is financial inclusion, which truly promotes the livelihood among the tribal household. Many government programs focus on expanding banking access, but alone does not guarantee livelihood stability. The study introduced financial resilience as a mediating variable. This means we test whether financial resilience acts as a transmission mechanism. In simple, we examine whether the financial inclusion improves resilience and whether resilience improves the livelihood sustainability. So this aspect we consider in our study. The final object is to test both direct and indirect relationship using structural equation modeling. Hope everyone, the researchers, the students has gone through this type of model. The purpose is practical as well as academic. So the policymakers to know whether infrastructure the policymakers needs to know whether the infrastructure expansion is enough or whether behavioral resilience factors are equally important. Oh. So I am skipping as we have one more session is there. So what we are finding from the research, I come to the end of these presentations so that you can take more research in this resilience, financial resilience. The study concludes that the sustainable tribal livelihoods depend on financial resilience. Financial inclusion provides foundation, financial capability strengthen households, financial resilience protect household during the shocks. The resilience mediates the pathway between access and sustainability. Without resilience, the inclusion remains incomplete. The Odisha tribal context highlights the vulnerability. The empirical evidence also support the integrated model. The finance must move beyond account opening. It must create long-term economic security. So then only it is possible to achieve a wholesome growth and bring happiness in the minds of the tribal people. The study advances the disclosure on the financial inclusion, demonstrating that sustainable livelihood security among tribal households cannot be achieved through expansion alone. The empirical evidence clearly establishes that the financial resilience functions as a critical transmission mechanism through which inclusive finance, digital finance access, and financial capability translate into financial resilience. Ultimately, sustainable development in marginalized community is depend not only mere entering into the financial system, but acquiring the capacity to withstand uncertainty, secure economic continuity across the generations. So this is all about the presentations. So sustainability has a bigger implication not only in the livelihood, it also in our academics, in our personal life, individual growth, everywhere sustainability has its own role. When we say one more thing, it is out of the context I say, can our academic programs are sustainable? Our programs will sustainable when our graduates, after complete their degree, they earn their bread and butter. They have an employability skill. They have a professional knowledge to practice whatever they read. And they have an interest on career business, startup. Then only they are sustainable. In the present time, with advancement of digital knowledge, digital technology, the core knowledge are put into one corner and digital technology acquire the other corner. That's why in this morning the fintech is presented here. So fintech, regtech, insurtech, banktech, landtech, so many techs are there. The technology enter in the every fold. So long we are not up to date with the recent developments, current requirements, it is difficult to get ourselves, our bread and butter, and secure the future. Because the world is changing, and change is a constant. And when we say a blend in the road is not the end in the road, unless you fail to make turn. A blend on the road is not the end of the road unless you fail to make turn. We have to successfully turn and continue sustainability and successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor, for your excellent presentation. Now the session is open for discussion. If you have any questions, you can share the questions.
Actually, the tribal life in India is something different. They have no education, they have no shelter, they have no food. When we visited the remote tribal forest collecting data, we found, even without dress, a lady carrying one child in one hand, another is walking, and a load of wood on his hand, and what to cook with that wood, he does not know. And the male members are addicted to wine, that is called Desi wine or the rural, and they are not working at all. Whatever the subsidy they are receiving, the male member takes everything, and every burden with the women. So women are one of the vulnerable section in the tribal people. Their life expectancy is reducing day by day without food, with hunger, and so much of burden to carry out their children's. So this is the reality of the naked world in the dense forest, in the tribal populations. So you can make more study as regards their sustainable livelihood. Have they any livelihood at all? If you go and study, you cannot find any livelihood. Their agricultural produce may able to maximum 1 or 2 months. And again the male member load those agricultural product, sell in the local market and purchase the wine. And they are not working at all. They are in the addiction.
Mike.
Thank you for bringing the plight of the community, which I was speaking yesterday. The unpaid care work and the economy is the backbone, is a women. And the males are, as you said, locally brewed liquor, they addicted to drink. So what is the life span of female and male? I assume that lifespan of the male is less than women, like life expectancy.
In average, the lifespan of the tribal people is very less. You are rightly representing the problem of the half of the world, whether they are in the urban or the tribal or the remote tribal. The woman is taking more load. There is no question, no doubt. But in tribal population, the tribal world, they are taking the load of 90%. And the male members, sometimes due to poisonous liquor, they die. And also when they are affected by some disease, there is no medicine to cure them, no health care is them reaching to them. So their life expectancy is very less. And statistics may show the different data, but when you make a case study of 100 families, even they does not know what is their date of birth. So they just guess and say, my age is 50 years, my age is 80 years, so I have a card and I receive the pensions. So this is the situation, ma'am. So we need a very deeper study, deeper research in this world to the Banvasi or Adivasi. Then only we understand their problem. Then only we bring the financial resilience. Then only we can uplift them. Else, for last 8 years they are continuing, and so long, how long they will continue, no one knows. So great economists they are, so many policies they are, so different ministries they are. Still, if you visit to the remote place, you can find the reality. Is there the ministry? Is there their plans and policy actually helping them? But we are sitting in the cities and we just never mind and we ignore that part of the world.
Thank you, and I would like to request the students saying that Adivasi is the wealth of our nation. They have wealth of knowledge they have about nature and the climate and medication. And we need to stand up for them and raise voice them and do advocacy for their rights and protection for Adivasi people. So you do more studies and advocate through the studies for their rights. Thank you.
Hello, sir. One more question. Sir, your session was wonderful. With regarding to the tribal people, whatever the presentation done, whatever the schemes of the government, whether even the Odisha state government is also maybe having various schemes, whether the NGOs are involving in such a manner that reaches to the tribal people, and what is the percentage of participation of the tribal people with regarding to the availing the facilities provided by the government, either center or state government.
So you are rightly point out, ma'am. Actually, so many NGOs are working, all having not noble thoughts. They have to make money. Some are really working hard to reach them. And again, their number is very few, very less. They cannot address the whole population in our state. Around 22% are tribal populations. And again, there is no road, no connectivity. To reaching them is also another difficulty. And as regard the government schemes, those are nearer to urban sector, the urban locations, they are getting some extent, but everywhere there is a middleman. They are ration card with the middleman. So they don't understand what to get from the dealer, how to get their rice, how to get their benefits. They don't understand. So whatever the middlemen make the charity to them, they get that much. Again, with that name, they can utilize their labor to work in their field.
Awareness and education may be helpful for them to come out of the situation, I hope.
We only develop them within their area if we develop an ecosystem. We promote their knowledge. We promote their tradition. Within that, we bring development, they will develop. By displacing, we cannot develop the tribal world.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Fine. Sir, we hope through this kind of discussion, the government as well as non-government organizations with the public-private partnership, definitely in future days or upcoming days, they are focusing on your missing links to uplift at least the sustainability of rural livelihoods of these kind of neglected groups. By this, we will conclude this session. And now I request Dr. Nagaraj Poojary, sir, Joint Organizer Secretary of this conference, to honor the beloved guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Now we will move on to the next session, and this is over to MCDs.
Now we will move on to the next session. I request our faculty, Professor Ashwit, to escort our resource person onto the dais. Good afternoon, everyone. Hearty welcome to all of you for the 7th technical session of our two-day international conference. I'm happy to welcome and introduce our resource person for this session, Dr. Azizuddin Sultani from Afghanistan. Dr. Azizuddin Sultani is a distinguished scholar currently pursuing postdoctoral research at the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, Konaje. He holds a PhD in business administration from the same university and has established himself as a leading expert in social science research, specifically within the fields of financial management and business administration. Dr. Sultani's professional career is marked by significant leadership roles in financial management. He has served as a country tax manager, financial specialist, and financial advisor for various national and international organizations. In the academic sphere, he has contributed extensively to global knowledge, publishing 9 research papers in collaboration with international scholars in Web of Science and UGC-approved journals. He also serves on the editorial board of the International Journal of Science and Management. His expertise is frequently sought at major academic forums. Notably, he was invited to chair the International Conference on AI-driven Global Trends in Commerce at Mangalore University. He has also served as a moderator for conference on Industry 4.0 and was a guest of honor at the International Workshop on Research Writing at PA College of Engineering. His teaching abilities were recognized early in his career with Best Teacher Awards from ASHNA University in 2016 and Toloe Aftab University in Kabul, Afghanistan. Beyond his professional achievements, Dr. Sultani is a dedicated international social activist. His decade-long commitment to youth empowerment and community service earned him the Bharat Mother Teresa Memorial Award in 2012. As a volunteer with the World Organization for Students and Youth, he continues to foster global community development and educational excellence. With this, I extend a hearty welcome to our resource person, Dr. Azizuddin Sultani, and request my colleague, Mr. Sachin Hebbar, to florally welcome him. Thank you, sir. Now I request our professor to take over the session. Thank you. This is the pointer. Slides. This is for highlighting.
No, it's okay.
That's all.
Time.
45 minutes we are going.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the founder of SDM Ujire Society, Dr. Vendra Egde, and also the principal of this college, Professor Vishwanath P., for organizing such a wonderful and excellent conference for the youth and research scholar and others. We know the backbone of each event is management team. So as I have been noticing since last 1 month that's contacting the team, they're doing their job very nicely. So once again, I thank to all the management team, their efforts and their hard work. Thank you so much. Actually, I have only 45 minutes, but also the lunch is coming soon. But remember that today I'm standing here, it means I'm 2,500 kilometers away from my home. So I hope you will tolerate just only 1 hour or 50 minutes with me. 2,500 kilometers away from Kabul, Afghanistan to here. This doesn't mean that we came from a long distance. It means as a youth, as a research scholar, as a responsible person, we have to serve the community without any border. This is called our unity. So I hope you will enjoy this session. Financial inclusion and social security in the informal sectors. We have 3 main words here. One is informal sectors, another is a financial inclusion, and another is a social security. So definitely in one country, in one society, we have different sectors: formal, semi-formal, informal. So definitely today, I'm going to talk about the informal sectors. Informal sectors are the sectors or enterprises, businesses, and even small entrepreneurs, micro-entrepreneurs, home-based workers. They provide services for the community and society in a very, but they are not regulated. They're working, they're serving, but they are not regulated. That's what is called like informal sectors. Small farmers, street vendors, home-based workers, casual laborers, self-employed. These are the groups that they're willing and they have interest to work for their community, but an informal sector platform. Financial inclusion, as the sir also expressed the concept of this. The platform is determined at providing a financial services to individual, business enterprise, groups. But the main thing is here the financial inclusion that has a significant impact on the improvement of one community and one city and one organization if the team follow straight forward. Definitely the financial inclusions, it helps to manage risk, invest in productive activities, smooth consumption, improve welfare. But on the other side, if we see in some of the informal sectors, the financial inclusion is not implemented very nicely, very properly, very accurately. So there are many reasons behind that. We come on that. Social security. Every employee and every organization and every community, they need a social protection. So in informal sectors, there are lack of social security. Social security, it helps the sicknesses, old age, unemployment, disability, as per the ILO 2021. It's the core elements of social protection system and human development. As a youth, as a research scholars, as a students that now you're here, we have to focus. The main thing that provide in a rural area is financial literacy. Not only the student has responsibility, the family has responsibility to provide the financial literacy from the small age up to younger, up to old. They should understand what is a financial literacy. Due to the lack of financial literacy in livelihoods, and not only in India, I'm talking about the global perspectives, that these informal sectors cannot be converted to the formal sectors. Link between financial inclusion and social security. Financial inclusion and social security closely connected with each other. If a proper financial inclusion implemented, believe me, the social security will develop and set up for the improvement and for the development of organization and business and in the term of entrepreneur's activity. The first one, access to financial service enable better social protection delivery. Without basic financial tools such as a bank account, digital payment system, saving and insurance, the company and organizations, even entrepreneurs cannot develop. If we go to African countries, now more than 89 to 90 to 95% of some countries, they have informal sectors in their country. They don't have these kind of facilities there. So this is the main issues for the informal sectors. But luckily, India and some other developing countries, they are working on it and they have implemented some scheme, they have implemented some strategy. They have improved that the informal sector employees, informal sector organization to access the digital financial system like saving and insurance. We come to an insurance. Today, all over the world, 4.6 billion of people, they have access to insurance. 4.6 billions. And the top countries that they have a priority planning for their insurance policies versus Japan. Then Switzerland. Then the other countries coming like Germany. Netherlands. These are the countries that they work and they focus on a financial financial insurance for their organization, for the employment. Inclusion strengthens the resilience, financial service, including saving and insurance, help individuals manage risk and cope with economic shocks. Of course, without financial inclusion, with all these facilities, the informal sectors or even the organization, they cannot be access to financial system as well as they face risk. Why in the rural areas that if we go and consider that many of them, that's only the thing that we should work and survive our daily activities. They don't have a plan for the next 5 years. They don't have plan next for 10 years. They don't have plan for even 20 years. Because in some places and some areas, there lack of this of facilities. They cannot take a risk in their life. So, if they don't have access to the financial inclusion, so definitely risk will be increasing. Promote broader coverage of social security, higher level of financial inclusion, allow governments and institutions to extend social protection program more efficiently and lower administrative costs. Exactly. In any organization, if you have a social protection, definitely that organization can grow and can improve and can develop very easily. Enhance economic stability and empowerment. Financial inclusion supports income generation, investment, and employment opportunities. In summary, financial inclusion helps make social security system more accessible, efficient, and effective for all the particular and reserves populations. So this is one of the main points of financial inclusion that has a significant an impact on today's business. Global size of informal sectors. The informal sectors play a central role in rural livelihood and poverty reduction. My dear friends, in some countries, they don't recognize the informal sector as officially. Like US, Canada, Australia, UK. These countries, they don't give a lot of facilities for informal sectors. Because they think that these sectors, they're not paying tax, they're not completing the formalization of to become a formal sector, and they don't have that facility that improve the economy of a country. But on the other side, informal sector is a part of our life. If we believe or if we not, we have that many countries that informal sector has a significant impact on their economic growth and on their social developments. We cannot escape from this. But yeah, every one of us wants that informal sector to convert with the formal sectors that will become much more better. There are some characteristics of informal employments. Informality as a survival of a strategy, self-employment dominance, income instability, high vulnerability to shocks. These are some characteristics of the informal sectors, especially in terms of employment. So I'm going to skip some of the slides because due to lack of time, as well as some of them already we are defining and expressing. Challenges of financial inclusion. Barriers to long-term plannings. Without access to saving, insurance, and pension, households cannot plan for education. As I said before, as I shared, that some organizations, that some of the companies of entrepreneurs who are working in rural area, without this facility, they cannot make a proper plan for the next 5 to 10 years. But remember, these are the part of our life. These are part of society. These are part of our community. We cannot ignore them. Gender and youth disparities. Women and young workers are disproportionately affected due to limited financial literacy, mobility constraints, and social norms. Yes, one more thing also, sir, in a previous session said about the women. Women are the backbone of a society. If you give us access to women in terms of management, in terms of financial decision, in terms of the leadership, in terms of any activity, believe me, that will be a successful project. I'm not saying that this has happened in the world. Because my PhD research was impact of microfinance on the women empowerment in Afghanistan. I have collected data from 500 women in rural areas. I found without any financial literacy, they developed different, beautiful, fantastic model that they can run their business and they generating income, and without any financial and a formal education, they can give a lot of employment opportunity for others. This is what I observed during my PhD research. So, in every community, when a woman involved in a project, remember that project will be a successful project. So, here are a lot of women. Please clap for all of them. Yes? Yes? Opportunity to support rural informal livelihood, financial inclusion program, mobile money, community, social protection scheme, linking financial service with skill development. This is the responsibility of government as well as donors, international investors, even the people. They should help and support informal sectors in terms of training, in terms of any knowledge sharing, but the best and the most important part is of financial literacy. If they learn the financial literacy concept, model, and how to implement it, remember that they will be growing day by day. Global and regional financial inclusion initiatives supporting informal sectors. Plus 60 countries globally have formal national financial inclusion strategy. And even the UN member states are under active financial inclusion. This is a big achievement. In today's world, plus 60 countries now, they have working on their financial strategy. They have already, and even the other countries that they were member of the UN, they're under developing this and they're preparing their strategy for the financial inclusion for informal sectors. These 20 countries in Africa, like 75% country adopting strategy in Latin America, Caribbean, 6 countries integrating a payment and a social transfer program, Middle East and other countries with a formal NFI strategy through ongoing reforms. So these are some statistical data that we can see now in which country, which continents, they are working on this financial inclusion strategy for the informal sector. Social security gaps in informal sectors. Mostly informal workers still key a social protection benefit, pension, unemployment, insurance, another social protection. Global coverage of social protection increased in 2003. 52.4% of the world's population was covered by the least one social protection. As a business student, as a management student, these statistics definitely will help us. If someone has a specific project, they can work and they can research and expand it more. The one most important part in today's world is research scholars, those who are working in specific fields, please try to write research paper and find and take one small problem. Not only research scholar, PG student also can do it successfully. In case in this area, you can take a data collection of 200 people, like a 50 family. You can find a specific problem for them. What's the problems? These results is help state management. From the state management, it will go to a central management team. These things help the country that they can find these problems going on in informal sectors and rural areas. If you think the research scholar just on it, thinking about the AI, how to take data from AI and make a research paper, profess it and publish in one journal just only to complete the formality of the PhD or even the project of the MBA or MA or whatever, a postgraduate. That's not the successful project. As a research scholars, this is our responsibility that we have to find and we have to research the problem specifically in our area that we can offer and provide it to the management team of from the university to state to central. Then they will go for the policy implementation. Informal workers face significantly lower coverage than formal workers. Yes, this is exactly this. Low and middle income countries still exhibit major protection gap. An estimated 2 billion people in these countries remain either uncovered or inadequately covered by social protection system. See, 2 million people now they are facing with lack of social protection. So of course, as an employee, when I do job, I need social protection from the organization. When this informal sector is running their business, but these things is happening, what will happen? So every one of us has experience about the COVID-19. What happened during the COVID-19 period? What happens? The most people who faced challenges, problems, difficulties, suffers, it was the people from rural area. So, rural area is the backbone of the urban areas. Yes, if they do not provide products, the urban people, they cannot survive well. So we people have to respect, have to appreciate the hard work, efforts of the rural areas that today we are organizing such a kind of conference for the improvement of our community. South Asian social protection gaps, South Asian countries. Informal employment account 86.6% of the total employments in the region. The result, only 35% of the population cover at least one social protection benefit. This is only specific statistic about the South Asian countries. It means 86.6% of the population, they are facing the social protection problems. It means definitely we are lacking of providing a knowledge, information to the people at the organization. But recently, India have expanded a coverage scheme for the social protection. This is a good achievement for India. Other South Asian countries, they are facing with a lot of problems like Nepal, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, India is good now. Africa, 15.4% of the population cover at least one social protection benefits. It means 84.6% of the African countries, they are facing with the social protection. So definitely it's a big challenge. So when this problem can resolve, how we can solve, this is the only way that we are organizing seminar, workshop, programs, research paper, finding that we can provide these, the top management of the country will focus and they will be making a policy for this. And then after the policy, then they will be implemented. Policy innovation and social protection. Yes, now more than 60 countries, they are working on this, like Rwanda, like Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, they are using digital payment. Ghana, Thailand, Mexico, Indonesia, Philippines, Bangladesh, Peru, Morocco, Vietnam, just only I gave some example of these countries. They initiated some digital payment system to rural area and some strategy they made that the rural people, especially the business, they have a connect and have a network to solve this kind of the social protection problems among each other. Many countries worldwide have adopted social protection reforms. In 2023-25, over 100 countries are scaling up a social protection system with expanded coverage and financial inclusion policy network of span 80 countries. So this is a good achievement for 2025. Barriers of financial inclusion and social protection. Millions of informal workers remain excluded from financial services and social protection system due to persistent structural and social economic barriers. Major barriers: lack of formal identification. There are many reasons why the informal sectors, organizations, they are not going to change to formal sectors. Maybe they have a lot of problems like lack of formal identification, low financial literacy. Yes, most of the women, those who are working in rural area, they don't know about the debit, credit, income, revenue, expenses, how to do it. So this is called a financial literacy. So as I shared before, this is our responsibility, and our from our family, from our area, that we should teach a financial literacy to from the small age up to grown up. We teach them, this is the financial literacy. We should know the value of money. We should know the value of a currency. This is the income, this is the expenses, this comes, this goes. So this thing definitely did make a perfect imagination in their mind. They will know, yes, this is the money, and this is the currency, and this is the value. So I have one experience when I was during my UG in Maharashtra. One of our teacher, she said, my daughter always demanding 1,000 currency as a gift. I said, we say, student, how it's possible? Because she said, when she was 3 to 4 years, I taught her, this is 10 currency note, this is 20, this is 50, this is 100, this is 500, this is 1,000. Now whenever some event, some occasion come, she demanding 1,000 currency note. See, this is called financial literacy in a family. Maybe it will impact negatively on her mom, but in fact, this is definitely a good knowledge for a family. High transaction costs. Some problem face that informal sectors, they are thinking that high transaction cost is more when we convert from our business from informal sector to formal sector. Weak rural banking infrastructures. Exactly. I'm not talking about India. If you go beyond India, like African countries, in some countries, even we notice that they don't know what's banking. Do you believe it? They don't know what's banking. We have such a kind of country in this world. And recently, in 2000, I don't know the exact, I remember the exact date, but Muhammad Yunus, the winner of the Nobel Prize medal, and as well as the founder of the Grameen Bank from Bangladesh. Yeah. But I'm talking about this previous, founder of Grameen Banks. One day he announced that we should help the community beyond our expectation. How? He provided 500 rupees as a loan to beggars, street beggars. 500 loan to beggars. And tell them, don't beg money. Take a 500, purchase something and resell it. Pen, whatever what is. It's like some small place that you should provide something, food, whatever you want. Believe me, even he didn't want any interest from this money. After 4 to 5 years, all the beggars converted to small entrepreneurs. And now they are creating a community, they are creating a backbone of the Bangladesh that said, yes, we have that power. This is the mindset of financial literacy and helping the top management, investor, donors, rich people to work for the community. Again, this is our responsibility. This is such a kind of conference, workshop, seminars, any platform help that we can share knowledge and transfer to the family community, they get more knowledge. Sorry. Role of government and financial inclusion and social security. Expanding rural banking and fintech infrastructures. Yes, as we said, this is the responsibility of government that provides such a kind of infrastructures for rural people they can improve and develop. Registrations, yes, make it very simple. The registration of any organization, business. These things definitely help them and encourage and motivate the rural entrepreneurs, a small scale business to convert to formal sectors. Linking social protection and digital finance. This is digital finance, as we have expressed before also, that it has a significant impact for the improvement of a business. Promoting financial literacy and consumer protection. Exactly as a financial literacy, we have defined that how we should work and how we should be explained. Sustainability implication and financial inclusion, social security. Financial inclusion, social security system, not only tools for poverty reduction, but also a core pillar to sustainable development. We should not think these are tools that only decrease the poverty, but this or the core that make a sustainable community and society. Economic sustainability, social sustainability, equity, inclusion and protection, environmental sustainability, financial inclusion and social security direct supports. As we know that in 2023, this is one of the main goal of the SDGs, that this financial inclusion and social security, social protection SDG number 1, no poverty, by providing income security and reducing vulnerability. SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 10, reduce inequality. These financial inclusion and social protection helps in these 3 main objectives of SDG. Sustainability implication, as we also explained, environmental sustainability, policy recommendation, as we define that when the problem comes and come to end and resolve it, then definitely the policy recommendation help in this field. To effective and extend financial inclusion and social security, informal workers, government should adopt integration and inclusion policy approach that address a structural barrier and promote long-term sustainability. Access to financial account, portable social security for informal sectors, digital payment. So, we come to the conclusions that we find in this main 3 things: informal sector, financial inclusion, and social protection. The majority of workers in developing regions, especially in rural areas, are employed informally and lack of access for formal financial service and social security. Financial inclusion is a foundation enablers for a social protection and economic resilience. Social protection system must be redesigned to reach informal workers. Persistent structural barriers require a strong government leadership and policy innovation. Policy innovation, policy implementation is the most important part of our conclusions topic, that it helps that rural areas and our rural community, they can access and they reach to a financial inclusion and to make a powerful business in the future. So this is one, Masi, thank you so much for the attention and yes. And that's only 2 minutes, 1 minute. We have seen here a social protection. But beside of this, our field, some social protection also we need in our personal life. That is our health. That sir will definitely be giving some information, but as per my explanation, my opinion, if a young generation, if they don't take care of your health today, definitely after 5-10 years, you will face with lack of social protection as a personal life. Thank you so much.
The session is open for discussion now. Participants and delegates, if you have any questions, you can ask with our resource person.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, which is touching my piece of cake, social protection and financial inclusion, especially on gender equality. I just want to bring this, when we talk about financial inclusion, we need to talk about the tax justice also. Because direct and indirect tax is mostly affecting this marginalized group and especially the informal sector workers. If we go deep down, again women facing major issues and women with disabilities. The social protection hardly cover them, because women with disability face sexual violence, protection, and even who are like blind and disabled completely. So tax justice is very important thing, and morning also I spoke to this first presentation banker. We are not talking about it. So I think we need to incorporate with financial inclusion the aspect of tax justice when we make policies or when we recommend. That is my, my thought of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, I totally agree with your comments and your thoughts. Tax justice is also one of the most concerned in rural areas, not only in India, and we are talking about the global perspective. One of the most important challenges, barriers that rural area business owners or entrepreneurs or a small scale business, they are facing, they are thinking that if we convert to the formal sectors, the tax will be high. They have to pay different types of taxes. For that reasons, that as I explained that in top developed countries like US, like UK, Australia, Germany, these countries, they are not recognized officially the informal sectors. Even I'm giving one small example. 4 or 5 months ago, there was a research scholar in Australia. He contacted me for some research support and research assistance. I helped him. And later he said, so I have to give the charges of the fee. Then I said, so you can share through that MoneyGram or Western Union, whatever. He said, we are really sorry. Our organization, even they don't give a permission, has to give by cash. So if you provide a bank account, directly we can pay, otherwise we are really sorry. So what's the main reason here? The main reason that they prevent the corruption, as well as they are not recognizing as informal sectors on base cash transaction. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a development consultant. I am an informal sector workers.
Oh, right.
I don't get bank loan. I don't get any social security. I can't, go ahead. Whatsoever I earn, because I don't have the pay sheet. Monthly income I can't show. So when we talk about the informal sector workers, we all focus on the rural, marginalized. But people like me, standing and contributing a lot on social security or human protection, are vulnerable people. I don't have a social security or I'm not under these categories. But even though we are contributing a lot, I'm an informal sector workers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, I appreciate that where you are. So definitely, as I said during my session, that informal sector is a part of our life. We cannot ignore it. And this is not a part that we can ignore them. They are the backbone of the urban development. If they don't work hard, believe me, the urban people, they cannot access to any products. Thank you, ma'am.
Any question from the students? We can take one more question before we wind up this session.
So let me ask a question from them. How many of you are living in rural areas? Very nice. Very nice. So, proud yourself. Money, skills, developers, successful people, reach in some position. They were the back. If you go in their background, they are from rural areas. Guys, I'm proud of you.
With this, we have come to the end of this technical session. Sir, it was a wonderful and insightful session on financial inclusion and social security in informal sector. I hope our participants and delegates have had enough information about the given topic. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of everyone present here. And now I request our Faculty of English, Professor Suryanarayan Bhatt P, to come and honor Dr. Azizuddin Sultani. Thank you very much, sir. Now we will break for the lunch and assemble back at exactly 2 p.m. The next session will be addressed by Professor M.G. Chandrakant. Let's break for the lunch. Thank you.
ಬಿಡು ಬಿಡುಕಲು ಅಡಿಗಡಿಗೆ ಜಡಿ ಜಡಿದು ಪಡ ಪಡಿಪ ನಡು ನಯನದ ಮಡುವಿಡುವ ಜಲಧಿಯಂ ಕಡೆವ ಕಡೆಯೊಳ್ಮೂಡಿ ಗುಡುಗುಡಿಸಿ ಪಡೆಯ ಪಡಲಿಡೆ ಕೆಡಪುವುದ ತುಡುಕಿ ಪಿಡಿದು ಒಡನೆ ಪೊಸೆದು ಕೊರಳೆಡೆ ತೊಡೆವ ಹಂಪೆಯ ಮೃಡಂ ಬಿಡದೆ ಸಲಹುಗೆಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋರು ಈ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 97 ವರ್ಷ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋರು ದ ಡೇ ಯು ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಡೇ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಟೇಬಲ್, ದ ಡೇ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅನ್ಹೆಲ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರು ಅವರು. ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಹರ್ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪರಿಟಿ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇದ್ರು ಇಸ್ ಅ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಯೋಗಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಭೋಗಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 2 ಹೊತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ರೋಗಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು, 4 ಹೊತ್ತು ತಿಂದವನು ಗೊತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳೋದಂತ. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗಾದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ನೇಷನ್ಸು ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೂ ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 93% ಆಫ್ ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಟಬಾಲಿಕಲ್ ಡಿಸಾರ್ಡರ್. ಓಕೆ, ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈಗ 71 ವರ್ಷ ನನಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೇನು ಬರೋದು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಆಗಲೇ ಬಂದಿದೆ ನನಗೆ. ವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನನಗೇನು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾಪ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಬೇಡ, ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನೋ ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಎಕನಾಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎನ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಂಪರಿಕಲ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಥಿಯರಿ, ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವದಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ನೋಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ದೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್ ರೆಲೆವೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಯು ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆಬ್ಲಿಗೇಷನು ಆ್ಯಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಲ್ ಆಬ್ಲಿಗೇಷನ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಮಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾರ್ಬಿಡಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಡಿಸೀಸು, ಏಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತು ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಾಲಿಟಿ, ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಔಟ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಕಾಳಿದಾಸ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಶರೀರಂ ಆದ್ಯಂ ಖಲು ಧರ್ಮ ಸಾಧನಂ. ನೀವು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಶರೀರ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ಘಟ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಠ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಘಟ ಅಂದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಘಟ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಠ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ತಾ ಚಂದ ಮೂರು ಲೋಕ ಚಂದ ಅಂತ, ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ವಧರ್ಮಾನ್ ಪರಿತ್ಯಜ್ಯ ಶರೀರಂ ಅನುಪಾಲಯತೆ ಅಂತ. ನೀವೇನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಆದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾಸ್ಥ್ಯ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಿ ಮುಹೂರ್ತ ಉತ್ತಿಷ್ಟೇತ್ ಸ್ವಸ್ಥೋ ರಕ್ಷಾರ್ಥಂ ಆಯುಷಃ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು 93 minutes ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಟು ಸನ್ರೈಸ್ ಎದ್ದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಾರೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅವರ್ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್. ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಪರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದರೆ, ಇಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಪರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವಿಲ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಸುಳ್ಳು. ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದ ದೇಶಗಳು ನೋಡಿ, ಅಮೆರಿಕ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ರೆಜಿಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯುರೋಪ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮಗಿಂತ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 10 times ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು $3,000 ಇದ್ದರೆ ರಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು $30,000-35,000 ಏನೋ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನರಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು 10 ವರ್ಷ ನರಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ 10 ವರ್ಷನೇ ನರಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಬರೀ ಇನ್ಕಮಿಂದ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸು ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿವ್. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ತಾತ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಒನ್ ಡೇ ಆಫ್ ICU. ಒನ್ ಡೇ ICUಗೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ 10,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees ಇದೆ ICU ಚಾರ್ಜಸ್ಸು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚಾರ್ಜಸ್ ಇದೆ. ದೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಮಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿವ್. ದೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, ನೋಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ನೀವೇ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ ಡೇ 1,000 rupees ಅಂತ. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 1,000 rupees ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ ಡೇ. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ 30,000 rupees ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೇವ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ ಮಂತ್ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪೇ 1,000 rupees ಪರ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ವಿತ್ ಫುಡ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್. 24 hours ಇದ್ದರೆ ಫುಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಗರ್. ಸೊ health cost depends upon the type of disease, ailment, seriousness of the ailment, diagnosis, what diagnosis you get. See, diagnosis plays a very important role. Many a time you don't get proper diagnosis. ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. 1995 I suffered from vocal cord paralysis ಅಂತ. vocal cord, I could not speak because I shouted at my nephew. ಏನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ, ಕೂಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. So my vocal cord, right vocal cord became paralyzed. I could not speak. Okay, and it started paining. So when I went to allopathic doctor, they said, you have to give voice rest for 5 years anta. I am a teacher. How can I give voice rest? 5 years he said, voice rest. Then I did not have faith in Ayurveda. My mother had a lot of faith. No. ಹೋಗೋ, ಯಾವ ಹೊತ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಹೊತ್ತ ಇದೆಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ she persuaded me. So then Dr. Rangesh Parmesh anta, I got appointment at 10 o'clock in the night. He was transferred to Mysore, Bandaru. He looked at me. He just wrote 2 sentences. One, Panchakarma Nasya with KB oil anta ಬರೆದ್ರು. I don't know what is it, KB oil anta. I again delayed for another 6 months. Again my mother said, go. Then I went to the doctor, who's a student. He said, KB is Kshirabala oil anta. Kshirabala oil, Kshirabala taila anta sigute. So what is this Kshirabala? Bala means the name of a plant. Why it's called Bala means it requires lot of strength to pull the plant with roots. It's a weed actually. Kale. You have to pull the plant, it requires lot of strength. That's why it's called Bala. The plant root, the root of the plant with milk, it's called Kshirabala. So milk with the root and with till oil, sesame oil, becomes Kshirabala oil after treatment, for some 30-40 days they have to heat. That oil cured me of vocal cord paralysis. Can you imagine? I'm able to speak, I'm able to sing. It's because of that Kshirabala oil. What a great oil! It has very good nerve curing properties. So anyone with Parkinson's, this paralysis, etc., this oil is very, very good. Japanese have recognized this oil, and now they are using it almost daily when they take bath and everything. So there are so many good treatments in our own ancient knowledge which we are not aware anta. And I was not having belief in Ayurveda. Now I have so much of trust in Ayurveda. So therefore, diagnosis is very important. Efficiency of the doctor, whether the patient was brought at the right time, health insurance idea ilorge, immunity of the patient. Immunity of the patient is very important. Immunity how to test anta. Don't try to do this, but I'll just suggest. When people come to my house, I will take them to my terrace garden, okay? And I show them different plants. I have got Tinospora cardifolia anta. That's called Amrutaballi anta. Cardifolia. Cardi is heart. Folia shape, heart-shaped leaf. It is guduchi. It's called guduchi in Hindi. It's called Amrutaballi. This leaf, if you eat this leaf, 5 leaves every day, for about 10 years if you take, I tell you, you will become immune for any disease. Now, today, right now, if you want, anyone can bring me water from the tap, which is in the lavatory. Bring the tap without filter, I will drink. Nothing will happen to me because of the immunity I have got. Okay, you don't do that, huh? Okay, you need to develop. So immunity will not come in 1 day or 2 days. It has to be built up. It has to be built up over time. So immunity is very important. So supposing there are 2 patients in the hospital, one gets earlier discharged, the other fellow next, because the immunity levels are different. So you should improve. The easiest way for you to improve immunity is vitamin D from sunshine. Bengaluru. So when you expose yourself to sunshine, vitamin D from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock or whatever it is, you will get good immunity. So immunity is very important. And also Amrutaballi. Amrutaballi is a very cheap and very good medicine for treatment. It is bitter. Bitter means everything cannot be sweet. Okay. Then hope, trust in the supreme will. That is very important. See, you may have a lot of trust in your doctor. Okay, I will give my own example. 2010, some incident happened in my college. I was the dean of the college. Okay, so because of some suicide attempt, I had to face police case and all those. And my BP levels went up like anything. My brother took me to Jaydeva Institute of Cardiology. The doctor said, tonight you have to get angiogram done. Tonight. Otherwise, you will go anta. So then, okay, I will think over and come anta. I came home and then I stood before God. Nodappa, I have looked after my mother. She is 97. Nodkondidini. My wife is also working. Children are also educated. I have nothing else. Okay. I will not get angiogram done. If you want, you keep me. Otherwise, you take me. That's what I told. Because ultimately, he is the decider. Harichitta Satya. Narachittake bandadu, revelation ನಡೆಯೋದು. So then, okay, some providence, you call someone somewhere, you get the medicine. So I called my doctor in Mysore, Ayurvedic doctor. He said, you take Arjun tablet. And that is, Arjun is terminally Arjuna anta. It's a Matti Mara gota, Matti Mara. Matti Mara togateli ಮಾಡಿರೋದು medicine. So you take 1 tablet per day. He said, I avoided angiogram, I avoided stunt, I avoided taking ecosporin and all the associated things. and then I'm okay. So it depends upon your confidence. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಅಥವಾ ನಿಜ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಲ್ಲವರಿಂದ ಕಲಿತು, ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಾಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ಓದುತ್ತಮ್, ಕೆಲವು ತನ್ನ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದ ಅರಿಯಲ್. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲೀವ್ ದಿ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನ. ಓಕೆ, ಹರ ಹರ ಶ್ರೀ ಚನ್ನ ಸೋಮೇಶ್ವರ ಅಂತ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದ ಅರಿಯಲ್. ಓಕೆ, ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲುಕ್ ಟು ದಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ದೆನ್ relative metaphysical and physical emphasis. See, this is also very important. See, physical things will vanish. What are physical things? Our age, our beauty, our position, our possession, our fame, our name. I tell you, they will vanish. They have to vanish. Okay. But what will remain is our inner strength. What is inner strength? Our trust in God, our good deeds. Okay. Our the power of your words. You know, some people when they speak, that will happen. So the power of your words. Okay, the good deeds, they will remain. So focus more on metaphysical aspects also side by side in addition to physical. Don't give too much emphasis on physical. Physical called T2D. Type 2 diabetes idiyala, idu called T2D. Type 2 diabetes idiyala, idu mother of all illnesses. If people can control type 2 diabetes with a diet, not with metformin, a tablet, with a diet, I tell you, that will be the greatest success perhaps in life. Because India, though we don't take so much of processed food like United States, okay, though we don't take pizza, burger or hot dogs, bakery products, so why we are having one of the highest diabetic population, maybe 14-15% is relative terms, because we are eating lots of carbohydrates. Okay, I will come to that later on. Okay, then so what are the macro indicators of health in any country? There is a concept called DALY. DALY. Opposite is QALY. QALY. DALY means disability adjusted life person. See, how old I am? 71 years. What is my DALY? My DALY is 10 years. I may be living, I'm to live for 71 years, but I suffered for 10 years. Suffered means not necessarily in the hospital. Manale udadado, suffer agodo, not unhappiness, illness of all types. That is DALY. We should reduce our DALY and increase our QALY. And quality adjusted life years we should improve. DALY we should reduce. Okay, how to reduce DALY? Of course, I will be trying that later on. Okay, therefore the okay, now look at these DALY. DALY means what is the cost of preventing illness for 1 year? Okay, is given across different states of India. Now if you look at this, Arunachal Pradesh 3,60,000 rupees agate alli DALY. Andre 1 year loss of 1 year of life will cost them. That also, like that also you can take 3,60,000 rupees. Karnataka about 31,000 rupees. Tamil Nadu 77,000 rupees. Okay, 5 lakhs in Goa. So you can see 2,60,000 rupees in Kerala. Maybe because people are becoming more, Shomberi or whatever, modern lifestyle. Okay, then you can see Delhi. Delhi is about 2,43,000 rupees. This is the cost of health, you can say, across different countries. So, in general, if one DALY costs about 1 lakh rupees, for 10 years it costs about 10 lakh rupees. It's very big amount. For poor people, it's very high, Okay, I think this is too much. Elasticity is an economic concept. Elasticity of DALY ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, supposing you increase your health expenditure or income by 1%, to what extent the DALY will come down? It's only 0.2%. So even if you spend more, on 1% more, the reduction in DALY is only 0.2%. That means it is inelastic. Just by increasing your health expenditure, you cannot get your health. Just by increasing your health expenditure, don't be assured that more important than health expenditure is your diet, your exercise. Doctor, he has written a book on metabolical anta. He has written very good book, and he has demystified lots of misconceptions people have. Okay, this morning I was eating in the hotel with a farmer from Mandya. So very tall person, 6 feet 3 inches. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲೋಕಾಭಿರಾಮವಾಗಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಓ ದೇವ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಟುಕ್ ಎ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್. ನಾನು ದೇವ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವೈ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ಅಂದೆ. ನೋ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಶುಗರ್ ಅಂದೆ. ಎಸ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಓವರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಂದೆ ನಾನು. ಮೆಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮಿನ್ ಓವರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್, ಲಿವರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್, ಪ್ಯಾನ್ಕ್ರಿಯಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ದೆನ್ ಐ ಗೇವ್ ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಲೇಟರ್ ಆನ್. ಸೊ ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಹಿಮ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ what he has said about health. Protect liver with less sugar and less carbohydrates, less fructose. Oh, fruits ತಿನ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. No, fruits are also, fructose is harmful, okay, because fructose metabolism is only through liver, okay, and liver also has its capacity, okay. So carbohydrates ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನ, ಬಿಳಿ ಅನ್ನ, ವೈಟ್ ರೈಸ್, ವೈಟ್ ಚಪಾತಿ, ವೈಟ್ ಇಡ್ಲಿ, white dosa, white guntponglo, you should reduce it. I am not telling for youngsters. In your age, no problem. I am telling for people who are maybe 35, 40, about 40, like that. It's very important. Okay, then feed the gut with fiber. See, one of my friends asked me a question. Elephant and cow, very rich in fat. Fatty, especially if you look at Holstein Friesian or Jersey cows. They are very fat. Why they don't get heart attack anta? ಈಗ cows and elephants, why they don't get heart attack ಅಂದ್ರೆ because they eat lot of fiber. ಬರೀ ಫೈಬರ್ ತಿಂದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ಅದು ತಿನ್ನೋ ಹುಲ್ಲು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಕಡ್ಡಿ, ಕಸ ತಿಂತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಫೈಬರ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಫೈಬರ್ ತಿನ್ನಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವರಂತೂ. ಸಮ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ಈಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಮೂವ್ ದಿ even the vegetables they will remove. Apple they will remove the skin. Oh, you want to eat only apple, no skin anta. Fiber, the skin also you should eat, apple skin, okay. So fiber is very important for you. Don't leave the fiber, okay. Why? Not for you but for the 100 trillion bacteria which are there in the gut, in your body. If you don't feed that bacteria, they'll feed on you. So nodi, out of 100, okay, let me say, only 1% of the bacteria are harmful. Microorganisms are harmful. 99% of the microorganisms are helpful. In the entire world, the research on microbiology is happening only on that 1%. Okay, 99% of them are beneficial for us. Your milk digesting bacteria, food digesting bacteria. So we have to feed them. Otherwise, you will not get proper digestion, proper motion, etc. So feed the liver with fiber. Omega-3 fatty acids means walnut. Take walnut without fail, especially vegetarians. Non-veg ke barutte. Then modern medicine is not the solution to the problem, but the modern medicine itself is the problem anta nodi. See, is a doctor who is telling modern medicine itself is the problem anta. It's not the solution. Then cholesterol and calorie hypothesis are both archaic. People say, no, if I eat well, if I burn the food, it is salt. If I burn the energy. No, that theory is gone. Now it's more of carbohydrates and sugar theory. Okay. Now sugar is the most common food stuff worldwide. We should, all of America is sick. Only 7% of Americans are considered metabolically healthy. So please note that India is healthier. You are all healthier than Americans. Okay. Now non-alcoholic fatty disease, I told you, it's called NAFLD. In India, about 33% of the population are suffering from non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. They don't know that they have this disease because, I'll tell you the reason. Most of the doctors, they don't get 2 tests done. The first test is fasting insulin, not fasting glucose. Fasting glucose is 50 rupees. Fasting insulin is 600 rupees. Madala. Fasting insulin should be less than 5. And SGPT, alanine aminotransferase, that should be less than 25. You have to madala. Okay, so therefore we don't know that whether we have got fatty liver disease. So 33% of us have got fatty liver disease. Now just giving an example. Near my house, there is a sweet shop. Okay, next to sweet shop there is a liquor shop. Okay, next to liquor shop there is a rice shop. Out of these three shops, most people say liquor shop is very dangerous. Sir. No. Sweet shop is also not dangerous. Rice shop is dangerous. Because you are eating rice in the morning idli, afternoon rice food, night also food, wangi bath, puliyogare, what is that, pongal, gund pongalo, those, everything. So too much of carbohydrates will lead to fatty liver disease, which many people do not know. And therefore I chose this topic to speak on health. Okay. And India is now the world's largest producer of rice. India is also world's largest exporter of rice. You know this? And India is the country which gives free rice. Free rice we are giving. And rice requires lot of water to cultivate. If we are doing it, and we are not educating our people. Okay. So don't think that free rice means it's all healthy. Please be very careful. Okay. Then of course these are all the tests which I have written. You can see that book for greater details. Then there are 3 myths, Okay. Our typical meal consists of 70% carbohydrates, some 10-15% fat, some 10-15% protein, 5% protein. When in your high school or college in science, you have been taught essential fatty acids. Essential fats are there. Essential amino acids, that means essential proteins are there. Have you heard of essential carbohydrates? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಬೋಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ? ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಟ್ಸು. ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಆಸಿಡ್ಸ್ ಇವೆ, ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಮಿನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್ಸ್ ಇವೆ, ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಬೋಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದೇರ್ಫೋರ್ ಟು ಬಿ theoretically right, there are no carbohydrates are not essential because there is a process called gluconeogenesis anta. That is in the liver itself converts amino acids into carbohydrates. That means I am not saying don't consume. You have to consume in proper proportion. In fact, Sala Herbal says not at all important anta. Okay. Then second myth is saturated fatty acids. Okay. We have in Hinduism the Charvakas. I think you know Charvakas. Charvakas are very, they speak very nicely. When you hear them, you will be very happy. This whole life is to enjoy. What is the purpose of life? We have to enjoy. Then how to enjoy? You work and you earn and enjoy. No, even if you work and earn, that money is not sufficient to enjoy. You take loan. Runan Krutva. Take loan. Even after taking loan, I have to repay. Who told you to repay? Why you should repay? No. Because basmi bhutasya dehasya punaraganam kam kutaha. Once the body becomes ash, why you will be reborn? Therefore he says, Runan Krutva Grutam Pibeta. You do take loan and drink. Pibe means drink. Drink ghee, he says, which Ayurveda has borrowed from Charvakas. So don't avoid ghee. Please take ghee, especially youngsters. If someone is offering ghee, take. I take 5 spoons of ghee for each meal, morning and afternoon. 5 spoons of ghee I take. Nothing has happened to me. My heart is also okay. Everything. I think so. Right now, it's okay. Okay. So all fatty acids are not bad. See, for example, there are 2 types of fatty acids. One is from meat, red meat, etc. Bad, but dairy fat is good. Andre tuppa, benne, your paneer, your cheese, okay? They are good. Kene. So don't avoid them, okay? Then the third myth is about LDL, low density lipoprotein. Adrolu kuda, the small dense LDL is bad, but large buoyant is good for your heart, okay? Then okay, our passion towards carbohydrates is responsible for our illness. I cannot live without rice. Many people say, "Nan anna bitrakagala." Anna parabrahma antare. Anna is not parabrahma. Any food is parabrahma, not just rice. All food is parabrahma only. Okay, so okay, yeah, that's what I wrote. Now, why Indians have the highest type 2 diabetes? Because of the consumption of rice, white rice. This wheat also, white wheat, many brands are there. I don't want to name the brands. We don't take Jave Godi. Jave Godi is kapli inta. That we should take, hard wheat. Okay. Then health insurance premium. Many people who do not have health insurance are now insuring their health. See, That's also because of increasing health costs. Okay. Then, of course, metformin is used by diabetic people. They should be very careful, okay? Because they may get instant relief, okay? But long run, what is the impact? They should be able to see that, okay? Now, Dr. B.M. Hegde, you all know him. Every ill has a pill. Every pill has a ill. We don't think every pill has a ill. Every ill has a pill, but every pill you take also has a ill. So be very careful about that, you know. So know about Ayush, your own system of medicine. No, they are very good. Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy. They are. Don't leave them. No? Please also know them. Have the courage to take Ayush for NCDs. Okay. Take second, third, fourth opinion before any surgery. Fasting, intermittent fasting is very important. Okay. Now, in fact, I didn't take food in the afternoon because I wanted to show you one posture. I'm sure you can recognize this posture. You can tell me what is that. Okay. What is this asana? Sarvangasana, right? So it's Sarvangasana. If you can do this Sarvangasana, it is an exercise for all parts of the body. So, especially, I'm saying, my talk is not relevant for those who participated in the dance. Those 5 batches, ಯಾರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು? ನೆನ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸು. ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೀವು. ಸಿ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್, ನಾನೀಗ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಡೂ ದಿ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗಾಸನ ನೌ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯೆಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ ಟುಡೇ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಮೈ 34th year. 34 years ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಯಾರು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವೋ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಯೋಗ ನೌ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮನಿ. It will save your own pain. See, in the hospital, they will be putting ICU, this intravenous, that one, drip, pip, ella kodutirtare. You can save that and you can be happy. Okay? So please do yoga. I am not advertising for any brand. I am telling for your own sake. You do yoga. Okay? Then fasting. See, now those who do fasting, I tell you, they should be very healthy. Intermittent fasting means do not take food, do not take anything in between meals. That means about 12 to 16 hours. Suppose you night food you take at 8 o'clock, morning 10 o'clock tanga togobedi. Andre nimage papa hostel idre kashta agbodu. At least I am telling for those who are above 40, they can have. So intermittent fasting is very healthy, and fasting is also very healthy. Okay, and don't blame parents for your problems, because most of the diseases are not hereditary. Robert Lustig. If you are fat, if you are obese, if you are having diabetes or heart problem, don't blame your parents. It is because your lifestyle which is responsible, not your parents. Okay, that's what he says. Then see, preserve our culture, tradition. Okay, and do not destroy them, because the reason is the markets. Our markets, they're all supported by culture. See, I give the example of this banana. ಈಗ ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು, ಬಾಳೆಕಾಯಿ, ಬಾಳೆ ಹೂವು, ಬಾಳೆ ಕಂದು, ಬಾಳೆ ಎಲೆ, ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ರೈಟ್? ಇನ್ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳೆಕಾಯಿ, ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು ಆರ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್. ಇನ್ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು, ಬಾಳೆಕಾಯಿ ಆರ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್. ನಾಟ್ ಬಾಳೆ ಕಂದು, ಬಾಳೆ ಎಲೆ, ಬಾಳೆ ಗಿಡ. The entire bale gida is sold, right? Entire banana plant is sold. Why? Therefore, the farmer in India gets for the entire plant, for the banana leaf he gets income, for the banana culm he gets, banana flower also he gets. Banana flower, I think you eat a lot in the South Canada, right? Why? Because you have that culture of eating. And if you affect that culture, then the market will be affected. Farmers will be affected. Farmers will be under loss. Okay? Therefore, coconut. Hey, why do you give coconut? Give chocolate, Andra? Coconuts, we think if you give coconut, you get some punya anta ankotive. That culture, you preserve it. Okay? Then flowers. Okay. Sama ee ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮುಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ. I am not commenting. But flowers, ರೈತರು ಬೆಳಿತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬೆಳಿತಾರೆ? Because it is used in temples, isn't it? Temples ಈಗ ಮದುವೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Otherwise, where should the farmers grow? Flowers require lot of less water. Flowers require less water to cultivate. So, preserve the culture, very important. Don't spoil the culture, okay? Dakshina Kannada, Yakshagana, Pulivesha, Bhutakola, they're creating lots of demands in your own area. Then the counter question, why should the demand for carbohydrates be reduced? And what I'm saying is, India was never a carbohydrate-rich country. India was a millet-rich country. In fact, if you ask your elders, they were eating rice only on festival days. Because ಕೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಅಜ್ಜಿನ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಡೇ ಹಬ್ಬದ ದಿವಸ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನವಣೆ, ಸಾಮೆ, ಸಜ್ಜೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಓಕೆ. Now, these are the. I am not advertising for any medicine. I am only telling my own experience. Whether my experience will suit you, I do not know. But I am telling you my own experience. The first one is Kukke Subramania. You see, I had sleeping paralysis diagnosed by Nimhans, Bandaru. They gave 1975 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. And I was having a lot of ego. ದೇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇವರಲ್ಲ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ನ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀ ಬಾ ಹೋಗೋಣ, ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಟು ಕುಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಅಂತ. So she came to Kukke. My mother is a great devotee of Subramania. So you be with me. So morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock on January 1st, 1975, 50 years. She took bath in that Garbha, Darpana Sarovara, Darpana Nadi. And she did Urulu Seva in that Adi Subramania. Believe me or not, that vanished. The disease vanished. I have not taken a single tablet. I have not gone to a single doctor. That was bada tondre ittu. That disease vanished. Then see, that's also cost, right? My mother saved not only the cost, but also all the associated problems. ನನಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮದುವೆನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಲೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಇಂಥ ಗಂಡು ಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಾವು, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. So what I'm saying is, the belief or trust in Almighty also will help you in reducing your health cost and also in leading a good life. Arjun, I already told you, it prevented me from angiogram and this one. Shirabala also I told you. Jatyadi Taila for mosquito bites. If you have mosquitoes, just hachkombidi Jatyadi Taila. Mosquito muttala nimana. Then Sandilin, your own product, one of the best products from your SDM. Then Amrutaballi, I told you, there are the Amrutaballi leaves, that is for immunity. Then Sutashekar Rasa, that's for acidity. No, this one, the last one, Sitopaladi. I got COVID attack, 2020, right? 20. Then I told I will not take allopathy because they'll give steroid and all. No. So my wife said, you live separately, male go kutkombido. So 30 days, then my doctor told me, take one Sitopaladi churna. So every quarter spoon, every 2 hours. Told, I got cured of COVID. Inta medicine gota, kemmu, negative, takka. But we don't know. We again go run to a system of medicine. They will give antibiotic. They will give sometimes they give steroid, and you will reduce your immunity and get into problems. Okay. Conclusion. Okay. There is a statement in Sanskrit. Patyai sati gadartasya kimu shudum nishavanaihi. That means, if you follow patya, diet, there is no need for, what is use of taking medicine? There is no need for medicine. Patyai asati gadartasya kimu shudum nishavanaihi. Supposing you don't you follow diet, what is use of taking medicine? Therefore, patya is very, very important. Okay. I also already told this proverb to you. Then the acknowledgement, I am thankful to Dharmasthala College, Ujire, and also Indian Council of Social Science Research. Then thankful to Professor Ramesh Salian Professor Ganaraj, Lakshmi Narayana, and all of you for this opportunity, and all of students for the torture I gave you through my talk. If I have hurt somebody, I take apology, and I ask for apology. So otherwise, I wish all of you very good health, prosperity, a long life, and then good life, so that you are useful to not only yourself, but also society. That question, anyone has answered the first poem I sang?
Now the session is open for interaction. Delegates can raise questions if you have.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್. ಹೌ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ವೆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್?
ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೌತ್ ಕೆನರಾ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟ್.
ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅವನು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರವರು ಆಗಲಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ. ಎಸ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ ಕುಡಿದಿದ್ದೆ, ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಮೈ ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್. ಅವ್ರು ಬರಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಕ್ಕ, ನಿನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಸಮಾನ ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಐ ರ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್. ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದೇರ್ಸ್ ನೋ ಬೆಡ್ಸೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಕ್ಕ ನಾ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಮುಟ್ಟದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟಚ್ಡ್ ಹರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಮನೇಲಿ ಏನು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಥರ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಅಫ್ರೇಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ನನ್ನ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಲು, ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಫೈಟ್ ದಟ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಜರ್ಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಐ ಅಗ್ರಿ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಬಟ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಡ್ ಮೀ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮೀ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಸನ್. At least I didn't take steroids, I didn't take antibiotics, I didn't take other medicines which would not have cured me, but it would have reduced my immunity further. So to that extent, still I give this one for Ayurvedic medicines. See, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying allopathy is bad or good. Allopathy is good for surgery, for accidents, for immediate problems. Surgery, allopathy is very good. But for long-term medication, ಎನಿ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಸ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್. ಸಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್, ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಸನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್. ಬಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇನ್ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸರ್ಜರಿ, ಹೇಳಿದ ಸರ್ಜರಿ, ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಓಕೆ, ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಒನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ದಟ್ ಒನ್ ಡೇ ಇನ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ವೀಕ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ಪಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್, ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೆಟರ್?
ನಾನೇನು ಓಕೆ, see after retirement, now I'm 71 alla, so myself and my wife decided to skip breakfast. ನೀವು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ, ನೀವು ಪಾಪ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೈದು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮನೆ ಬೈತಾರೆ. ಸಿ ವೈ ಐ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ಡ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಂಬರ್ ಒನ್, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿ ಕಿಚನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೈ ವೈಫ್. ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸದ್ಯ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡೂ ಎನಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ಹೇಳೋದು ಯೋಗ 1 hour ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೂ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮಕ ಹಾಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ, ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಕಾರ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೀಡ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಆಫ್ ಫುಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ನೈಟ್ 8 o'clock ಇಫ್ ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ಫುಡ್, ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ 11 o'clock ತನಕ ಏನು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ದೋಸ್ ಹೂ ಡೂ ಫಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಇದು ಏಕಾದಶಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ನಿರ್ಜಲ ಏಕಾದಶಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Sir, so you said there are many problems due to excess consumption of rice. Rice is mainly consumed in coastal Karnataka. In North Karnataka, they mainly consume this jowar, and in South Karnataka, ragi, the millet they consume. Do you have any data that these rice-consuming region people are facing any particular problem due to excess consumption of rice?
No, that's a good question. In fact, that's a question for economists to take samples and do it. Andhra Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu is rice only. Tamil Nadu, if you go.
Mainly North Indians are not consuming rice.
But they're
mainly,
taking
south.
Wheat. See, even those who are consuming ragi is also carbohydrate, but rich in calcium, that's all. Rich in calcium and fiber. What I'm saying is, carbohydrates are not, we should not take so much of carbohydrates because it is not essential. You take fat, but fat we don't take. Vegetarians especially, if you put them ghee, yesterday, the other day, my brother's daughter, how hard lord, don't put ghee, as if it is poison. Doctor brother, hey, doctor, you use your head. Fat is good for you, essential fatty acids, especially dairy fat. Okay, and then proteins like tugri bele, whatever is, kadle bele, kadle kaalo, and fruits like butter fruit, dragon fruit, which are very good for you. Dragon fruit, butter fruit, these are broccoli vegetable is very good for you. But carbohydrates, why we are telling no? Because of the GNG, gluconeogenesis, the body itself makes carbohydrates. Otherwise, what happens? The carbohydrates goes on depositing, and we become obese. Not that all obese people are unhealthy. Not that all thin people are healthy. See, there's a word called TOFI, T-O-F-I. T-O-F-I means thin outside, fat inside. MHO means metabolically healthy obese, but that proportion is very less. Metabolic healthy obese is only 20%, but most of the obesity will be there, problems will be there. So reduce the weight, very important. For our own sake, sir. We ourselves wants to come and help. Now we should be independent. Otherwise, what happens, children also, after some time, they will be thinking in their mind. They will not tell outside. See, they will not tell. But children also, see, I tell you, if you are healthy, good for you, good for society also. Student also, how much time he will come and serve? Hey, boy, I have so much other work. So it's always good. See, health has a positive externality. See, it's very good. Always, I feel like
I am addicted to rice. It's difficult to give up rice for me.
That's what I wrote. Not only you, sir. So many people are. That's why I told sugar, sweet shop is not dangerous. Liquor shop is not dangerous. Rice shop. Because they say rice. But if you are addicted to rice, switch to red rice. Unpolished. You will reduce. Unpolished rice, you shift. Gradually you can come down. Because why polished rice? You reduce it. Okay.
Before come to you, thank you so much. I just want to. How many of you are doing regular minimum 5 minutes breathing exercise? Please genuinely put up your hands. Every day, minimum 5 minutes breathing exercise. Even resource people, every day. Every day, 5 minutes thinking and raising the hands. So this is a situation. Health, mental health is part of the physical health. And even India, in this region, the pranayamam was taught many thousands years ago. Now in Western world, they are making big monies by teaching this. The controversial, I don't want to speak. But we are not practicing. Even yoga, you need to just adjust your body. But breathing exercise, especially for students, you can do for increasing your memory power, concentration, being peaceful, so many kind of breathing exercise. And doing mudras to increase the memory power, concentration, awareness. So we need to do that. Because the yandra is physical body, but you need a mental health also. And we can be so productive. You can study the subject Spending for 5 hours, if you do proper breathing exercise, there are many kind of breathing exercise, you can study in 2 hours or 1.5 hours because you will be so effective. So with Professor, I would like to urge all of you to do minimum 3, 6, 9 breathing exercise. And there are many kind. You can do Kapalabhati, Pranayam and 3-6 box breathing. Brahmari. Brahmari is very good for your nervous system. It calm down. Why I am talking, I do train Professor on this for students. And it will, because nowadays we listen more from students, oh, I have stress. Oh, I have stress. This word is everywhere. When you do Brahmari, no, I won't use this word. I am almost 60 years old. I want to tell that this month I am going to be 6 years old. Please do breathing exercise. You only need a space and your breath. Nothing else. So thank you very much. And also, Doctor, even our budgets, even India or Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka only spend 0.02 for around 5% to health. But out of that, for mental health, 0.02%. But country like Sri Lanka, which face conflict, we need more budget allocation for mental health because we need therapy, counseling. But it's not happening. And what is your read on?
What I feel is, I may not fully agree with you, but don't mistake me. If I don't agree, don't mistake me if I don't agree. What I feel is mental health as well as physical health. Number one, one should have contentment. Number one. For example, I am retired. I should not expect someone should invite me for a talk. Someone should listen to me. All of you should be my ardent listeners. Someone should give me opportunity to fly to some other conference. That's all bullshit, not necessary. You have been given opportunity for 60 years. Let the youngsters come, let others get opportunity. We ourselves should withdraw. So what happens, contentment is very important. If we don't have contentment, oh, my son should look after me. Why he should look after you? You look after yourself. You look after yourself first, I say. Why your son should look after his son or daughter? You look after yourself first. Okay? Don't give too much importance to tongue. Or you always commenting on wife. You are not preparing good food, tasty food, that food, that food. No, you. What I tell my friends, if the food is not tasty, supposing you take one full, what is it? Hagalkai, bitter gourd you eat first. Whatever food is served will be good for you. You adjust like that. If there is kara is less, you take puppinkai. If it is like that, you adjust. Number one, ambitions come irbeko. Ambitions reduce because at the after 70. What ambition should be there? Realize God. That this should be ambition, not enjoy food in hotel. I want to stay in that. No, not that. Physical. After retirement, physical should go down. Vanaprastha we have Grasthashrama, Brahmacharya is okay. Dharmartha Kama, okay. Moksha. See, we should go like that. Otherwise, what happens? Every time if you go, see, there is one famous Muthuswami Dikshitar's composition. He says, just I will take 1 minute. Bhavam Budhijau Nimagna Jananam Bhayam Karam Ati Krura Paladam Bhavanisha Kataksha Patra Bhota Bhakti Matam Atishaya Shubha Paladam Divakarata Nujam Shanaischaram Dhirataram. See what is a Shani, Lord Saturn, who is the son of Surya, he says, see, those who are always worried about, for example, as a professor and head, only getting projects, getting student trained, correcting thesis, doing this, that, only that one, doing all the time, bhava, that is outside work, he will give bhayankara atikrura palada. That means only that is not important. Along with that, you should also be simple. You should also worship Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva means be simple. Simple, being ample, be simple, be considerate, be kind, be passionate, etc. Compassionate, passionate. So therefore, only earning wealth, spending wealth, getting good name, only like that, that is not important. Inner satisfaction is equally important for our health. That's what the message says. Therefore, again, my last message is metaphysical is more important than physical, at least for those who are nearing retirement. Thank you.
We are deeply grateful to Professor M.G. Chandrakant for his insightful and thought-provoking lecture. He explained how to maintain and manage health with his real-life experiences. We are truly honored by his presence and sincerely appreciate the time he has spent and knowledge he has shared with us. Now, I request Dr. Bhanuprakash B.A., the organizing secretary, to felicitate Professor Chandrakant as a token of gratitude and respect. Thank you, sir. Now we will proceed to the panel discussion. Over to the technical session.
I just want to profusely thank SDM and all the organizers. I have to thank, I am beholden to them because of them I was able to do Urul Seva yesterday in Kukke Subramania. That gave me a lot of this one. I was able to do Urul Seva at the age of 71. It's all Subramania's grace and you are all Subramanias for me. God bless all of you.
Sir, table.
ಹೌದು.
Hello?
ನಿಧಾನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹುಷಾರು
ನಾನು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡುವ, ಈಗ ಬೇಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ.
ಬೇಡ ಸಾಕು, ಒಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎರಡು ಬೇಕು. ಎರಡು ಉಂಟು ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ. ಈಗ 5 ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಗೆ 5 ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅವರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಟ್ರೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಫ್ಲೋರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
I request Dr. Ganraj to escort all dignitaries to the dais. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, honored delegates, and valued participants. Following the insightful session on health economics, we now proceed to a significant segment of the program, the panel discussion and policy note. This session seeks to bridge academic research with practical implementation by translating scholarly insights into actionable strategies for sustainable rural development. To guide this high-level discussion, it is my honor to introduce our moderator, Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza, a distinguished academician, researcher, and thought leader from Mangalore University, Karnataka. An eminent academician with an outstanding academic record, she is a double postgraduate and holds a PhD in talent management. With over 22 years of postgraduate teaching and research experience, she is a recognized PhD guide and currently serves as the chairperson, Department of Postgraduate Studies and Research in Commerce, Mangalore University. A prolific researcher and speaker, she has an outstanding record of research publications, numerous best paper awards, and successful completion of ICSSR-funded research projects. With a strong international academic exposure, she has represented India at several global conferences and serves as a visiting professor at the Royal University of Bhutan. In addition, she is a recognized corporate HRD professional, having delivered extensive training programs and keynote addresses in India and abroad. We are privileged to have such an accomplished moderator with us today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza. I now request Ms. Malini Anchan to offer a floral welcome to Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza. Thank you, ma'am.
Joining our moderator today is truly stellar panel that brings together expertise from industry, governance, and academia. It is my privilege to introduce our first distinguished panelist, Dr. Rajesh Acharya, Associate Professor, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. Dr. Acharya is a renowned specialist in energy economics and financial economics. He holds PhD in economics from University of Hyderabad and he is a UGC NetJRF qualified scholar. A prolific researcher, he has authored over 35 research publications in reputed national and international journals. With nearly 2 decades of academic and research experience, Dr. Acharya has been associated with premier institutions, has successfully led major research projects funded by ICSSR, NABARD and Reserve Bank of India. He is also a proud recipient of RBI Faculty Scholarship. We are honored to have him with us today. I now request Ms. Shushma to kindly extend floral welcome to Dr. Rajesh Acharya. Thank you.
Our next panelist is Mr. Vijay Kumar BP, Executive Director, Rootset Institute, Ujire, and a seasonal financial professional with over 27 years of experience. Beginning his career with Canara Bank as a probationary officer, he has served in key leadership roles across technical, administrative, HRD, and risk management functions. Currently a divisional manager, he guides and mentors 27 root-set institutions across 17 states, empowering youth towards self-employment. Under his leadership, over 6 lakh youth have been trained, with 74% successfully starting their own ventures, making a meaningful impact on livelihood across the country. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Vijay Kumar BP, a true champion of youth empowerment. I now request Ms. Soumya Kumari, Assistant Professor, to extend a floral welcome to Mr. Vijay Kumar BP. Thank you, ma'am.
It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our esteemed next panelist for today's session. Mrs. Manorama Bhatt GV is an advocate and development consultant with over 2 decades of experience in law, microfinance, women empowerment and rural livelihoods. She holds an LLB and postgraduate degree in sociology and science and has received advanced international training in Canada, Bangladesh and USA. Mrs. Bhatt has served as a director of HRD and Jnana Vikasa at SKDRDP and led the social enterprise Siri Gramodyog, where she pioneered SHE-based market linkages. She currently works as a consultant for Press Alternative based in Tokyo and CWD in Japan, contributing to policy formulation and enterprise in development across Asia. A distinguished resource person for NABARD, RBI, NHB and Rootset, she specializes in legal advocacy and sustainable inclusive development. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Manorama Bhatt GV, an eminent advocate and consultant in rural development. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I request Ms. Akshata, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to florally welcome Mrs. Manorama Bhatt GV. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Mr. Kiran Ronat, Managing Director, KRS Tours and Travels Malaysia. Founder and CEO of KSR Tours and Travels Malaysia, founder of the Feed the Hungry and co-founder and CMO of Minimart. He is a doctoral research scholar and MBA graduate from HELP University, Malaysia. Serves as the Youth President of Malaysia, Kannada Sangha and President of Kannada Janapada Parishad, Malaysia. He has spearheaded impactful initiatives including COVID-19 relief and educational empowerment programs. A multi-award winning leader, his honors include the Alibaba Global E-Commerce Talent Award in the year 2020, the Asia Young Talent Award 2022, the Mathrubhumi National Award 2025, and the Swami Vivekananda International Sadbhavana Award 2025-26. A dynamic mentor and social change maker dedicated to cultural preservation and the welfare of the expatriate community. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kiran Ronad, a visionary leader and inspiration in the global entrepreneurship and social service. A warm welcome to you, sir. I request Professor Prasad Jain from the Department of Commerce to florally welcome Mr. Kiran Ronad. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza to begin the discussion.
Warm welcome to each one of you. Yes, everyone here, a warm welcome to each one of you. It's the second day of the conference. Definitely everybody is on the mode to know when we are winding up. And in this session, when we are having the concept note being put together, we have been given a wonderful task to have a panel discussion and give the end note to the conference before we have the valedictory session. As the entire panelists are ready to make their debut and give you the best insights for the topics assigned to them, I have first a question to all the learned audience. Please be with us, that's a request. And the question is, who among you would like to have minimum of 3 sources of making money? Minimum of 3 sources of making money. Others don't want? 1 source is enough? Okay? Yes, then I'm speaking to the right audience. Why this question? It's an international conference and the title is Rural Livelihood. Look at the very interesting transition from rural to the international level, or if I put the other way, international thinking on rural settling. So when we are having these points, we are having the best 4 people to give us their views, and we are having here with us, based on the order given and the topic that is being given, we will have the policy note at the end, but requesting all the esteemed panelists to give your introductory remarks and your views, restricting to 4 to 5 minutes so that we could have questions from the audience and we could do justice. If this is okay, we shall go ahead. May I first request Professor Dr. Rajesh Acharya sir, who would speak on government policies and programs on rural livelihoods, from energy economics to all the deliberations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. When the entire world is running behind AI, ML, and automation, it may be a good distraction to talk about rural livelihood, because maybe sometime down the line, a lot of people are going to come back to their roots and they may be looking for a livelihood option as well. Who knows? The moment, say, a rural livelihood question comes to our mind, whether we like it or not, the first thing that comes to our mind, and at the same time, which is equally important, is the status of agriculture. Over the years, we have seen the contribution of agriculture to GDP going down, but still agriculture contributes, say, over 40% to the directly or indirectly to the employment. And if you are looking at only the rural area, maybe even 70% of the employment comes from agriculture and allied activities. And this agriculture suffers from various problems of late, mainly from, say, climate risk in the recent years, and also market risk over the, say, fairly long period of time. I just draw the analogy from, say, finance, where people talk about, say, diversification. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket and stuff like that. And one major principle of diversification is that the assets that you are combining in a portfolio, they should be less correlated or they should not be correlated. So taking the same analogy to the rural livelihood, and if you want to have a sustainable, say, livelihood in the rural area, we also need something which is complementing to agriculture and at the same time which is slightly different from agriculture. So even in case there is a failure of monsoon or market risk, people have, say, the ultimate fallback option in some other sector. I have also done a project regarding, say, the impact of climate change on agriculture, and we find that people who are having non-farm income are the ones who take more risks in, say, even in agriculture, and they also do better than people who don't have the option. So therefore, combining agriculture with other employment options becomes extremely important. So what kind of options we can think of? We can think of options which complement agriculture and at the same time which are, say, different from agriculture. So if you are looking at, say, things which are complementing to agriculture, you can look at, say, dairy farming, poultry and many other activities which will help people to not just have another source of earning, but it will also complement their agriculture. And if you are looking at, say, things which are different from agriculture, it can be, say, local manufacturing, or it can be local services, which will give that extra fillip to the farmers or people who are living in the rural areas. And even, say, digital knowledge-based BPOs and these services can become important in a rural setting. From the government point of view, most of the policies are, say, designed from this point of view, in the sense whether they are complementing to agriculture and at the same time non-farm related activities. And even with reference to reducing the market risk which is associated with agriculture, government has come up with a program like Fasal Bima Yojana. In all these cases, they try to do a bit of hand-holding for, say, farmers. So other schemes in terms of the skill enhancement, we have, say, a scheme called Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, where the self-help group concept has been brought into picture. I think all of you should be, people who are part of this institute should be proud, because when these programs are talking about SHGs now, this institution has done it for, say, more than 30 years successfully. So that is, all these, say, basically lead to enhancement in the employment and other alternate sources of, say, income for people. And to, in the end, I just would like to add the recent economic survey, that is 25-26, there is a chapter on agriculture and allied activities. Since pandemic and for good last, say, 10 years, one sector which has consistently given, say, good contribution to the GDP and also has grown at a decent rate is agriculture. Nearly, it has grown at a rate of 4.5%. And the most of this growth actually comes from the allied activities like the livestock, fisheries and these things. So this conference today has touched upon almost all these aspects, and in a way it can be called as, say, a pioneer in many respects. As I opened with my comment, when people are running behind AI, it is good that we are talking about, say, livelihood in a rural area. And I would like to listen to the other panelists as well.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, he has given us the right input, saying that the basic things that are needed for human growth would start with food, clothing, shelter. And taking up on the point of food, sir has given, we would have employment opportunities with agriculture and allied industries which are linked with agriculture. Long time back it was food, clothing, shelter, we understand, but we are having the next need which is found with everyone, which is very important and which is very vital, which sir said, having AI as a touch, technology as a touch, and that fourth need is being in touch, connectivity. If you don't have your internet, if you don't have your mobile phones, if you don't have communications, your next need is being suppressed. So that is where we are having the connectivity from agriculture clothing, and definitely housing to connectivity, which would give in employment opportunities. We'll speak on that. Thank you so much, sir. Could we have the next person who would give us the view on that is training and hand-holding for self-employment? Mr. Vijay Kumar BP, who is knowing and being with the youth, spoken to more than 6 lakh youth and given us employment opportunities being made possible among youth. He will tell you what is being done so that if you have an idea how the hand holding is being done. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, madam. With the blessings of Lord Manjunatha and the Ashirwad of Dr. Virendra Hegdeji, I will be talking on training aspects and hand-holding. Most of you may be wondering why it is required to discuss about training and hand-holding. What is hand-holding? You may not be aware. You see, every year in our country, about 10 to 12 million, that is roughly 1 to 1.4 people, are entering the job market. Out of this 1.2 crore, roughly 80% are without skill. The remaining 20%, as we are aware, they select wage employment based on their degree qualification and they enter up. And finally, we will be left with these unskilled, jobless people whom I have to tap. So as Madam mentioned, I will be speaking about the training aspects being conducted in our route set, which was started in 1982 in 3 phases. First was started by Dr. Virendra Hegde sir, and with the help of then and Syndicate Bank and Canara Bank. Now later on, the Government of India took over. They formed guidelines to implement government scheme. So in the year 2009, so they plan to start taking route set as a model in all districts in our country. Thereupon, in 2017, they framed so-called common norms notification, which are uniform in all institutes. Based on that, we will be conducting training. Now, coming to our role, what is it that we are training for the unemployed youth, especially rural youth? We have designed a framework under NSQF framework. The training consisting of 3 levels. One is pre-training, we call how to select candidates and mobilize them. Second is training period. And third is after training, how to handle them. See, our basic fundamental is we are training, our trainings are short-term intensive courses with a long-term follow-up for ensuring that they settle in the field. Whatever assistance is required for them, we are there behind the trainees, so that our motto is to ensure that in one or the other way they settle in their field with the help either financially or if they are sound enough to start on their own, we will be supporting them. This is our basic fundamental. Based on that, we shall discuss. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Sir has said if you have an idea, and that idea to bring into reality, let it be a product, let it be a service. Route Seti is there, and the entire foundation from 1982 is doing great service. And if you are having any idea, you can now place that, and he will guide you to put it into the job market, being put into an entrepreneurship, solopreneurship. So think about it, because you youth are extremely good in having a concept called as Jugaad. Right? You are superb to bring in right on the time solutions, just in time solutions for any problems that come in. And once you have it, please make it large scale. People are there to help you. We are having the third panelist, who is a wonderful lady, because I've been in touch with her long time back as well, and Madam Manorama Bhatt GV, who is having superb experience on understanding youth in a different frame, women in particular. She will be giving her insights on women entrepreneurship and empowerment. Madam, over to you.
Thank you, madam. Dear delegates and all the co-speakers and respected moderator. Empowerment, women empowerment being the central theme here, I think entrepreneurship is a powerful tool to bring women empowerment. When we talk about women empowerment, economic independence, social visibility, decision taking, these are the three pillars of empowerment, we can say. So when women take up the business on their own, they will have greater control over economy, they will have greater decision. This will elevate her position not only in family in taking the decisions, but also in the society as a participator in decision making. This will actually lessen her vulnerability against the oppression. So when we talk about this empowerment per se, if we take the economic independence, if she takes up government initiatives, as both the speakers have already told, either Mudra Yojana or Stand Up India or SHG movement, they have actually elevated the situation of women in the society. They have brought the skills and also they have tried to bridge the gap in digital area, and also they have introduced women to the markets. Still there is a long way to go. Still there are financial constraints. There, as Madam was telling yesterday, there is a social constraint, and also at the family level there is a work-life pressure. These are all withholding her while trying new experiments in the coming era. However, we can say that because of economic independence, women empowerment is happening across the globe, and also across especially in rural India, I should say. So totally we can say that women empowerment is a powerful tool wherein it actually brings solace to women. Not only it helps to uplift women, but also it enables inclusive growth of the economy and overall national development. With this,
if a man becomes an entrepreneur, we all are happy. But when a lady from a rural background becomes an entrepreneur, do you have the same acceptance? Yes or no? We need to have a small debate on it, understand it. When it is getting benefits, we are so happy. But when it is sharing benefits, come on, why are we not that much having the heart out? It is very interesting, one small note, a thought for all the people who are here, because you are young, you need to have that thinking process. The journey of having a master being turned into a mister, hope you understand, a small master turned into a mister, the journey is smooth. But when you have a girl who transforms into a woman, the journey is visible. The journey is debated upon. The journey has great questions. But do you have answers to those questions? It has to be generated in conference like this, because social acceptance is what we are thinking on. So if you are having this concept of empowerment and certain ideas of empowerment, put your questions to Madam. We are happy to take it. We are having the next contributor, who is a very young person, who is having so many awards won even in this year, having research background as well as entrepreneurial touch, Mr. Kiran Ronat, who would speak on youth, entrepreneurial opportunities for youth, and that too at the rural level. Sir, over to you.
Yes, sure. First of all, sitting on the stage feels very special because once I was a student like you guys, sitting there and thinking like, oh, I also become one day like this. I know some of them not listening. I was also like that because I can feel after the afternoon, after food that's not easy. But okay, you have to take what. It's okay. I know all 100% won't go in mind. Just take at least 1 or 2% and spread. It's become 1,000, I can say. And before that, when it comes to like the youth entrepreneurship, I was telling I was a student, and then some of the students how they go abroad. I also went to study. I not only studied, but I worked. I struggled. Along with that, while studying, I started to do, just started a small business because I can say like I'm talking about today youth entrepreneurs in rural livelihood. I was also a rural student. I'm from like North Karnataka, Gadag. It's one small village called Hulkot. I'm from there. And I studied bachelor's here in SDM. And after that, I went there. I can say like when they think about like anybody think about entrepreneurship or business, they think about like big money. It's not about big money. It's about skill. Like because when I was the degree student, many people were telling you have to learn a new skill. All the teachers, lecturers, and whoever the people will come for teach, right, or preach. They will always tell like you have to learn a new skill. I was like, what's the skill? What is that? And all. But while going, currently I'm staying in Malaysia, running like multiple service-based business. And when I tell service-based, you just keep in mind. Later I come to that. When I, service-based business, and I traveled across countries, I learned how they think, and then how they, run in the rural areas. Because I was talking about like service-based as a rural area, I will just give an example. There's one guy again, he's doing some video just now in his mobile. When it comes youth entrepreneurship, you no need to start like very big capital or big money. You can start as small in a rural place. In Ujire, just example, as all service-based, there is no need capital. Just I was telling example of that guy. Maybe he can start a part-time. He can go, I don't know his name, but you can go, as a just example, service-based digital marketing, we call. In that, this is a one part called reel creation, and another part comes social media. I think many of using Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, you can, along with the entertainment, you can make use of that. Many people won't do that. That's the reason we are still there. But only 1 or 2% who do, they can grow easily. I was telling an example of him. You can just create a reel of 30 seconds. First of all, Ujire, because when I was here in 2016 to 19, I was staying in the hostel. That time I used to walk from the university to there. I didn't see like that much very big hotels or else, the restaurants. I can see one example, Ocean Pearl there in the somewhere, the other side of the left side, and then Disha. What you can do as a Ujire student, as a, you can go and approach them, because this is where we're lacking. We are waiting for the opportunity. We want to create it. Till that time, youths cannot make it. What we are doing, till we finish degree, nothing is there. Just do study, finish, take exam, and take 90 or 60, whatever, just pass, and then finish. And then we think, no, it's not like that. You have to think. I know you guys are, listen now, after 5 minutes or tomorrow again you will forget already. At least that's what mentality of the students now in that age, or else what we are doing now. You guys can approach, maybe some of them already doing it, or else some of them, all the youths are there. You just approach as a digital marketing, I'm telling one way. And then, don't know, if you approach 10 or 20 people, at least one say yes. There you start already. You are become an entrepreneur already. And another thing, many of them good at cooking or whatever, and you have a business agri-linked. For example, you have areca nut or else coconut. I was discussing with one of the lecture. He wanted to do some import and export. What you guys can do, as you are free after classes, you guys are free. Just take a class related to that, because you already have the form. Rather than going to the middleman, directly you can sell from here to other countries. Here you can sell for 10 rupees, but there it go around 100 rupees, and all the cost cutting, you can easily earn 40 to 50 rupees. But in these things we won't do. We just see the reels, whatever we need. And then some people are the creators. I can say one more thing. The SDM is creating creators in terms of not only like creating, what I mean is creator means not social media creators. It's about the entrepreneurship and all those things. The thing is, the giving example I was giving, and then another thing is pickle. I think many of them know it's a different type seen and is there in this region lot. Maybe you can start different product and start to sell. Everything is in mobile now because I was just seeing that time everyone is bringing with the notes and all. I'm like, I just came like this because I mean the youths, we are like that. We just come, everything is in mobile. Mobile is a factory now, mobile is a shop, mobile is a marketing tool. You don't need anything, everything is in mobile. You can do anything. And then if you want to do big, for example, the business in the rural side, the pilgrim tourism, yesterday some of the lecture is talking about that, tourism. Here we have a Dharmasthala, Kukke Subramanya. Here what you guys can do as a guide, you just, there are so many, get your guide and then so many, if you go to this online, you can see, just search, you will get everything. There you register as a guide because rural, where compared to me, who are staying in Ujire, he know more about that area or that region. What you can do, just start as a guide. You don't think about it's a small, maybe it's future, it's become a very big, you become a travel company or else, a tourism or else, become bringing the guides and taking them to the local foods to experience because the Mangalore cuisine is fully different. I was with Dr. Mario, I think, yeah, he was not here. Some of the foreigners, they won't know how to eat with hands also, for example, or else they don't know what that means or else the cuisine. You can start with those small things because earning with the locals, earning with the global, if you 10 people, if you serve in local, with a global, one customer is enough for to earn that much money. That is the one thing. And then if you want to start up big, Madam was just telling startup funding. I was also worried when I started because in 2019 I started my first digital marketing service company. It's we don't need capital for that. I told, right, just approach. We need a skill, how to run, how to manage a company. And then after that, I wanted to start here as well. And I was just searched. I can see like so many, government is funding so many, startup capital funds. Just the, what is that, the PDRM, like Pradhana Mantri Grama Yojana and all those things. Along with that, Siri, yesterday they were telling, they are also funding, the root set, if I'm not mistaken, they were also funding. Without collateral means no need to give anything. Till 5 lakh or 10 lakh, you can just take a loan and then start. And this age I can understand when we talk about loan, we already have an education loan because I also take my loan and went and then, but you have to take a risk in the sense of you just, ma'am ask first question, who wants 3 source of income? I know most of them already earning 1. You feel like we become, satisfied for that itself. Once you become, once you get that. But my thing, you have to just, where you are now, you have to just start, see what you can do in and around, just give the solution to the problem, you become a big, that's what I want to say. And action, I just want to say one word, idea. Jobs give opportunities, but entrepreneurship gives you a dignity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. He said, as young people turn to be young entrepreneurs, and that really matters. Well, it is often seen, felt, and known that ideas die more than people die per day. Per day, ideas die more than people dying. And this is one small space for you, maybe 10 minutes gap to put your ideas into practice and practicality with the help of people who are here to maybe assist you a little. So all the people here from baby boomers to alpha generation, we request you to please put in your questions. Don't worry whether your question is good or bad. We will not worry whether the answer is good or bad. Let us have an idea being kindled. So over to you.
Before that, let me share So we have live entrepreneur in front of us. Our job is to create thousands, hundreds of lakhs of entrepreneurs. That is our job, root set job. So 2 words before you ask questions. All of you, maybe from first year to third year degrees, technical graduates, my suggestion would be you start thinking what is happening around you. Just don't confine to your studies. Just don't confine to your college. Start working on knowing things, what is happening. There is a lot of scope, not like earlier days, like what Sir told. We are looking forward for people like you to support in all aspects with the help of government, with the help of sponsors, with the help of our staff. We are there. You can openly ask whatever doubts you have. We will be clarifying it. Thank you.
Could we have queries or maybe suggestions, additions? Come on, please. From the front row to the last row. Ma'am, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a very good discussion and powerful moderation. I really congratulate you. So I just want to talk to these students. We are talking about entrepreneurship. When you finish your college and go and work in the government sector or private sector, you can't live your life as you want because your income is decided by somebody else. What kind of motorbike or car or what kind of house, what the facilities you would like to go decided by somebody else. But if you are entrepreneurs, you can decide how much you want to earn, which country you want to travel. That's all decision making in your hand. Maybe if you like, you can join a government sector, but still have another source of income by doing your own entrepreneur, which is whichever you like to do that. And second thing about this terminology, women empowerment. Normally in our region, women are empowered, but we can't exercise because of the constraint of societal norm, gender norm, law restricting us, policies are restricting us. So women are not exercising their empowerment. Because this is, I always say, because I see the rural and marginalized community, they are powerful, but environment, conducive environment doesn't allow them to exercise it. So nothing wrong in saying empowerment, but let's see little bit because we are already empowered. And one more thing I would add, I used to say, men are not empowered to live with empowered women. This is a problem we are facing. As you said, no, she is like normal, little bit entrepreneur, she grows, financial independence come, the counterpart become insecure. Where she is going, why she is going. And the community, the harassment, all this character assassination will come along. So if the man, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be husband, if they are empowered, so she can shine more and more. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Actually, I too agree with you. Women empowerment, every one of us are empowered. I agree with that. But in the social context or economic context, when we are talking, inner strength or whatever you have is not enough. In the society as a whole, why we are talking about economic independence? Because that empowers to negotiate with the society, negotiate with the market. In that sense, when we talk about women empowerment, it is the economic independence and also decision-making power. I do agree with you. I think socially we are conditioned to be dominated by men, or men think that women are not as good as us. One simple example, if you see jokingly, when you see even a girl, when a eligible boy sees his alliance, he never marries a girl who is earning more than him. That is one thing why. And he never marries a girl who is taller to him. Why? At least in that I should be up or I should be dominated. So that is the family conditioning or social conditioning, not only in men, it is intricated in women as well. So while we are talking about women empowerment, we are not pointing our fingers to our counterparts or men. We are also should empower ourselves. We should know how to assert ourselves. So education, economic independence, training, skill, all these things will definitely empower her to come out of her this whatever cocoon she is, and she can be freely mingle with the society at large. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. She said right. The question was very valid. Do we have empowered men to live with empowered women? Okay? Are men being empowered to that level? Before that, there is also a small thought process which always happen with women in particular, speaking it from the daily conversations that we have. All the teachers, people who have started earning, people who have gone to the economic freedom, we women fight with ourselves on an everyday basis. When it comes to putting things on priority, we are the last in the priority list. Our health is the last. We can always think on that. And there is another one, when we keep on fighting with self, over a period of time, when it comes to empowerment, even we feel enough is enough. Let me also take a break, or I can say, let me settle. And when that concept of settling comes in, the empowerment or maybe the ability to do more, we only sacrifice. But we also need help from one another, as we cannot fight with ourselves too much, as an empowerment means motivation from others. Women also need motivation. Men also need motivation. It's not exchange, it's collaboration that will always help. The idea was big, we'll come back to it, but if there are questions, we will take it up. Yes, please.
Yes, madam was telling about, say, economic independence and decision making. I just tried to throw a bit of research light on it. So we were trying to construct a quality of life index where all these parameters we were trying to quantify. So what we found was women who were economically empowered and also who had voice in their decision making, their quality of life was much higher. In the sense, the total family income of a household may be higher, but if a woman is not working in those families, their quality of life was considered to be, or empirically it was showing, say, a lesser, numbers compared to somebody may be doing a small job or earning less, but their quality of life was much higher. So there are a lot of girls sitting here. It doesn't matter what could be the stage in life. If you have a chance to work and, be on your own feet, as what we tell colloquially, never ever give up that freedom, because that will add much more to your life than being dependent on someone else's income, however loving or caring that they could be.
Thank you, sir. Point reiterated. In my class, always I make this statement: even if you marry the most richest person on earth, have your own income source. This is very vital. It's not for any other thing. It is for your own satisfaction and keeping the goodwill for yourself. Okay? Please, everybody. Okay, next one, please. Another query, another contribution.
My question to panelists is, over the years, government implemented many programs to encourage rural entrepreneurship and to create more non-farm jobs in rural areas. So right now, which program is successfully implemented? Can you please explain any one program which our students can take use of that program? And please explain how much these programs reach the rural masses, how much rural masses can take advantage of these programs.
Yeah, I think I will take that. Now that Government of India has lot of schemes which directly or indirectly we are associated with, and we are training in those topics. There are nearly 70 trades, out of which almost 50% are more than technical, remaining are about general entrepreneur development programs. What we have observed is, see, I am supposed to train every year roughly 30,000 candidates. Last year also we were given that target. We could train all, we could meet the targets. In that, I am happy to share that more than 70% are female candidates. So that means these schemes are attracted by females. More so, we reach the self-help groups, which mainly consists of women. So from there, we understand their needs. Accordingly, we will fit into our training schedule and train them. Now, the number one I can say in my training, tailoring and embroidery. That is one of the leading trade which women are inclined to. Unlike earlier days, getting financial support is very easy now. Even we have been given target of extending financial support once they go out of our training institute. I am supposed to train them how to fill the application, how to approach their bank, and we will be interacting with the branch officials to ensure that this woman or male is financed with financial support to execute his business. So in that way, there are various programs. We have a motor winding kind of thing, refrigeration, air conditioning and refrigeration. All these kind of things are very attractive, and students are coming to these courses selectively. Though there are 70, roughly around 25 to 30 are in prevailing, which are attracted. And more so in agriculture schemes. We have a lot of agriculture related products, especially dairy farming. People are behind that. So very easily they can get a loan. So it's these kind of things, dairy farming, motor rewinding, refrigeration, all these kinds of trades are helping the people to establish their setup very easily. But one thing I was surprised means, we do have 4 categories. We train under General Entrepreneur Development Program. We train under product oriented, sales oriented, service oriented and agriculture related. People who come for training, at the end of their training schedule, most of them come and stand on the dais and they speak openly. They say, sir, before coming here, I was not in a position to speak to my neighbor, my fellow friends. Now I have been trained in such a way that I am confidently standing here and addressing gathering. That itself, they are 150%. Rest is very easily they will come up with how to approach bank. All these things we would have thought. So these kind of program, the entrepreneur development program, wherein we teach personality development, soft skill development, how to approach, how to do pricing, all these things we will be teaching. That is the leading subject which is attracting more number of candidates. Be it though they trade in one particular course, they may end up in another trade, but the lesson learned from the entrepreneur development program, even now they wherever they go, they talk of root-sided training, EDP training. We have found people who transactions in crores after undergoing entrepreneurship. There is a lady, if time had permitted, we would have invited her, madam. She was trained in our Bangalore Institute. She, at her teenage, she was not knowledgeable. Just she fell prey to one of the men and she eloped from her house. After going to Bangalore, she understood he is nothing, but she did not lose her. Somebody suggested you go to root set. She undertook a training. Then she approached her bank. She got a small amount of loan. From that she started. Her name also I can proudly tell, Doretta, something like that. So, Christabella, Doretta. Now her turnover is in crores. She has a daughter. Her daughter is an athlete. She is helping her to take training in foreign. She has invited by the office of the Prime Minister to award her. See, this is the level of our coaching. Wherever she goes, even today, one phone call, she has that gratitude. She comes wherever. Sir is there, our Janardhan sir. Everybody knows. See, that gratitude, wherever, whatever, however busy she is, she comes and addresses the students. This is one advantage we have. We call successful people and ask them to speak so that our people get motivated. This is how our training setup is there. Because of this, some of this EDP training, other things, get more candidates through which they are devising their life. Thank you.
Yeah, successful government programs, if there is any one which you can name also.
As Madam said, Stand Up India. See, women is empowered, as Madam said, but there were no opportunities. Now there are a lot of opportunities. Whatever support women, right from her studies, even as a school child, female candidate, there is a concession. One is compulsory, she should be given education loan if asked. And second thing is, there is a concession in rate of interest. Once she studies and comes up, if she wants to start up her own business, there is a scheme that she will be given priority. Stand Up India. She has to do entrepreneurship. She can start her own business. A lot of supports are there. Banks, easily they are giving loans. This is one of the things. And government, as Sir told, NRLM, through them, National Rural Livelihood Mission, there are so many schemes. One such is Lakpati Didi.
Yes.
The Prime Minister has launched, and we have to ensure every lady should be capable enough to earn at least 1 lakh per annum. So she is called Lakpati Didi. So in that way, they have been supported.
I would just like to reiterate, there is a live example, so many of them. There was one lady, would not like to name her, but she was restricted due to the religion that she belongs, Muslim. She could not go out. What she did in her house, she had only 5 hens, made it a little bit more. All the eggs she sold, and very interestingly, her neighbors call her Koliinda Karu Tanda lady. Koliinda Karu Tanda lady. From a hen, she has purchased a car of her own. So even when you are having restrictions, you can still think beyond, do beyond. Sir, you had some point.
Yeah, sure. After listening the sir was telling some story, I just remember the line, the success support system creates success stories. Like as they are supporting most of the people for the entrepreneurship, I was telling they don't need capital, they need guidance and then support. There is where we lacking, and then we are waiting for opportunity. We are not creating it. There are so many opportunities around us, but we are not able to grab that because of we are busy with some other things in that line. And then sir, you are just talking about one government fund. I just want to tell, without collateral, there are so many funds. One is called Mudra Yojana. It's a Pradhana Mantri Mudra Yojana. There you can get up to 10 lakhs without collateral based on what you are doing. From 1 lakh till 10 lakh they will give.
I can add on that. Now it is 20 lakhs.
Yeah,
there are 3 categories: Shishu, Tarun and Kishore. Shishu is up to 50,000, Kishore is up to 5 lakhs, Tarun is up to 10 lakhs, and those who repay promptly, another 10 lakhs without collateral security. That means 20 lakhs will be given without any collateral security. You need not worry. All these things. That's why I urge all of you, immediately after your collegiate, come to our institute. We will guide you and train how to go about, especially those who aspire for entrepreneurship. Thank you.
One small change, sir. Even before the college, let them come and give a visit and learn from there.
Yes.
You may be having an idea that you want to have your own job. There are so many live examples. IT professionals are there who are working from morning 9 to night 8 in their companies, and they will be hiring 3 or 4 Pani Puri walas outside. This is a trend. They are working, but they will be having 3 or 4 Pani Puris walas outside who give them a profit, net profit of 1,000 rupees per day per person. So minimum 3,000 rupees come into their kitty and somebody else is working for them. That means 1 lakh rupees just by hiring 3 people. And they are also working. So you imagine, that was my point. Do you want more than 3 sources of income to work for you? Because after some time, you should not work for money. Money should work for you. But let it be logical and legal. Okay? Yes. Yes, sir.
An excellent moderation is going on. You are a true Lady Ravi Shastri. Okay. Your energy is really passing to all the panelists. Congratulations to all of you. My question is directly to the agricultural field. India has become one of the largest exporter of food grains. After having Green Revolution, we have reached to the tremendous progress. The recent statistics says that more than 350 million tons food grains we have been produced. But the alarming issue is, in recent past, the farmers they are turning towards only the commercial crops. And they are just refusing or denying the other forms of crops. And that may be the reason that they are inducing to rise a price rise in the economy.
In fact, what we see in the recent past, especially in the last, 6 months to 1 year, the food price inflation is the lowest actually. I think the recent CPI inflation which has come out, it has recorded one of the lowest inflation since the start of the current CPI series. And adding on to the other, commercial crops, I think we need that diversification. When you are growing particularly, and there is a reason why government also does encourage paddy and or rice and wheat cultivation, because it is the staple food of India, and that's why it is being encouraged. And perhaps these are the only two major crops which receives substantial minimum support price as well. But going forward, we should also look at the commercial crops which will bring not just income to the farmers, also forex from the other countries as well. Just to give an example, recently even in the vicinity also, people are giving up arecanut cultivation and they go for some other cash crops. Maybe in a macro scene, I think it's a good or a welcome measure, because we shouldn't get stuck to only one or two crops. And there are certain regions which are not very good in growing these crops. Particularly this coastal belt, you won't be able to have the kind of productivity in rice cultivation the way Haryana or Punjab or perhaps Andhra farmer is having. So maybe a comparative advantage kind of calculation will have to be there, and also a broader plan at the country level. How much food grains we need and how much we can export. And India is sitting with a buffer in case of rice basically. And in a way, government also encourages that for obvious reasons, because we can be dependent on other countries for maybe even for defense. But I don't think any country would be comfortable to be dependent on the basic staple food on other countries.
Anybody else?
Agriculture related. No. Now, from my understanding and experience, the farmers, like in every other field, they want instant money. So short-term crops and cash crops, what do we call, they are going for that. Since this rice cultivation, all other things long-term, I don't think they have that kind of a patience now. They want instant money. Because of this, the other party is getting reduced. And as such, now a lot of awareness is being created, like rice and other things for health-wise. So it is not beneficial to India. Maybe they are exporting. So never used to see aracanut and all. Now we often see aracanut, and why they ask me is aracanut, yes, we will grow, but apart from that we can also grow short-term crops within that area, so that we can earn that also. Probably this way the farmers are getting attracted towards this kind of thing.
Yeah, when we speak about agriculture, sir, culture, daily practice. Agriculture, practice daily towards farming. Sericulture, practice towards a particular thing. One beauty of agriculture is you just to do your basic thing, and for 24 hours it will grow by itself. It will never happen in manufacturing. It will never happen in service. That is a beauty where nature nurtures. There's a second point where if there is a paddy field, in other countries with the paddy field, they will leave some fish variety. They will leave some crab variety. They will leave some ducks into the field. And when the entire cropping is being done, they harvest veg and non-veg both from land. There are so many ideas which are being there in agriculture, which we are having a restricted view. We need not have that. If you can think a little bit beyond, or if you are having an idea, but you don't have a land, you are in touch with the farmer, give this idea to them, you would be an ideapreneur, that person could be an entrepreneur. So this really matters. Anything else that is there? Yes, sir.
No, just I wanted to give a suggestion. Because of my age, I am only age and experience. Women empowerment is taking place. We are very happy. We see so many educated, getting educated, you know. A small tip for men, you know. Please learn cooking. You have to learn cooking first. Empowerment is okay. That is happening. If men learn cooking, at least to that extent, they can be less dependent on the family. Okay. So she wants to go for 15 days. My wife went for 2.5 months abroad. I didn't go to hotel. I just cooked myself and I ate my own food. So that they will also think that this fellow can live independently, not dependently. See, one thing is, I'm sure you know, dependency is inefficiency. Independency is efficiency. That's one thing. Number one. Number two, for both boys and girls, my suggestion is, see, in economics, we put a graph, you know. So on the x-axis, we put cook, and the y-axis look. See, if you go for look, you have to cook. So what I'm saying is, don't go just for physical beauty alone. Beauty is there in all. Beauty is not just physical only. Beauty is there in adjustment to the family. You know, how a person, can adjust with even low income, or tension, stress, etc. You know, these days we are also, my own neighbors, no name. The girl asks, do you have old furniture at home? Anta. Do you have old people in the home? You know, the girl is asking. So what I'm seeing, unfortunately, is the families are getting divided now. The joint families are getting divided. See, don't look just only at income. Income is not the only thing. The family contentment, family satisfaction, togetherness, peace, PEAC, not PAEC, everything is important. Yeah? So, for men, learn cooking right from this age so that you can be more independent in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that philosophical note. My sincere suggestion to boys also, you also, to be independent, please learn cooking.
That's what
for survival, you need it more than boys. Because we see so many widows in the society who struggle even to make their day-to-day living. Because they are so dependent on women, so they can't even survive after the death of wives.
Yeah.
So that is the one thing. And I do agree that economic independence is not the only thing, or that is not the end of it. While we say that decision making is a part of empowerment, it should be her decision whether she should earn, she should go for a salaried, or she should become an entrepreneur, or should be a homemaker. What I am saying is, she should not be vulnerable at the household level also. Since Indian society is so diverse, when we talk about this, where in the families there are equity or equality, they think that, these women are talking ill of men. But go to the rural areas, go to the urban areas, there are so many women, even today, they are so vulnerable and exploited. So India is such a vast country, we can't make one rule to the entire country. It is so diverse. So when we talk about empowerment, with respectfully I say that it should be her decision, how she should live, with whom she should live, how she should lead her life. It is her decision actually makes her whether she is empowered or not. That's it.
Just to add to that, Madam,
Yes, of course. When we say this, she is saying how many children we should have. That also she should be the partner in taking that decision. Well said.
Very true. 3 things that we need to put things together. First point, I usually make it even in my class. If you feel hungry, you must know how to cook. Simple as that. You get hunger, you must know how to cook. Men or women, impractical. Second point, the best chefs in the world are good. You are very good at cooking. You have just not utilized the skill. So requesting you, kindly utilize the skill. Isn't it? Point number 3, particularly to women. Want to be independent? Be interdependent. Want to be independent? Be interdependent. We women have a very interesting concept that when I do it, then only it is the best. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಒಗ್ಗರಣೆ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಲೇಟ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ನೋ ಒಗ್ಗರಣೆ ಇನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್, ದಟ್ ಒನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ತಟ್ಕ ಈಸ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್. ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಅ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಬೈ ಯೋರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. Leave it. Somebody else will do it. The taste may not be the same. Still it is okay. Let them learn. Be interdependent. You will become independent. Is it okay? Is it okay? Very important for empowerment. Yeah. Any final takes?
Okay, till that time, sir, I can feel you because you are telling we have to, learn the cooking. Because I am staying in abroad, still I am not married, but I have to, once I go out of the home, you have to learn to cook. That's the main thing, as many people are telling. Like in the Ramayana, if you go Valmiki Ramayana, Lakshmana and then Nala Maharaja, all those people are the very best chefs in the world. Yeah, like that, I can feel that. Yeah, sir, you are talking.
No, if you ban Zomato, Swiggy and all, no, automatically they will start cooking.
Okay, cooking, okay, but I have a request to all boys and men. Please don't have vices. Alcohol, gutka, drugs, whatever it is. Don't have vices. That is one of the reasons women leave and they want to be economically or financial empowerment also.
No, with those vices, the state may become rich, but the family will become poor.
So it's better not to have these vices because I know it has spoiled families. It's going to spoil.
We would have it, the request, both boys and girls don't have vices.
That is true. But,
the world is changing and we know the problem that is happening now. Okay. Yes, any other final words? Please.
I hope...
I want the last row to talk and I'm very happy the last row is speaking.
Why some government schemes not reach to people within the time period? Some example of Jal Jeevan Mission. Jal Jeevan Mission is not reached 100% to people. So Nirmala Sitharaman Madam last budget, they are saying to extended time period and more given to money. So in this situation, we are wasting to time and wasting money. I thought that what is the drawbacks and what is your best suggestions?
Can
Who
I
take
answer?
it, sir?
Yeah. You have raised a very good point. Jal Jeevan Mission. When government does a budget and when we look at the estimates, we say recently, say in the beginning of this month, we had budget for 26-27. But we tend to forget what was announced last year and how much has been done. So exactly on Jal Jeevan Mission, 2025-26 budget estimates were 68,000 crores and the revised estimates during this budget, what was told, that means what was actually spent was just 17,000 crores. So it's not just the implementation bottleneck, sometimes even the funding, what government intends to do at the beginning of the budget and what they really end up doing at the end of the financial year are entirely different. Because in a budget document, these are estimates. They expect this much revenue from this source and this much expenditure they want to do. And once certain revenue shortfalls happen and some of these social sector schemes are the first one to get, a cut in the budget. So specifically for this program, it is the cut in the budget that is one of the reasons or main reason for, reaching to the last mile.
And more so, they have not created awareness. They have announced budget, but people are not aware what is Jal Jeevan Mission. So we have experienced in two cases. There is one rural masonry training. Government has allocated fund under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. They are planning to construct 1 crore houses, but people are not aware. Now that seeing the failure of having not reaching the bottom line people, government has decided, because last week itself I attended a meeting wherein the representative from Jal Jeevan Mission office, he came and they wanted to assign that assignment to our root set institute so that we can train people what it is actually. But the thing is, real challenging is we are yet to take off how best we can convince the people and make them to come for training and understand what is Jal Jeevan Mission, because water conservation is something which is going to be the future, even a huge problem will be there. To address that, they have announced budget, but they have not spelled out the SOP, how to create awareness, all these things. Now only it is kicking off. Probably in the days to come, people will be aware of that. And we are also fortunate enough to get that opportunity to train the people, respective department people. So in that aspect, there was a meeting and they came and they have addressed us. So in the days to come, it will reach that.
I would appreciate your question, sir. The question is, why don't government schemes reach people? Could we reverse it? Why don't people reach government schemes? That is where the big problem is. The people are not hungry to go and take what it is being given to them. If all the youth here, all the students here, your parents decide from today they will not feed you, will you become entrepreneurs? Yes or no? You will become. The problem is you are overfed, you are overgiven, you are overprovided. The minute that stops, hunger of just scrolling your screens would go in for information search. The minute it goes for information search, you will become self-sufficient and you will reach those government schemes. That is point one. Secondly, there was a person who said to the barber, who said to the barber that there is no God. He came to the barber shop and said there is no God. The barber said, you are wrong. Actually, about God I do not know. There is no barber. He said, the barber himself said, who is doing the hair cutting, said there is no barber. And that the person was shocked and said, come on, you're in front of me. How can you say that there is no barber? If there was a barber, the barber replied, there wouldn't have been any men on the street with hair which is undone. So this person said, well, it is very simple. They must come to your shop and you will get your hair done. That is what the barber said. Well, that is very true. God is existing. You need to go to the God. Schemes are existing. You need to go to the schemes. Schemes will not come to you. The minute you change this approach, many things will be realized. It is our hunger which will take us to the need to be taken and utilized in the real form. Is it okay? So students, if your parents are providing you, please tell them enough is enough. We will start on our own and we will go ahead. Because in many countries, I do not know what they are doing is right or wrong, but by the age of 15 years, they stop depending on their parents. I'm sure you have crossed that age. Let's start. It's high time. Rural empowerment has to start today. Tomorrow will be too late.
Yeah.
Any other things?
Well said, ma'am. I do understand there are a lot of questions to put in, but due to time constraint, we are winding up the session with the apology. Thank you to our moderator and panelists for such a compelling synthesis of policy and practice. In closing, we extend our deepest gratitude to Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza for her masterful moderation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. To Dr. Rajesh Acharya H, Mr. Vijay Kumar BP, Mrs. Manorama Bhatt GV, Mr. Kiran Ronad, for sharing their valuable expertise. So it's time to felicitate all the dignitaries on the desk. So to do this, I call upon Professor Shakuntala, the Dean of Commerce and Business Administration. Firstly, Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza. I request Professor Shakuntala ma'am to felicitate Professor Preeti Kirti D'Souza. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Professor Ratnavati, Head of the Department of Commerce, to felicitate Mrs. Manorama Bhatt GV. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Gandaraj, Head of the Department of Economics, to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Acharya H. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Suman Jain from Department of Commerce to felicitate Mr. Vijay Kumar BP. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Mahesh Shetty from Department of Economics to felicitate Mr. Kiran Ronat. Thank you, sir. Once again, I thank all the dignitaries on and after days. We now proceed to the valedictory ceremony. Thank you one and all.
Thank you. As we say thanks, one word from you, sir, just to the audience. Thanks. Because I need to give this one opportunity. One line, that's it, one line. Sorry, one line.
Okay. One line? It's not enough, but okay, I have to finish it. Start now, I can say, for all the youths. Start now. Don't wait till tomorrow or next day after you finish. Just start now. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Sir Rajesh?
Yeah, recently I was reading a column written by a HR professional of a leading Fortune 500 company. What he was saying was the days of 9 to 5, Monday to Friday jobs are more or less over in the AI era. So considering that, maybe you will have to visit your, say, placement department, maybe little less and bit more of RootSeti and other institutions. That may be the way forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go with the slogan of our Dr. Hegdeji. After 3 to 4 years of collegiate education, instead of writing someone else's account, it is better to write one's own account. You follow this.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Empowerment should start from now itself and from us only.
Thank you, very true. Having a farmhouse a long time back was something there in rural levels, but now elite requires a farmhouse, and that is where things have gone. We come to the last line, and that is the policy note. Learn, unlearn, relearn, do it constantly, because nature definitely nurtures. This international conference on rural livelihood and sustainability with all the young people who are our base, if you keep on having the scrolling in your hand, it would not give a future to you. I'm very sure many people want to be a content creator, but the request is be the content for the creator. Thank you so much. I thank each one of you. Thank you, SDM. Thank you.
Hello. So I request all the audiences to be here. Within few seconds, valedictory program will commence. So please be patient. Thank you.
I request conference conveners to escort the dignitaries to the dais.
Hello, hello, hello.
Empowering rural communities, enriching the world. Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Distinguished dignitaries, respected scholars, esteemed delegates, and dear participants, good evening one and all. A very warm welcome to the valedictory ceremony of the two-day International Conference on Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective, jointly organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development, Commerce and Business Administration. Over the past 2 days, the conference has served as a vibrant platform for meaningful dialogue, insightful deliberations, and the exchange of global perspectives on strengthening rural livelihoods while ensuring sustainability. The discussions, research presentations, and interactions have truly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in this critical area. We now come to the concluding session of this conference, where we reflect upon the outcomes of these deliberations and formally bring this academic gathering to a close.
Over the past 2 days, we have explored the intricate balance between rural livelihoods and global sustainability. As we gathered one last time to celebrate these insights, I invite Dr. Ratnavati K., Head Department of Commerce and Conference Convener, to deliver the welcome address.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Seeking the blessings of Reverend Dr. Virendra Hegadeji, esteemed chief guest and valedictory address speaker, Mr. K.N. Janardhan, and respected president of the function, Professor Vishwanatha P., distinguished resource persons and eminent scholars, delegates, invitees, faculty members, and dear participants, a warm and pleasant evening to one and all gathered here. On behalf of the Departments of Economics and Rural Development, Commerce and Business Administration, it is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory program of the two-day International Conference on Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective. Over the past 2 days, this conference has served as a vibrant platform for meaningful deliberations, critical analysis, and the sharing of global perspectives on rural livelihoods and sustainable development. The insightful keynote address, thought-provoking technical sessions, knowledge-sharing paper presentations, and enlightening panel discussion have greatly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in building resilient and sustainable rural economies. We are deeply honored to have with us our chief guest and valedictory address speaker, Mr. K.N. Janardhan, Managing Director of Dharmasthala Siri Gramodyoga Samsthe Beltangadi, whose exemplary work in rural entrepreneurship, self-reliance, and sustainable livelihoods stand as a model for inclusive development. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I extend a respectful welcome to Professor Vishwanatha P., Principal of SDM College, Ujire, who has been a constant source of guidance and encouragement in promoting academic excellence. A warm welcome to you, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the lead speakers of various sessions and panel discussions. Welcome you all. I extend a warm welcome to members of Academic Planning and Assessment Committee, and I take this opportunity to warmly welcome the paper presenters, delegates from various colleges, as well as student delegates. Without you, our conference would not have been a success. I welcome you all. I also extend a warm welcome to all the invitees, heads and faculty members of various departments and media representatives to this valedictory program. Welcome you all. I extend my heartfelt welcome to the conference conveners, secretaries, joint secretaries, and all the members of organizing committee whose dedicated efforts made this conference a reality and a resounding success. I welcome you all. As we conclude this enriching academic journey, let us carry forward the ideas, insights, and collaborations fostered here, translating them into meaningful action for sustainable rural transformation. Once again, a hearty welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for setting such an encouraging tone for our final session. I welcome you too, Madam.
Now I request Ms. Shakuntala, Dean of Commerce and HOD Business Administration and Conference Convener, to florally welcome Shri K.N. Janardana, National Director for ASITES, National Center for Excellence of ASITES, Bandaru. Thank you, ma'am.
I request Dr. Ganaraja K., Head Department of Economics and Rural Development and Conference Convener, to florally welcome our beloved Principal, Professor Vishwanatha P.
Thank you, sir. It is now my honor to introduce our chief guest for the valedictory session of this two-day International Conference on Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective. Shri K.N. Janardana, born on 15 June 1959 at Koratikere in Hassan district of Karnataka, is a nationally respected professional in the fields of banking, rural development, entrepreneurship training, and skill development. He holds a postgraduate degree in agricultural science from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and is also a state-level JE trainer in personality development. With over 20 years of distinguished service in a nationalized bank, Shri Janardana has worked in branches and head offices across different parts of India. During his banking career, he served in key positions such as Rural Development Officer, Director of Root City, Udupi, Senior Manager in the Priority Sector Department at Syndicate Bank Head Office, Manipal, and Lead District Manager, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. His outstanding contributions earned him membership in the prestigious Chairman's Club and Executives Directors Clubs, and for an exceptional 17 consecutive years, he received the Best Extension Award from the bank. In addition to banking, Shri Janardana has more than 16 years of rich experience in training and entrepreneurship development. He served as Director and Executive Director of Rural Development and Self-Employment Training Institutes and played a pivotal role in the establishment of 6 new root cities across the country. He also facilitated the development of independent campuses for several root cities. He was instrumental in organizing the Silver Jubilee celebrations of Root City and in the establishment of the National Academy of Root City in 2008, which is recognized as a national resource organization by the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. In 2011, Sri Janardana established the National Center for Excellence of Ascites and has been serving as its national director. Under his leadership, National Center for Excellence of Ascites has been mentoring and monitoring 590 ascites across India. These institutions have trained over 40 lakh unemployed youth, of whom more than 28.7 lakh have successfully become entrepreneurs, many receiving national and international recognition. Sri Janardana has represented India at several national and international conferences, including events in Thailand, Manila, Malaysia, Singapore, and the headquarters in Paris. He was also invited by the Prime Minister's office in 2013 to present on the RCT model. He is a member of expert committees constituted by the Government of Karnataka and the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. After retiring in June 2019, he assumed charge as Managing Director of Sri Dharmasala Siri Gramadyoga Samsthe, Beltangadi in October 2019. Under his leadership, Siri has achieved an annual turnover of 25 crores, providing employment to over 1,000 people and benefiting nearly 4,000 individuals, primarily women from self-help groups. Sri Janardana has received numerous state and national awards for his exceptional contributions to entrepreneurship and socio-economic development. It is indeed a privilege to have Chief Guest Sri K.N. Janardana, National Director for Ascites, National Center for Excellence of Ascites, Bengaluru, with us today to grace the valedictory session and share his reflections on the outcomes of this conference. May I now request our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri K.N. Janardana, to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. Invoking the blessings of Lord Manjunath Swami and offering my pranams to Reverend Dr. D. Viren Hegdeji, respected Vishwanath Sir, and other dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers, delegates from abroad and also from India, organizers, and my dear young warriors of India. I sincerely congratulate the organizers, speakers, and participants for making this two-day international conference a meaningful and impactful one. Programs of this depth and relevance are possible only for the institutions like SDM. SDM is not merely an institution, it is a mission guided by the visionary leadership of Dr. D. Viren Hegdeji, whose life itself is a message of values, ethos, services, and sustainable development. Under his leadership, conferences like this do not end as events. They begin as commitments to society. So, one round of applause to Dr. Viren Hegdeji and his leadership. At a valedictory function, we normally summarize the deliberations. But today, I do not wish to summarize. I wish to reinforce what must now be translated into action, because for last 2 days we have seen deliberations after the deliberations and panel discussions. Now, let me begin with clarity. Today, I am not here to give you a speech. I am here to give you a wake-up call. I am not here to impress you. Please understand, I am not here to impress you. I am here to ignite you, because nations are built by discussions alone, and nations are built by not discussions alone but built by decisions. And the most dangerous sentences we often hear is, someone will do it. Why only me? Someone will do it. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಯೋಚನೆ ಬಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಗತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಿಂತೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Friends, rural India is a sleeping giant. During the last 2 days, we have listened to rich discussions on rural livelihoods, sustainability, policy, technology, women empowerment, institutions, and so on. When I came to this hall, I was listening to the panel discussions, and I have heard on what is going on in this conference. And if I have to compress all these sessions into one truth, it is this: rural India is not backward, rural India is not weak, rural India is not helpless, rural India is a sleeping giant. History tells us when sleeping giant wakes up, civilization changes. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾರತ ಎಚ್ಚರವಾದ ದಿನ ದೇಶದ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. The future of India will not be written by metro cities alone. It will be written in villages, forums and rural enterprises. Let me place a hard truth about the law of success. Dreams don't work unless you do it. Dreams don't work unless you do it. Not the Google, not the government, not the God. It is you and only you, for you people. Dr. Abdul Kalam says, dream. Not just dream, dream big, dream big. Dreams transforms into thoughts, thoughts result in action. One ancient wisdom reminds us that a sleeping lion never gets the food. Sleeping lion never gets the food, though it is the king of the forest. A deer will not go to a sleeping lion and offer itself as food to the lion. So, please be careful that we have to be always in our actions. Please understand, my dear friends, if there is no struggle, there is no success. If there is no action, there is no future. Many young people come and talk to me and tell me, sir, I want a safe job. Always people whomsoever I interact, they say, sir, I want a safe job. Friends, we must speak honestly in the age of artificial intelligence. AI is not coming. It has already arrived. It is not just coming, it has already arrived. Routine jobs, average skill jobs, repetitive work jobs are almost disappearing. Let us ask ourselves honestly, will any ordinary or an average IQ boy or a girl will get a decent job nowadays? What is the level of competition that we see in the market now? I am not threatening you, but this is a fact. Last 1 month back, there was a advertisement in a newspaper calling for 1,000 officers post in State Bank of India, and 380,000 people applied. 1,000, 380,000. This is the magnitude. Whatever the jobs you look into, this is the position. The truth is very simple. Can we realistically enter companies like Google or big companies like that, Microsoft or whatever it is? Why our people are not able to go into that companies? I just give an example. My son, when he went for an interview in Google in 2017, 2,200 people were there. The interview started at 9 o'clock. I dropped him to the campus and I said, can I come around 11 o'clock to pick you back? He said, which 11? 11 a.m. or 11 p.m.? I said, what is that? How much time it takes for an interview? ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ? ನಂಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮೀ. How much time it takes? Maybe 1 hour, half an hour? My son said, Dad, it goes up to midnight. The 10th round, when the 10th round was at 10 o'clock in the night, there were 100 people remaining. 12th round, it was 60. 14th round, 6 people. 15th round at 3 a.m. in the morning, it was 4 people. After 1 month, result came, only 2 were selected and my son is one. He works for Google. They will test you from morning 9 to midnight 3 o'clock. If you can keep the same tempo, same energy, whether you are fit to be taking such load. After 1 hour or 2 hours, we feel bored and we tend to go out. That is not the way of our jobs now. So let us be very careful The truth is simple again, I am telling you, jobs are limited, competitions are unlimited. If you get a good job, please join. Friends, I am telling you, if you get a good job, please join. There is nothing to worry. There is a dignity in honest employment. If you are only chasing salary, remember, self-employment is no longer an option. It is the safest path forward. Because in Root City I have worked for more than 15 years and I know how it works. Friends, please note, India has 145 crores population. Every need is a market. Every need is a market. Every problem is an opportunity. There is a powerful Sanskrit slogan, Savalambanam Paramam Sukham. Swanta kalina mele nilluvude paramasuka. Self-employment gives you income, but more importantly, it gives you confidence, it gives you dignity, it gives you freedom. Freedom to work as you wish. I saw a young mechanic in a small town who started with one toolbox about 5 years back. Now he runs a service center, trains other youth and has employed 5 persons and earning a decent income of 40,000 rupees to take care of his family. I have seen a group of women who began millet processing unit in Dharwad in the house, and now their products have reached urban markets with branding and labeling through our city, where I am now the managing director. Many people have learnt plumbing, electrical work, mobile repair, food processing in Root City, not waiting for government jobs, but creating daily demand-based livelihoods and giving employment to others too. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕಾಯುವ ಯುವಕರಿಗಿಂತ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸುವ ಯುವಕರು ದೇಶ ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕಾಯುವ ಯುವಕರಿಗಿಂತ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸುವ ಯುವಕರು ದೇಶ ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ. Which one you want to choose? It is for you to take. Please note, they did not change the system overnight. They used the system and changed their own lives. And the time when I came, it was a discussion, panel discussion on women empowerment. When we say women empowerment, it means dignity creation. A woman, after skill training, once told me, "Sir, earlier I waited for my husband's income. Earlier I used to wait for my husband's income. Now my entire family waits for my income to support." That is the change that we can see if a woman is empowered. That is not just income generation for a women entrepreneur, it is dignity generation. Please understand, friends, it is dignity generation. We have institutions like Root City and Siri created by Dr. Viren Hegde. They convert failures into fire. They replace dependence with dignity. As our Prime Minister says, make in India, make for the world. Make in India products are to be sold in the world market. ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನೌ, ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸಿ ದಿ visionary leadership of Dr. Viren Hegde. Way back in 1982, he created Root City, Rural Development and Self-Employment Training Institute, to address the unemployment problem of the country. And now we have 621 R-City and Root City centers working throughout the country, in every district of the country, training more than 6 lakh unemployed youth like you to take care of self-employment ventures, and they are leading a respectable life because of Root City intervention. We have received national and international recognitions, and because of Root City I could visit more than 25 countries and I deliberated on the Root City model. So Siri, now I am the managing director of a company called Siri Shri Dharmasthala Siri Gramodyoga Samsthe. In Siri, the SHG members produce diversified products like FMCG products and textile and so on. More than 200 products we produce. We have a beautiful campus spread over 7 acres of land with 1.5 lakh square feet building, and 500 women SHG members are working, and we have crossed about 40 crore business. We have 13 outlets of our own company, 13 line sales, we have 300 distributors, and our spread this throughout the state of Karnataka. We have crossed the limits of Mangalore and we have entered Kasaragod now. Of late we have entered Goa. We are already on the online, and we want to go national to almost all the states in the country. And Siri products are now to be taken as a model SHG products because of the quality. And Ramesh Arvind, the hero in the Kannada industry, is our ambassador, and after he took over as the ambassador, our Siri products are seen everywhere in the Karnataka. So these initiatives like Root City, Siri, and all these initiatives are by Dr. Viren Hegde, and I am very proud that I am associated with an institution mooted by Dr. Viren Hegde. Before I conclude, friends, my dear young friends, stop asking what will I become. Start declaring, I will become an useful asset to the country. The world does not reward degrees alone. The world rewards value creation. India does not need more job seekers. India needs job creators and problem solvers, and you be the tent setters. ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಯಬೇಡಿ, ನೀವೇ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿ. Friends, rise up, skill up, stand up, and when history writes about this generation, let it say they did not wait for change, they became the change. Thank you all for patience hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your influential message. We are charmed by your sharp fluency.
As we come to a reflective moment of this session, we believe that every meaningful event becomes complete only when we hear from those who experience it. I now invite our esteemed delegates to kindly share their feedback, your thoughts, insights, and reflection on the sessions, discussions, and overall experience of the conference.
Good evening to you all, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the feedback of this two-day international conference on rural livelihoods and sustainability, global perspectives. I have presented two papers, one paper on an empirical research analysis of rural-urban migration in India and Karnataka, and my second paper titled Role of Women Entrepreneurs in Creating Enhancing Employment Opportunities in India, district-wise analysis in Karnataka state. Yesterday I have presented 4:15 to 5:15 that session, parallel session track. All the deliberations, presentations, and highly resourceful, informative, and thought-provoking. And accommodation and food provided by the organizers, excellent. I thank the organizers of this international conference, Department of Economics faculty, faculty of Department of Commerce, faculty of Department of Business Administration, and SDM College, Ujire, for giving me the opportunity to present my two papers in this two-day international conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation and for being such an engaged and thoughtful audience.
It is my privilege to invite our principal, Professor Vishwanatha P., to share the presidential remarks and provide guidance and insights as we conclude this conference.
Seeking the blessings of the President of STM Educational Society and Dharmadhikari of Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala, Paramapujya Hegadeji, the chief guest of today's program, Shri K.N. Janardhan, Managing Director, Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala, Siri Gramadyoga Samsthe, the conveners of this two-day international conference, the organizing secretaries of two-day conference, distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues, delegates and students, very good evening to one and all. About 5 to 6 years back, we used to organize only either university level, national level or state level conference, workshops, seminars, etc. It is because our college is situated in rural area, and getting the resource persons from premier institute and getting resource persons from abroad is difficult because they have to travel from Mangalore to this place. We have airport only at Mangalore, and recently we started organize international conferences, workshops, seminars, etc. And this year, this is the second international conference. The very purpose of organizing the international conference is mainly to expose our students to the experts in the field of it may be rural livelihood and sustainability or any subject. So today we have succeeded in organizing a two-day international conference on rural livelihood and sustainability. I am sure all of you have benefited and all of you have gained and expanded your knowledge, skills, thoughts, etc. And you have gained not only the knowledge, the resource person have shared their experiences, best practices, the models, the innovative models of livelihood and other various aspects of rural livelihood and sustainability. You had keynote address, you had expert sessions from eminent speakers from all over the country and even from abroad. Then you had a very good panel discussion. So I'm sure you're all enriched now. You learn a lot of new things. You gained knowledge. You have expanded the horizon of knowledge, skills and thoughts. So I'm sure there are several take-home messages from this international conference. And all these benefit you for your future references. With this, I thank and appreciate the organizers, the Dean of Commerce and Management Studies, Mrs. Shakuntala, HOD of Economics and Rural Development, Dr. Ganraj, and HOD of Commerce, Dr. Ratnavati, then organizing secretaries, Dr. Bhanuprakash, Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty, and all other organizing committee members for organizing the two-day international conference on in a very meaningful manner. They are organized in very nice. They are organized in a very nice manner and very systematically. And I know the pains behind organizing a conference. It may be national or maybe it may be international, whatever it may be. They took a lot of pains in organizing this type of international conference. I once again congratulate and compliment all of them and all the staff members of the department and all the members of the organizing committee. And I also thank all the delegates and I thank all the resource persons. Especially I thank the chief guest of today's program, Shri K.N. Janardhan, who is always with us, who always encourage and support in organization of all other activities. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring and thought-provoking presidential remarks.
At this moment, we move on to a cherished tradition that symbolizes our deep respect, heartfelt gratitude, and lasting remembrance. As a token of our appreciation and as a mark of honor, we now take a pleasure in presenting mementos to our distinguished guest, whose esteemed presence and valuable contributions have truly enriched this international conference. May I now request our principal, Professor Vishwanatha P., to kindly honor our chief guest, Shri K.N. Janardana, National Director for RCTs and National Center for Excellence of RCTs, Bangalore.
Thank you, sir. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away, and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our hearts. We are reminded that events like this one are milestones on the journey of life and reminders of God's fidelity all through. As we come to the close of our valedictory ceremony, I invite Dr. Bhanu Prakash, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Organizing Secretary of International Conference, to propose a vote of thanks.
Om Shri Manjunataya Namaha. Good evening to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, distinguished resource persons, esteemed delegates and dear participants, it is my proud honor and privilege on behalf of the organizing committee to propose the vote of thanks for international conference. The two-day international conference held on 9th and 10th February 2026 on the theme Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective has concluded with rich academic deliberations, vibrant cross-country exchange of ideas, and meaningful professional engagement. The depth of discussions, diversity of perspectives, and the spirit of collaboration have made this program both intellectually rewarding and truly memorable. We had around 480 delegates from many institutions, including colleges. There were 74 research papers presented in this conference. We had 18 distinguished orators from Mexico, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Malaysia, and different states of India. At the very outset, we express our reverential gratitude to our guiding force and benevolent supporter, Pujya Dr. D. Virendra Hegadeji, President SDME Society, and to Hemavati Amma and to the entire esteemed family of Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala for their inspiration, generous encouragement and divine blessings which continue to strengthen our academic and social mission. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Vice President, Secretaries and members of the SDME Society, Ujire, for their unconditional support. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee and the entire conference team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest of this program today, Shri K.N. Janardana, Managing Director, Dharmasthala Shri Gramodyaga Samsthe, Beltangadi, for gracing this valedictory occasion and for his inspiring address filled with practical wisdom and deep commitment to rural development. His presence has added great value and meaning to this program. Thank you, sir. Our sincere and respectful thanks are due to our principal and president of this program, Professor Vishwanatha P., for his visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and unwavering institutional support, which played a pivotal role in the successful planning and execution of this conference. Thank you, sir. We place on record our heartfelt appreciation to our eminent international speakers, Professor Mariana Rojas from Mexico, Ms. Nalini Ratnaraja from Sri Lanka, Mr. Kiran Ronald from Malaysia, and Dr. Azizuddin Sultani from Afghanistan for their scholarly contributions and enriching presentations. We also extend our sincere thanks to all the resource persons and lead speakers from across India from sharing their expertise and for elevating the academic stature of this conference through thoughtful and rigorous deliberations. Thank you all. We gratefully acknowledge and thank all our honored guests, reporters, session chairs, research scholars, paper presenters and delegates from various institutions whose passionate participation and valuable research contributions greatly strengthened the academic quality and overall success of this international conference. Thank you all. Our deep appreciation is extended to the core committee members of our college whose academic guidance, meticulous planning and strategic leadership laid a strong and reliable foundation for this event. We also sincerely appreciate the tireless effort of the conveners, organizing secretaries and all members of the organizing committee who worked relentlessly behind the scenes with remarkable dedication, coordination and commitment to ensure the smooth conduct of every sessions. We gratefully acknowledge the generous financial support extended by our management in supporting this conference. We also place on record our sincere thanks to ICSSR New Delhi and SKDDP Dharmasthala for their valuable sponsorship and continued support in making this international academic effort a grand success. Our sincere thanks are also due to UPlus TV channel for the live telecast of this event over 2 days and to the members of media fraternity for their valuable coverage in enabling the deliberations of this conference to reach a wider audience beyond this campus. A special word of appreciation goes to our dedicated students and student volunteers whose enthusiasm, discipline and sense of responsibility brought both energy and efficiency to the program. Your contribution has been truly commendable. Finally, we thank every individual who has contributed directly or indirectly to the successful organization of this international conference. With these words, I conclude the vote of thanks. Thank you all once again, and I wish you a pleasant and great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This marks the official conclusion of the two-day International Conference on Rural Livelihoods and Sustainability, a Global Perspective, jointly organized by Departments of Economics and Rural Development, Commerce and Business Administration in association with IQAC. We thank all the dignitaries, speakers, delegates, and the organizing team for their valuable contributions. Wishing you all a safe journey and continued success. Thank you, and the conference is now officially closed. We request the authors whose articles have been selected for publication to obtain their copy of ISBN book at the registration counter. The same. I request all the participants can collect your certificates, that is from the registration desk.
I request all the student volunteers as well participants of BA, BCom and BBA department are requested to stay back at the venue for 10 minutes, and all other delegates, you can move out of the auditorium. Thank you.